This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
London's calling and 8 teams have made it through to the quarter-final stage here in ECS England. Hornchurch Cricket Club is looking absolutely glorious, and there's another 4 games to bring you today. The action starts right here, right now. We've had an absolutely brilliant 10 days here in London so far, and things are about to get serious. It's a straight knockout between the 8 sides that have got their way through 4 quarterfinals, 2 semi-finals, and then the big final. We've had some brilliant games so far. It's actually been dominated by the bat. We've had several hundreds. We've had even a 150. So far, the bowlers, it's been slim pickings for them. We haven't had a hat trick. We haven't had a fifer. I have a feeling though the bowlers are going to have a word or two to say about the outcome of the day's games. Remember, we've got the hosts Hornchurch. They're playing later in the day. I imagine the fans will be out in force in this glorious London sunshine. But the first quarter-final is between the East Londoners. Of course, they dominated Group B. They came top, and they're playing the Sharks Cricket Academy, who squeaked through in Group A in 4th place. Before we talk a bit about the teams, let's go out into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
The Sharks to call.
Heads.
Ooh, heads is the call. And that's a head.
We ball.
They're going to have a ball.
Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. The Sharks have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Interesting decision given the power in the East Londoners batting lineup. But of course, East Londoners, they've had a long few days and they're going to be coming into this one, sure in form, but maybe a few sore bodies out there, especially the likes of Viken Kadaria. He scored 200s in 2 days. He'll be in hot form. How much more has he got in the tank? The news is as well that East Londoners, they've got a big squad, don't they? So they're going to try and pick their best players to get them through to finals day tomorrow. As for Sharks Cricket Academy, maybe they've bowled as well, because they do have the likes of Aziz Jabakale. He's currently right up there in the bowling rankings, and he'll certainly need to perform well here to try to get the Sharks through. Surely the East Londoners go into this one as favourites. The thing is though, it's a quarter-final. Previously in ECSs, we have had this double chance where the teams that finish top have 2 chances to get through to the finals day. But this, it's just one game. Anything can happen, and I'm very much looking forward to it. The Sharks will go in as underdogs. They'll have to show their bite, but I'm looking forward to seeing if they can damage the East Londoners. Well, Charlie Hunt, he was in the commentary box yesterday keeping Nish company, but Tish is back in town, and I know Nish is looking forward to this quarterfinals day as much as I am, especially with this glorious sunshine here at Hornchurch Cricket Club. And Nish, the news from the toss is the Sharks have won and they have decided to have a bowl.
Thank you very much for that update. It's quarterfinals day here in Hornchurch. You got 4 big matches coming up for you, and the first of them is between the East Londoners and the Sharks Cricket Academy. What a terrific Thursday we have lined up for you. This is what we have waited for after a fortnight of thrilling cricketing action here in Hornchurch. Let's recap some of yesterday's play before we move on with the quarterfinals. Our first match was between the East Londoners, who we're going to see in our first quarterfinal. They took on Guggen. Guggen posted a score that is considered below par here in Hornchurch of 155. In response, the East Londoners were able to chase that down. They were in a little bit of trouble at one point, but credit to Khatri for a quick fire. 68 of just 15 deliveries to dig his side out of a hole. The second match of the day was between CFS Pinnacle Pro and the East Londoners. CFS posted a total of 146 on the board, and in response, the East Londoners managed to chase it down very comfortably with 3.3 overs to spare. Viken Kadaria with his 2nd century in 2 days. He is coming into this game with a rich vein of form. Meanwhile, our middle game of the day between Guggen and CFS was a victory for Guggen, who posted 162 runs. The top scorer was that man, Pranav Dhanawade, 35 runs is a low score for him. He scored 1,009 runs in a cricket match once. Yes, you heard me right. 1,009. Fourth match of the day is between Guggen and Havering. Havering would pick up their first win of this ECS. A very solid performance for them. They bowled superbly in that first innings, restricting a side like Guggen. With all the batting prowess they have, that just 116 really was a spectacular bowling and fielding performance. Havering wobbled a little bit during those middle overs, but in the end got over the finishing line very comfortably. Some good performances there, and they will be very proud of how they did. And then they'd round it out with a second win, back-to-back wins to wrap up their campaign. Certainly to everyone here's delight. They had a strong support come out to watch them. CFS posted a very good total of 173 on the board, and then we saw a superb chase. Young Callum Berry making a century, a great moment for him. And in the end, Havering played just the 6 games. They were never eligible to qualify for the quarterfinals. End up just a point behind CFS, so congratulations to them. They certainly can be very proud of their campaign. The East Londoners end up on top. Old Brentwoods with just 2 losses, both of them coming against the East Londoners. Guggen winning 3 out of 8. And then CFS with just the 1 win, which certainly isn't the kind of form you want to be coming into the quarterfinals with. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. The East Londoners 8-0 coming in undefeated. It's a very spectacular record for them, as the Sharks, on the other hand, went 2-5-1 during the group stage. There were certainly some very exciting things about this Sharks side. You know, they gave some teams a tough matchup, and anything can happen. It's just one game, and it's going to be interesting to see how the Sharks Academy do. 200 points there for Ubaid Kiani. Salman Khan, who has captained this side at times, he's not going to have the captain's armband, quote-unquote, for this game. It's going to be over with Adil Zarif, who's coming in for his first match. So in he comes for his first game, and he's going to be captaining Raza Mughal with 251 points. He's done quite well. Usman Shafi has made some quick-fire runs when needed. Aziz Jabrakel has been one of their more important bowlers, and Yash Kumar Solanki, he's certainly a very handy player. He scored some big runs throughout this series. And over for the East London as well, it's all about Vikin Kadari at 1,056 points for him. He's been incredible. 2 centuries to his name this campaign. Rajesh Sharma is another man who scored a century this series. Gaurav Kumar, very handy bowler. You got someone like Subha Singh in there as well, who's got first-class cricketing experience. So, yeah, this is a strong East Londoners unit going up against a Sharks side who are coming in as underdogs. Just a 20% chance, according to the win predictor. But stranger things have happened on ECN, and 1 in 5, that's more than a puncher's chance, isn't it? So maybe the Sharks can come out here and really give these East Londoners a run for their money. I mean, we've seen it before in sports, haven't we? How many undefeated seasons have come to an end? You know, I know we've got a lot of NFL fans in our chat. Take your mind back to the Patriots against the Giants, 07 Super Bowl, when they came in with an incredible run of form, and then the Giants side, who just kind of squeezed their way into the playoffs, somehow managed to knock them off. The old helmet catch by David Tyree, but we've seen it in cricket as well. Australia doing it to India and the World Cup a couple years ago, and I had the pleasure of being alongside Corey when that was happening, and so he certainly rubbed it in when the Aussies managed to win in Ahmedabad and knock the Indians off after they'd had a perfect World Cup campaign. So it's happened before in sports. Sides have come into the knockout stages with a perfect tournament and been defeated when it matters the most. And the Sharks will certainly be hoping that is the case against the East Londoners. So players have made their way out onto the field. A chance to say good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. Good morning to Kai Bay, Johnny Heesham, Paul Kempen, Dave. Got Fantasy Cricket joining us as well. Tim Harmer in the chat. It was great to get to see you in person yesterday, Tim. And I hope to see you again later in this series. Ash joining us as well. Calling to save Derek. Yeah, Charlie was really surprised when he came in on commentary yesterday and heard that Derek had gone. Well, Derek's in retirement. Yeah, we're waiting for Dudley to make his first appearance at some point this season. Yeah, Derek certainly had a long, fruitful career here on ECN, and he's now got a chance to put his feet up, enjoy his sabbatical. And the sad thing is, all of his cousins have retired at the same time as well, so you're not going to be seeing any of the Dereks. No Golden Derek, no Diamond Derek. So here we go. The first ball of the quarterfinals is moments away. Oh, and well, a little bit of foot fielding to start off here. Shahrukh Kudus will just kick that away. They pick up a single here, so Kadaria, the two-time Centurion, is off the mark, and well, this just shows you how good this East Londoner side is. They're opening the batting with two men who both have centuries this series. Oh, nicely played away. We'll pick up another run here, so that's going to be a single. So a couple of singles to start things off. Both the batters are off the mark. Shahrukh Kudus has bowled in a couple of matches so far this series. 4 overs in total, given up 69 runs in those 4 overs. He managed to pick up a wicket. Interesting that they went with Kudus for this first over and not Jabarkale, who's been their leading wicket taker. Oh, beautifully played away. Oh dear. Well, there's Jabarkale. Just mentioned his name. And it's a slight misfield by him out in the deep. And Sharks just can't afford to make mistakes like that. They're going to have to play a near perfect game if they're to beat the strong East Londoners side. The ball was in the slot. It was asking to be hit, and they just couldn't quite control that. There's Tim Harmer. Just had a look at him. So, yeah, great to see him in today watching this match. Hope you're having a good day, Tim. Very good morning to you. Oh, nicely played away. Good wristy shot. One hop over the rope. Goes for 4 runs. Great stroke here by Kadaria. Let's look at the wrist work as he plays that shot. Absolutely brilliant. This is top-notch cricket. Gets that away towards the mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs. And back-to-back boundaries here for the East Londoners. Going to have to go back and re-bowl that. So Shahrukh Kudus plays for the Kuwait national team. He's played for the Kuwait under-19s as well, 28 years of age. Picked up 12 T20I wickets bowling for Kuwait. And 9 in List A cricket. He's got a T20I career economy rate of 8.5 and List A economy rates 3.2. Career best figures in T20I are 3 for 14. So yeah, he is someone who has played the highest level of this sport, represented Kuwait in international cricket. So he's used to playing in big games, and this certainly is one of them. Hammered away, shouts to catch it, but it's in the gap. Oh dear. Well, certainly gave that a good chase there, Shahbaz Mir, but he's unable to haul that one in. And just been a couple moments here where maybe the Sharks could have done slightly better in the field. Yeah, they're going to need to really put in an exceptional performance if they are to knock off this very strong East Londoner side. You have to say, Kudus bowled pretty well in that over in the end. I think he's quite unlucky that he's even gone for the 14 runs he has. We'll take a look at the stats for this European cricket series. So as you can see, the run rate 15.8 for this ECS. It was even higher in Group B. I'd say in Group B is around 16.5. Here's a look at The lowest score we've seen defended this ECS has been 130. The most successful chase was 181, involving the old Brentwoods against Guggen. And look at that, even Stevens for sides batting first and second, 19 apiece. Good chance to welcome Tina Guff into the commentary box for the first time on this quarterfinals day. Interesting start here for the Sharks. Thought Kudus bowled pretty well in that first over, but I just needed a little bit of help from some of his fielders.
Yeah, morning Nish. Thanks very much. It's good to be back. Yeah, well, East Londoners side, even when they're not hitting the middle of the bat, they somehow find the boundary. 3 of them in the first over, as you said. Kudus didn't bowl that badly, but when you're in the power play, you don't have any protection. And it's a good start then for the East Londoners, but Adil Zarif bowling the second over. Starts with 2 dot balls. Rajesh Sharma just struggling a little here to get going. It's Vikin Kadaria, the double centurion, who's done most of the damage in that first over.
Yeah, Adil Zarif hasn't played a match this ECS, and he's come in for the quarterfinals, and he's captaining this side ahead of Salman Khan, who's captained this team for numerous games this series. He's played his cricket over in Pakistan for the Rawalpindi Rams. Down the leg side, not the best delivery there, and that's going to go away for a minimo, so big mistake there from the Sharks' perspective.
Just as I was praising his first 2 deliveries, that one not so good, maybe a bit rusty, as you say, Nish. Straight into the side, gets the captain's armband into the attack as well. Quite a big call, to be fair. Sharks Cricket Academy, you don't have any room for error here, especially against such a strong East Londoners side. And there's another error, as it's a bit of an ugly full toss and it gets smashed away. 1 bounce 4. And suddenly what looked like such a promising over has already gone for 9 halfway through it. And especially if you look at the Sharks Cricket Academy batting ranks, there's a couple of half centuries, a couple of 30s, 40s in amongst the side, but no one's really gone big. If you compare that to the East Londoners, as you said, Nish, you've got the 2 openers both having scored centuries. That's before you even start talking about the likes of Faizan Riaz. He's got experience over in Pakistan. He's scored a 56 and a 70. Even the likes of Nimanda Subha Singh, who hasn't had to bowl and bat much. He's an excellent player. They've just got so much strength and depth, do the East Londoners.
So this is going to be played away, and it's fielded well. Some good work there to stop that from going away for a boundary. Yeah, it's been interesting for the Sharks. I mean, Saxena often captains this side as well. He's captained them in a lot of their domestic matches, but he's only been available for a couple of matches this series, as this is a full toss that's going to get punished. Zarif getting that one badly wrong. Sharma gets it away for 4 runs, just places that perfectly in the gap. But yeah, just going back to that point, Saxena, who bowled so well in his sole appearance earlier this series at figures of 4 for 8, normally captains this side in their domestic games as well. He's not available for this quarterfinal either, so that's a big loss for the Sharks to not have someone of his caliber in their lineup.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you're certainly going into this game as underdogs. You need to tap into all the resources you have. I haven't been able to do that in East London as well. We've spoken a lot about the size of their squad. And they absolutely know as well that they can't afford to slip up. They definitely have ambitions of not just getting through to finals day, but I'm sure going all the way. And they don't want to leave anything out there. So we get to the end of the second over. In the end, it wasn't the worst one from Adil Zarif, especially given it was his first over in the series. 13 runs coming off, including 4 dot balls actually. But a solid, if not spectacular, start from the East Londoners. 27 off the first 2. Taking a look at the standings then. The Sharks Cricket Academy just sneaking in 4th place. They did have that 1 rained off game, but they won 2, lost 5. And they're coming off, actually, if you put aside that rained off game, coming off a 3-game losing streak as well. And as I was saying in the intros, sometimes having a week off can be good, but also, especially in this T10 format where it's so much about momentum, can also play against you. That one's clubbed down the ground. It will be 4 runs. Vikan Kadaria there bit of a stand and deliver shot, but it absolutely does the business. Take a look then at the run rate, and as you were saying, Nish, is 158 is the average score then here. Probably for Group B it'd be 160 plus.
Yeah, it certainly would be, and you can see that it's been by far and away the highest scoring series you've seen this series. The only series that's even close is over in Jersey, so yeah, it kind of does show you that the batting standard this part of the world really is extremely high. Big swing and a miss there. A nice change up by Kudus, just took a little bit of pace off that ball. Vikin Kadar is currently on strike. He's had a superb series, 406 runs to his name in 7 innings, a strike rate of 335, 2 50s, 2 centuries. He's coming into this match in a real rich vein of form. And struck away towards mid-on, and that's going to be a single. Yeah, I got a comment here by Dave about the Havering 11. So the Havering 11 were not eligible to make it to the quarterfinals. So the fact that even if they had played the full 8 games and managed to get more points than CFS, they wouldn't have qualified for the quarterfinals. I just want to make that comment clear.
Yeah, they came in late and very grateful to them. And I'm a bit upset. I missed their wins yesterday. I'm very, very glad that they got them.
Yeah, speaking of that, how was your day off as this one gets pulled away for 4 runs? A big chase there for Salman Khan, who's not the fleetest of foot.
It was lovely. I did a bit of work in the morning, then made my way into London. Romford, direct line into London on the Elizabeth line. Met a friend in the afternoon. Actually, there's a story behind that as well. Afnasim, he was the Czech women's coach in December, and he's helping out at Lord's with the World Test Championship. And he's doing various things, kit-related things and liaison things with the South African side. And as you know, of course, the Czech women's team are currently playing over in Prague in the Central European Cup. So what he did was put ECN on in the Lord's changing room. I don't know if South Africa are in the home or away changing room. Let's call it the home changing room. So ECN was on the big screens in the changing room at Lord's, and all the South African players were watching the European Cricket Network. Sadly not our stream, which maybe I'll be on today, but they were watching the Czech women play against Gibraltar and Austria. So European cricket has made it all the way to the home of cricket at Lord's.
Oh, that's great to hear, but the way the South Africans are batting, I don't think they'll be in the changing room for too long.
Fair point. Yeah, for about 15 wickets fell yesterday, didn't it? But yeah, I went for a coffee with Af, and then met my brother for lovely pizza. Then we went to get ice cream, and I know I've started food chat very early here. Oh, there's a glove on that, and it's put down. It's a difficult chance for Yash Kumar Solanki. You could see that Sharuk Kudus was almost mid-celebration before he was shelled.
Yeah, this was the much-hyped pizza place with which had like a 4-month waiting list or something. It's
actually just a pub, and they only have certain amounts of dough. And I did exaggerate a bit. I think it was about 12, 14 pounds, which actually is not too bad. It was very, very good as we get to the end of the power play. 37 for no loss. Steady start from the East Londoners. Not quite the power we're used to seeing from them. So the pizza was great. Then we decided to get ice cream. Or we went on the Thames path, cycling back to Battersea. Went into Battersea Power Station to get some ice cream. And is this place called Venci, which is an Italian place. It's quite well known. I think the Italians like it as well, so it's not one of these tourist traps. And I've got a contender up there with jelly deals as the worst experience of my week.
Oh, I think I know what you're going to talk about.
We'll wait for this delivery, as it's going to be Raza Mughal to bowl the 4th.
Yeah, nicely played away towards mid-wicket. Yep. Just to come back to the game for a second, I think the Sharks will be very pleased with that power play.
Absolutely.
Just 12 and over at this point, and with 2 dangerous batters out there as well.
And let's keep a bit of an eye on Vikin Kadari as well. He's not exactly moving what you would call freely, as he's on strike here now. He's in fact hopping. One to keep an eye on. I don't think it will stop him smashing some boundaries, but he's not exactly going for the quick singles. So I went for the classic ice cream. I think there was some hazelnut or tiramisu, but they had one ice cream. That's a big filthy wide. There was a limited edition flavour. They had, I think one of them was caramel and rosemary fine. One was olive oil, which I've also seen a few times now. I'll accept. The third was Parmesan. Parmesan ice cream. And of course I tried it, because if I'm trying jelly deals, I'm trying Parmesan ice cream. Flicked away, it's going to be 4. It was horrendous, Nish. Not only did it taste of cheese, shock horror, but it had like a grainy texture to it. I don't know why, and whoever it is deserves to be punished, because it was bad. I'm glad I didn't have a whole scoop of it. But yeah, jelly deals, maybe only the second worst thing I've tried this week.
Yeah, it has been an interesting culinary tour for you, hasn't it, this ECS? I think most people are always talking about the great things they've tried on tour. I think for you it'll probably be like a hit list of the worst stuff you might have eaten.
It's trauma. That's what it is. Clubbed away, calls of catch it, but it's going to drop not only safely, but actually it's a brilliant piece of fielding. It's the forearm slap there from, I think it's Habib Yunus out there. Let's take a look at this one again.
That's great work here by Habib Yunus, and I think that's either Kudus or Mir. Looks like it was Kudus who's thrown that back. So yeah, nice, good bit of team fielding there for the East Londoners. Yeah, Tim Harmer with a comment about what you just said, as this is a really, really poor wide, and in the end, you got to give a lot of credit there to Solanke for diving across, sprawling across, and saving that from going for a Minuya. So Tim Harmer says Parmesan ice cream. That sounds so bad that I just have to try it.
You do have to try it, and I don't know what I was thinking. I thought, okay, it can't be that bad. And I tasted it, and it tasted very much of Parmesan, which don't get me wrong, I absolutely love Parmesan, just not in cold, creamy form with grainy texture.
Now hammered away, and great leaping effort out in the deep by Shabazz Mir, but just not quite tall enough to reach up for that one.
Slow acceleration here from the East Londoners. They do get the 50 up as well. Good news for them is that their 2 openers are well set. They can accelerate quickly here. 52 on the board. Still, though, will be a large concern for them that their Centurion is struggling. Double Centurion. Let's not forget, he also got 97 not out. Was destined to get 100, but he just ran out of runs to chase. And yeah, he's walking gingerly. 25 off 10 for him.
Up in the air, this is a miscue. There's a chance for a catch. Fielder underneath it, and he takes the catch. An enormous grab there. Jamarkale holds on to that one. Kedaria, after striking successive boundaries, will have to depart. A very important catch to hold on to here. And this has been a very respectable start, you have to say, for the Shark side. They've not let these Londoners get away, and now they get rid of the danger man, coming into this game with 2 centuries in 2 days.
You can see the way he's walking off that he's not entirely happy, and maybe he thought, Vicken, that if he can't run, he's just going to have to go for the big shots. Went for the big one, skewed it up in the air, and in the end it was a comfortable catch, but a decent start nonetheless from the East Londoners. 52 on the board before the partnership is broken. And it's again here just a question of how many runs do they feel comfortable defending against a Sharks Cricket Academy that, in all honesty, hasn't set the world on fire with its batting. Well, they certainly won't want to get under about 150 here, you'd imagine. That would require another 100 runs in the last 6 overs, as Deepak Khatri is the new batter. Of course, he'll be now at the non-striker's end as that over comes to an end. 15 runs coming off it, plus that all-important wicket with Rajesh Sharma on strike for the 5th.
Yeah, if you're talking about culinary adventures, there's I think the oldest pie and mash shop is in a place called Hoxton, which is like closer to the center of London itself. And we went past the pie and mash shop that's not too far from our hotel. When I saw the interior decor of that place, I thought, wait a second, this reminds me of a place I saw in a YouTube video. Is that it's the oldest pie and mash shop in London. I remember seeing that video, and that was the first time I'd ever heard about jellied eels. And I thought, surely there's no way that people eat this stuff when I saw that video. And yeah, that might be a place worth checking out in a future trip to the centre of London. Cook's Pie and Mash Shop. It's in Hoxton. That's caught out in the deep, so Kutry departs for a golden duck. He did superbly well during yesterday's game, made 66 in just 21 deliveries, and he's going to have to depart for a golden duck here, so another breakthrough for the Sharks Cricket Academy side. The East Londoners 50, 3 for 2.
Another big wicket for the Sharks, and Aziz Jabakir, mentioned him before the start of the day's play today as a dangerous bowler. That takes him up to 8 wickets for the series, into second place. And well, he doesn't often feature at the start. They kind of use him throughout the innings, but when he does come on, often picks up those important wickets. That's 2 wickets and 3 balls now. And the East Londoners just have to watch out here. Nimanda is the new bat.
There might be a little bit of quarterfinals day anxiety here. Of course, the Sharks Cricket Academy are coming into this game with nothing to lose. Nobody really fancied them heading into this match, whereas the East Londoners have the pressure to perform. I mean, at the bare minimum, we'd expect this team to at least make it to the final, considering the sort of form we've seen from them. And the Sharks just seem to be coming out here playing much more freely. And they get another wicket. Suba Singh will depart. It's another duck. The East Londoners, it's an absolute calamity for them these first few overs.
That's a big 4 or 5 balls for the Sharks Cricket Academy. We were saying East Londoners haven't been spectacular, but they're just a bit of a sleeping giant. Sharks Cricket Academy, they're giving everything they can possibly give here. And it's the next wicket for Nimanda Subasinghe. Danger man, he goes for a second ball duck. That's 2 ducks in a row. And it's the man with the ball, Aziz Jabakir, doing the damage here for the Sharks. That takes him up to 9 wickets, so he's clear now in second place. Only Billy Whitlock with 11 is ahead of him. And he's almost turned the game on its head here. 53 for 3. Just 5 balls ago, it was 52 for no loss. Got to stop the rot here to the East Londoners.
And another one. Wickets keep tumbling here. And he's gone for the big swing once again, Shah. Are they just throwing this game away, the East Londoners? Jabbar Kale, just take a look at those figures. You wouldn't believe them. 4 wickets and 1 run.
This is just absolute dead-eye bowling. He's not doing too much audacious here apart from full and straight, and that one hits the top of middle stump. And this has been an absolute perfect over so far. 3 wickets coming off it, just the single run. And Hazrat Shah, he has to depart for a golden duck. So numbers 3, 4 and 5 for East Londoners have all gone without troubling the scorers. And there you go. Been lamenting the fact that no one has joined the Bowling Hall of Fame yet in this series. And Aziz Jabakir has got chance here to be number 24 on that list.
Here we go. Can he get a hat-trick on quarterfinals day? Oh, it's well blocked out in the end. When have we seen a forward defensive shot in this game? But for the first time this series, the East Londoners are under some serious pressure. Not only have they been undefeated, but they've been yet to face a serious challenge. And the Sharks Cricket Academy, who have just 2 wins this series, have the East Londoners 53 for 4, 5 overs in. And well, this is the beauty of this format, isn't it? It all comes down to one match. You could have had a difficult campaign, but if you don't perform on the day, you'll be going home empty-handed. Absolutely,
and they don't have the benefit, do the East Londoners, of the double chance that we've seen in series before. It's just a straight quarter-final. And if you have one bad game, then that could be it. On the other hand, though, Sharks Cricket Academy, they didn't have the best of starts. It was okay, but suddenly in the space of 8 balls, it's turned on its head.
This is struck straight down the ground and just going to go to the right of the commentary tent. Sharma's going to have such a huge part to play here. He's had 160 runs in 4 innings so far this series. A really talented cricketer. Played around the domestic scene in India in the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy. They're going to need a big knock for him. Man has played some first-class cricket as well for Punjab. He's going to have to play a magnificent knock here in this quarterfinal. Wow, no one could have seen this coming. You have to credit them, though, those first few overs, the Sharks. Even though they didn't take wickets, they never let them get away. The run rate was just 12 during the power play, and then they get these 4 wickets in the 2 overs after the power play, and all of a sudden, the East Londoners are reeling. It's just been superb bowling by them. This is some of the best bowling we've seen from the Sharks, although, well, right as we praise them, a little mistake there. That's a costly error, in all honesty. It's not just the fact that they pinched the single, it also means that Sharma is going to be the man on strike, although now that is pulled away magnificently, but there's a man out in the deep end. Has he just stepped on the rope? But what's happened over here? I think he may have stepped on the rope based on his reaction. Not quite sure. Let's just take a look at this. Let's just see. Well, it's been given out in the end, so yeah, it wasn't too much of a celebration, and the reaction indicated that maybe it was on wicket, but yeah, he's been taken. Good catch out in the deep, and well, this is a huge, huge wicket here. That's Rajesh Sharma is going to have to make his way back, and oh, what a catastrophe. What an absolute catastrophe for this East Londoners side. Pulled away out into the deep. And yep, doesn't step on the rope or anything. It's a perfectly clean catch. And well, the score says that it's Faizan Riaz who's been dismissed, but still see number 2, Faizan Riaz, out there at the non-strikers end. So it certainly looked like it was Rajesh Sharma who was dismissed. And Rajesh Sharma is, of course, the huge, very important wicket here. I was just mentioning his stats this series. He scored a century. He's got first-class experience playing in the Ranji Trophy for Punjab over in India. And he will depart. So, yeah, it's Faizan Riaz is at the non-strikers end here. Tucked away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single.
What a catastrophic couple of overs for the East Londoners. After a solid start, we thought, well, they're pretty well placed here to go big. They've just lost a succession of wickets. And suddenly this game has swung firmly in the direction of the underdogs.
Pulled away magnificently. That's going to go all the way for a 6 attempt at a crowd catch there. It has been hauled away for a Maximo. Superb shot, really well played. Just got into a good position nice and early, and then he had that solid base to launch from back and across. Gets a hold of it, and off it goes for 6 runs.
Much needed 6 runs as well. What the East Londoners can't really afford to do here is just to go into their shells. Look at that, 4 ducks in a row. And I'm just double checking who's out there, but certainly it has been a succession of wickets to fall. 65 for 5 is the score after 6. Go into the 7th over. Faizan Riaz, though, is certainly still out there. Big appeal on this one. A belated appeal from the bowler, which seems to suggest that maybe Aziz Jabakale not too convinced by the question. Let's take a look at this. It would be difficult to see anything. Certainly the wicketkeeper, Solanki, went up pretty quickly. But Jabakale mostly just went on the reaction of his wicketkeeper, and the umpire says no.
Struck out to the deep end. Yeah, Kumar Sumit's really going to have to play a big knock here, a captain's innings with his side under all sorts of pressure. I don't think any of us would have thought that the East Londoners would be in this deep a hole at this point in the first innings. Oh, looks to go straight down the ground. He certainly managed to get a hold of that. That's going to go all the way for a Maximo. Superb shot.
They went from 52 for no loss, so just after the power play we were saying, okay, not too bad here. We're talking about 150 as more or less the average score against what you could probably say is a below average Sharks Cricket Academy, but 52 for no loss very quickly in the space of 9 deliveries turned into 58 for 5 thanks to the wickets first from Raza Mughal, then Aziz Jabakale, his fifth over of the game, his first went for just 1 run, picked up 3 wickets, and Raza Mughal came back in with another wicket. It's been quite the turnaround here from the Sharks, and they can certainly smell blood now.
Oh, he's going to play that one fine. Just played it nice and late, but straight to the fielder either side of him. That might have just run away for 4. He's got such a huge responsibility here, Riaz, doesn't he? Trying to get his side out of this position. It's hit away towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a single. Brings the captain on strike, or not quite. It's going to be a misfield in the deep, so we'll keep the strike here. Yeah, it is Faizan Riaz. We would like to inform you who's batting. It's not Sharma, so apologies for the error on the screen right now. I think that's a good outcome here from the East Londoners' point of view. They'll want Riaz to face as many balls as possible from here on out. He's one of the more recognized hitters of the 2 batters, although Sumit, very solid batter as well, but Riaz's strike rate this series is 268. He got a top score of 70. Just hasn't had the opportunities to bat much because of how strong their top order is. Just the 2 innings for Riaz so far this series has 50s in both of them, mind you. 70 in one, 56 in the other. Meanwhile, his skipper, he's not had too many opportunities to bat, but did manage to make a 35 the one time he did. And he did it with a strike rate of 175. So still some batting left in this East Londoners side, although Riaz certainly the more talented of the 2 batters. Just have a brief pause in the game here as a couple of issues are resolved. Yeah, this is a real shock, isn't it? I don't think any of us saw this coming. You know, it's the pressure of the quarterfinal. I think when you just saw those first couple of strokes that Kadaria and Sharma played this morning, you just felt that there was a little bit of anxiety there, a few nerves, or maybe a few balls that were just pitched down the leg side that normally they would have put away for a 6 or a 4. They couldn't quite middle them. They just tentatively pushed at them. But in the end, the nerves really just got to the East Londoners. A few rash strokes played as well, as the East Londoners find themselves in a spot of bother here. And a chance to just welcome you into the commentary position. So it's quarterfinals day here in Hornchurch. The group play has come to an end. High stakes matches from here on out. And we can see that, well, the favorites are slightly crumbling under the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we did also mention about the fact that Group B, you have the advantage of course, playing yourself into a bit of form. But as you can see by some of the batters, Kadaria in particular, that he looked like maybe he was hurting a bit, and he's had a heavy workload. He's hit those centuries, but it's not the easiest. Of course, these aren't professionals, so the amateur bodies are going to have a bit of a punishment, and maybe that's playing out here as well against the Sharks Academy, who of course have had plenty of time to rest and recover and get their plans together as we do go back to live action.
Blocks that one out there. An end of the over. Got Jeffrey Mobbs in the chat saying this could be the first big upset. Yeah, we've seen the Havering 11, of course, pull off a couple of wins yesterday, which were certainly very impressive, but this would be the biggest upset of this series, without question. And the East Londoners have been flawless so far in this ECS. Not only have they been winning all their games, but they've been winning quite handily, and for them to go up against the Sharks, though, just a couple of wins and lose, that would be a real shock. Here's a look at the fixtures we have coming up for you tomorrow. So it's finals day tomorrow. These sides battling it out so they can book their place in tomorrow's play. The winner of this match will play in the second semi-final. They'll go up against the winner of Hornchurch against Guggen. So they'll win this game, and then they'll be watching the cricket very closely later today. And oh, that wasn't far at all from the stumps, and Sumit could easily have been walking back to the dugout right now.
And you will think that Hornchurch and Gaggen will equally be watching this one with interest, and I think quietly supporting the Sharks Cricket Academy. You don't want to be facing an East Londoners side who unbeaten, 8 games, 8 wins. They have, though, here shown their frailty, and this is what we love about this knockout format as well. And it doesn't matter how you get out of the group stages. Once you get to the quarterfinals, it's all about performance on the day, and that's exactly what the Sharks have demonstrated so far. As there's a chance for another catch here, and it goes straight into the hands of Ubaid Kiani, so it will be the 6th wicket to fall for the East Londoners as Habib Yunus picks up his first wicket on just the second delivery. First went for 4. Kumar Samit, he tries to go big on 2 occasions, and the captain of the East Londoners has to fall as they collapse to 79 for 6.
It's really turning into shocking collapse territory here. Captain is gone. The roof is just coming off this place. No one can believe what's happening. Just absolute stunned disbelief across this ground. What a moment. Another big moment in this quarterfinal. You would have expected Sumit just to play that role of an anchor as Riaz teed off from the other end, but he's unable to. Departs for just 6 runs. And the East Londoners, well, the expected score is 126 right now, but the way they're batting, it might even be a struggle to get there.
Well, you wouldn't put it beyond the Sharks to actually get the remaining 4 wickets here. And that's also because there's been a bit of brainless batting, you'd say, from the East Londoners, as that one will be pumped away. It's a low full toss, and Gaurav Kumar surprisingly in at actually 8, given that he's also got a half century to his name. As that man there watching the cricket, completely unmoved though. Someone else can do the grizzly fielding. Well, he throws up his hand. That's enough effort on this sunny Thursday morning.
A bit like me in the commentary tent, just kind of putting a hand out and
hoping for the best.
Hoping for the best. Kumar starts off with a bang. He will get this one towards long on. It's going to be a single, so Kumar knows he's going to have a huge part to play in the second innings, especially now that his side don't seem like they'll post the runs they need. But it's interesting that Kumar didn't come higher up the order. He's only had the chance to bat in 1 innings so far this series in the 6 matches he's played in. And in that 1 innings, he made 61 runs with a strike rate of 305. Now, this shows you how spoiled for choice this East Londoners side are. Yeah, they're going to have to find a way, maybe just to get another 40, 45 runs these last 13 deliveries, just to get this to a competitive total. Keep in mind, the Sharks Cricket Academy side, they're no slouches with a bat in hand. Struck straight down the ground, could be a catching chance, not quite, just beyond the fielder's reach, and there were some shouts to catch it, certainly from his teammate over at long off. That goes away for 6 runs, so the East Londoners 93 for 6. And we'll take a look at the worm here for this East Londoners side. And you know, credit to the Sharks, they never really let the East Londoners get away. Even during that power play, the run rate was hovering around 12. And once we saw those cluster of wickets, in particular in that 5th over by Aziz Jabarkale, 1 run and 3 wickets in that over, gotta say, just all unraveled for this East Londoners side, who shell-shocked right now by the looks of it.
Into the 9th over then, and East Londoners certainly need it to happen for them here as Taki Abbas into the attack for the Sharks. That one will be a wide though. Interesting that they've turned to a different bowler here, their 6th bowler going into the 9th. Adil Zarif, you'd imagine he'd bowl the last. He went for just 13 in his first. Aziz Jabarkale finishing with figures of 3 for 10 off his 2.
It's interesting they decide to introduce a new bowler into the attack here. He just mentioned his Zarif's stats. Would have thought he would have bowled the penultimate over here. The captain just taking the responsibility. Oh, it's taken. What a good grab. And Riaz will depart as well. Another one bites the dust. The East Londoners lose their 7th. Riaz, but managed to find the boundary a few times, will have to depart as well. And what is going on here for the East Londoners? It just goes from bad to worse.
Perfect field placement and nice pair of hands there as it came flashing off the side of the bat. Riaz was already making his way down to the other end, but looked back in horror as he picked out the fielder there, and it was Raza Mughal taking the catch as Rian has to depart. 15 off 9 for him. Actually only the third of the batters who's departed that's got out of single digits. 3 of them went for a duck. He can't do any more damage here, can the ex-Pakistani under-19s player.
Oh, that was just a whisker away from the off stump. Abbas, well, he certainly made a great impact here, proving to be a terrific decision by the captain to bring the leg spinner in for this penultimate over. And they could just feel the panic building now. Dot balls, fielders chirping, the bowler delivering some terrific deliveries, and that's just going to catch a leading edge and go away for 4 runs. Singh probably wanted to direct that towards the leg side, but he's going to get a lucky 4 here and breathe a sigh of relief.
That absolutely flew off the bat as well. I was expecting another catch for Raza Mughal there on the 45. There was a big swing from Kawarpreet Singh, and luckily for him, he saw it fly away into a gap. East Londoners slowly creeping up to the 100 mark, 99 on the board now.
A bit of width on offer here, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Not the best ball there by Abbas. It's a pretty poor delivery in all honesty. A bit of a loosener, and he will get punished for it. So we've got a big game here, and speaking of big game players, we've got a big game player joining us in the chat right now. This is high up in the air, and it's high and also handsome. Goes all the way for a 6. Yeah, 2 deliveries that Abbas would probably like to take back here. It's not the best ball in all honesty. It's in the slot. Gives the batter the room to free his arms, and he slogs that one away for a 6. So yeah, I got Nicolo Fernando, powerful left-hander for Kent Lanka Napoli, joining us in the chat. Hope you're enjoying your cricket and enjoying this game, Nicolo, and I can't wait to see you later this season.
The Sharks here want to finish strongly. If they can keep the East Londoners down to 120, 125, they'll feel they're more than in this game. Let's not forget, the bonus point absolutely doesn't matter anymore. It's just about getting the win.
End of the 9th over, a very eventful 9th over. We do say it all happens in the 9th on ECN, and certainly a lot happened in that over. 17 runs coming off at 35 off the last couple of overs. It's been a little bit better for the East Londoners, even though they have lost 2 wickets. But certainly got that batting depth, and they still have the dangerous Kumar out there. Singh has managed to find the boundary rope 3 times as well. But can they realistically get themselves to here? A magical over here, and they could go north of 130. Just give themselves something to defend in that second innings. It's a nice ball to start off here by Yunus. Interesting, they go with Yunus, and the captain who went for just 13, I thought he bowled pretty decently in the power play. He doesn't bring himself back for a second over.
It's often the way, isn't it? Captains either overbowl themselves or underbowl themselves, and I think this occasion, Adil Zarif's done himself a bit of an injustice here, not bowling the final one.
This is struck away into the gap, and oh, great bit of fielding. Terrific work. He's been a busy man, Shahbaz Miran. He deals with that superbly. A good throw fired in here. They'll get themselves some runs. Let's just take a look at this. Look how deep he is in his crease there. Now struck away. Bottom hand coming off the handle. And that's going to go all the way for a 6. So Kumar just gets enough on it, although, yeah, just take a look at his reaction. There seems to be in a little bit of pain. Not quite what they would have been hoping for. They're going to need him in the second innings because he's going to have to bowl some valuable overs.
Yeah, absolutely. You can start seeing that the East Londoners are a bit walking wounded at the moment. They've had a heavy workload and also not used to being under the pump here, and that's exactly what they are.
When the schedule came out, I think we had a discussion about rest versus rust, and who would you rather be? Would you rather be one of the sides in Group B who can take that momentum into the quarterfinals, or would you like to have those few days rest heading into the quarterfinals? And East Londoners look pretty banged up right now, and the Sharks don't look rusty, as this is launched all the way over extra cover for a 6. Kumar, well, every time he hits a 6, he just kind of leans down and it's a little bit of pain. He's got to find a way to get through it, and then he'll have to fight through in the second innings as well. Up in the air, that goes all the way for a 6 as well. Kumar with an exhibition of batting. This is some superb hitting. The first time we've seen 3 6s in a row this innings. We've become pretty accustomed to seeing that from the Sharks side throughout this tournament, but they've had to wait till the final over to achieve that.
Before the end of the innings, quick shout out to Jules and Sarah, who are just arrived at the ground as well. Looking forward to seeing you. Maybe can get you in the commentary box as well, as this one's clubbed down the ground. It might be a finish with a wicket, and it will be, as it's taken right in front of the tents by Ubaid Kiani. So Sharks do wrestle a tiny bit of momentum back. As you can see just how deep Gaurav Kumar was in the crease. In the end, he ends up in pretty neutral stance and only manages to find the fielder in the deep, but still a good counter punch from him in the final over. 21 runs coming off it, finishes with a wicket, but he at least gets the East Londoners north of 130. 131 for 8 is the score after 10. Certainly below par for them with their high standards. 8 games, 8 wins, but certainly also something the Sharks Cricket Academy might struggle to chase down. It will remain to be seen. They haven't exactly wowed us with their batting so far. They need someone like Salman Khan or Yash Kumar Solanki to step up and get the runs for them, as we take a look back at the highlights. And well, it started well enough, didn't it, for the East Londoners? They got to the half century without losing a wicket. It was a decent power play, if not spectacular. We've seen some up into the 60s, 70s, 80s, but you could see the Sharks were really up for it as well, as they were throwing their bodies on the line. Then the first wicket did fall. That was the big one of Viken Kadaria, the double centurion, who looked like he was carrying a bit of an injury as well, so worth keeping an eye on that. And then the chances just kept on coming, and this was this disastrous period of 9 balls where the East Londoners lost 5 wickets, and they never really recovered from that, did they?
Never really did, and the last 3 overs were pretty productive for them. They managed to make 51 runs, which proved to be a bit of a saving grace for them, because without that late assault, they would have been posting a very, very paltry total, in all honesty. And now they've just given themselves something to defend in that second innings. They've given themselves a puncher's chance, and well, let's see how they do, especially with that quality bowling attack they have. We're taking a look at some of the key moments from the end of this innings. Kumar, Singh, they all played some really, really big shots just to get their side to a respectable total. Kumar, it's incredible, really. I mean, he's only had 2 opportunities to bat this series. He had a 61 with a strike rate north of 300 in his first batting performance, and he comes out here, makes 33 of 8, and he's out down there batting at number 8. It just shows you the kind of quality they have in their batting side. As we're just taking a look at this shot, which he managed to get away. Really good stroke there. Some good fielding as well, you've got to say, by Shahbaz Mir, who was brilliant out at long off and long on. He had 5 sixes over the course of his innings. Kumar hit 3 consecutive 6s in that final over. 21 runs coming in that final over, and they managed to make 51 runs in the last 3 overs, which just gives them something respectable here, even though this score is below par for what we have seen in Hornchurch. The top scorer was Gaurav Kumar, the number 8 batter. Quick fire, 33 of 8 for him. Meanwhile, Rajesh Sharma with 27 of 17. Kadaria with 25 of 11. Riaz chipped in with 15 of 9. But outside of that, not too many scores to note. Then you can see all the way from number 3 to 5, it's 3 successive ducks. Aziz Jabarkale picking up those 3 wickets in over number 5. Really broke the back of this East Londoners side. We'll take a look at the bowling figures. Jabarkale, unsurprisingly, with the best figures, 3 for 10 for him. Raza Mughal picking up a couple of wickets. He ends up with figures 2 for 28. Kudus, credit to him, he bowled some real pressure overs during the power play, gave up just 24 runs in the 2 overs he bowled in the power play, and that kind of set the tone for this match. It just meant that the East Londoners couldn't get away during the power play. There was a little bit of anxiety and nerves for their 2 openers, and ultimately, you've got to say the nerves just seemed to get to these East Londoners batters. The only batter who just seemed to be batting freely was Gaurav Kumar right at the end. The East Londoners only end up with 131 runs. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back on your screens and see if the Sharks can pull off what would be a remarkable upset in the second innings.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We're set for the start of the second innings of our first quarterfinal. We witnessed a true shocker in that first innings when the East Londoners were under some serious pressure and looked like they might stumble to a score below 110, even below 100 was on the cards at one point. They found themselves in all sorts of trouble at 79 for 6 with just 2.4 overs to go. But credit to them, they have put in a good fight back those last 3 overs, managed to score 51 runs in the last 3 overs. And they will end up with a pretty respectable total of 131. Still well below par, you'd say, and as things stand, you'd still give the Sharks the edge heading into this match. The Sharks picked up a couple of victories back in Group A. And this would be an almighty upset if they're able to pull this off. Sharks have certainly shown that they've got the ability to score some big runs when needed. We've seen them do it at points in this ECS. Managed to get 159 against Marquardt. Of course, Marquardt have been eliminated from this tournament, so you'd have to say that Marquardt side maybe weren't quite the same level as this East Londoners team. So let's see if the Sharks can pull this off. I think if they didn't get those big 3 overs at the end, it really would have been quite a steep mountain to climb for this East Londoners side. But you just feel the fact that they got that propulsion right at the end, that they were able to score those 51 runs in those last 3 overs. It just put them in a position where they can still believe here, the East Londoners. You got to credit Kumar for the way he bowled right at the end. Just gave his side a real chance, and it's still going to take a special bowling performance from this East Londoners side. Nicely played away there by Zarif, but there's a fielder out in the deep, so just the 2 men allowed outside the ring. One of them, as you can see, is out at deep mid wicket, and leave the second fielder maybe at long off, just outside my eye line, but he's probably stationed there, so I think we're just going to see Mir here bowling in the channel, back of a length, top of off stump. That's going to be his plan. And yeah, Mir starts off by attempting a rather extravagant stroke. I think you appreciate a bit of innovation, but I think some players this series have maybe been guilty of just overdoing it a little bit with some of these funky shots. Looks to go for a short delivery, pulled away, 1 bounce over the rope for 4 runs. Nice struck. Yeah, that's a good shot over there. Picked up the length nice and early and was just able to strike it away towards that vacant boundary. Shahbaz Mir, just the 1 innings for him earlier this series when he made 14. And just 6 deliveries. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. High and handsome. Goes away for 6 runs. Oh, that is picturesque. He holds the pose at the end as well. Let's just take a moment to admire this shot on this replay. Oh, he hits it so well, doesn't he? Oh, check swing. Hold out for the photographers. Click, click. Gets that to go over the boundary rope. A superb shot there by Mir. Struck straight down the ground, and oh well, hold the pose again, sir. Hold the pose again. These are some gorgeous strokes. He just deserves a few extra runs for style points. So aesthetically pleasing. Take a look at that. Oh, the balance, the high elbow. Straight bat. Who says there isn't room for proper cricketing strokes in T10? Oh, beautifully played along the carpet. What a shot. That is so beautiful, so pleasing to the eye. It's timed so nicely. Take a look at that again. I mean, this is an absolute photographer's treat, isn't it? The way he bats. Shahbaz Mir with some of the prettiest 18 runs we have seen this series. Here's a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball on ECN. It's been 39 matches since. And still looking for our first golden ball here in Hornchurch. And well, wouldn't it be lovely to get a golden ball on quarterfinals day during the knockout stages? Didn't get a single golden ball during group play. Didn't get one during the women's games either. Just slaps this one down the ground here. And it's going to go away for 4 runs. Mid-off couldn't quite cut it off. Long on couldn't make it across. And this is a really good start here for the Sharks. They're batting superbly. Total opposite of what we saw from the East Londoners during the first 3 overs, where it's just a little bit nervy and tentative and struggling a little bit. This is a good time to welcome Christina Guff back into the commentary box. And this is a terrific start for the Sharks.
That first over felt more like ballet than cricket. It was beautiful, beautiful poise. There's a chance of a direct hit run out here, but actually the non-striker Shahbaz Mir was more than on his way by the time the ball flashed back at the stumps. A slower ball, actually well executed there from Nimanda, but Adil Zarif equal to it and just knocks it away for a single.
Oh, nicely tucked away there. Subasinghe just couldn't quite get that ball right, and ultimately it was just asking to be hit. It's another very pretty shot here by incredible batter. Real shame that we haven't been able to see him bat more throughout this series, but he's certainly come in at the right time for the Sharks. And we were wondering about what the reinforcement situation would be like for some of these teams. It seems like some of the help the Sharks have got for today's game has put them in this strong position as this is going to go away. Now that looks like it might have been a flat 6. Well, just take a look at the replay to confirm. Look, have a look at this. Flat as a pancake. Beautifully hit over extra cover. It was certainly gone the distance there. That replay will prove it. Superb shot.
It's just been an exhibition of not even power hitting, just timing and balance at the crease so far. And that one, somehow, probably the worst shot of them all. Still gets through 4 runs.
Played this nicely, though. It wasn't the worst ball in the world.
No.
He's got to play it on the up here. And it hurts as a bowler when you feel you've bowled a pretty decent ball and you still see it go away to the boundary. They've already made more runs than the East Londoners made throughout the entire power play. That's going to go away towards mid-wicket. And worst news of all here for the East Londoners will be that Mir will keep the strike heading into the final over of the power play. As we say a very good morning to Helix joining us in the chat. James Proximo, ECN Supporters Club Australia in as well. Thank you so much for tuning in to today's broadcast as we take a look at the standings. So the East Londoners finished top of the group. Have a look at their net run rate. Have a look at the fact that they won 8 out of 8. Certainly wouldn't think that if you saw the way these two teams are playing right now.
No, absolutely. I think all bets are off as soon as you get to the quarter-final stages. And East Londoners, I'm sure they'd trade in some of those easy wins in the group stages for a slightly better performance here. Still, there's enough time to try to turn things around. Currently, Sharks Cricket Academy, like a runaway train, 39 off the first 2. Turning to Gaurav Kumar here to bowl the 3rd. Not too much success from Shah and Subha Singh before him.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, we know Kumar batted superbly in the first innings, but he was hobbling a little bit, just struggling with a little niggle, and he'll start off here with a pretty shocking delivery. In all honesty, they don't need these bonus runs.
That was a big, big wide. Nothing pretty about that at all. And currently well, if you put these two teams together, and someone hasn't watched the group stages, you'd say it's the East Londoners who scrape through in 4th place. The Sharks Cricket Academy unbeaten. It's been a terrible day at the office so far from EL. It goes from bad to worse as that one's pumped down the ground by Shahbaz Mir. He moves to 39 off just 10 deliveries.
Yeah, it's just been gorgeous, hasn't it, by Shahbaz Mir. It's been an absolute treat to be here and watch some of this wonderful batting by him. It's been absolutely exquisite. You know, he's played some beautiful punches on the up, some great straight drives, some wonderful on drives. It's proper cricket. That's all it is. Big strides forward, nice high elbow, gorgeous pushes. It's pure cricketing genius by Shahbaz Mir. It's going to be a good comeback delivery there by Kumar. Yeah, so right at the start of this broadcast, you know, we mentioned sides who have gone undefeated in a tournament and then been defeated in the knockout stages, but I can't think of too many times that's happened in the very first round of the knockout stages, as this is struck towards mid-on. We, of course, mentioned India's defeat in the ODI World Cup final back in 2023 to Australia. We mentioned the 2007 New England Patriots against the Giants when they went 16-0 and then lost in the Super Bowl. But this has really never been seen before, to see a side go 8-0, win every game in convincing fashion, and then potentially lose in the very first round of the knockout stages. That would be a real shocker, although still plenty of time left in this game, but the win predictor has the Sharks' chances up to 94%.
Well, they're currently cruising to the total. If this was a group stage game, we'd say they're absolutely looking at the bonus point here, Nish, but of course it doesn't matter as long as they get over the line. 80 needed it in 45 to secure that semi-finals place.
Nicely played there. It's good length there by Kumar, and Mir will just tap that away for a single. Drill down the ground. That's going to go away for 4 runs. So Zarifi's been another addition to the side. He didn't play during the group stage. It just plays a beautiful stroke over there. And he's in here captaining this side. And he certainly led them so well. I would have been mightily pleased with the way they played in that first innings. As you can see, that turning point was that 5th over where only a 1 run was conceded by the Shark side. They managed to pick up 3 wickets. They're off to a flyer of a start here. 58 runs for them in just 3 overs. Just to compare this to East Londoners, it took them 5.5 overs to get to this mark, and the Sharks are racing away. The required now is 10.6.
Nish, I've noticed in the chat there's been some talk, some premature talk about Peacock Friday. Can you give us a little taste into your Peacock Friday number for tomorrow?
I think we can just see what it's like tomorrow. But yeah, I did have to order a shirt because I realized, well, nothing I owned was particularly peacocky, so I got on Amazon yesterday, had to pick the next day delivery as well and just try to get something in. But yeah, I hope it's good enough. I mean, I know in the past I've been criticized for not being peacocky enough, so yeah, we will see. I hope my shirt is good enough for the ECN audience.
It's the effort that counts. Is that one?
Scooped away. Wonderful shot there by Mir, and he's played some textbook cricketing shots throughout the day, but now he decides to go for the old scoop.
Textbook. He does it off the very first delivery of Shahbaz Char, and that shows just how much confidence the Sharks batters are playing with here. This time he goes for the good old-fashioned bludgeon down the ground. Well fielded though on the rope here in front of us by Deepak Khatri. Well, you got away with it last Friday, didn't you? Because you had the day off. There's absolutely no way you're getting away with it tomorrow. It's not only Peacock Friday, it's also Finals Day. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you have up your sleeve.
Oh, just a little inside edge there, and Zarif will ride his luck and get it away for 4 runs, and that's just kind of emblematic of what sort of a day it's been for the East Londoners. They've just not even managed to get those slices of good fortune.
Pretty much shows that the Sharks have luck on their side, and maybe, just maybe, the semi-final is in sight for them now. More than halfway to the target. Haven't lost a wicket, and the runs just keep on flowing as that one is slashed away by Adil Zarif, who's just done the bit part so far. Watching Shahbaz Mir hit 46 off 15 at the other end. He gets in on the act now. And whoever East Londoners turn to just hasn't avoided any kind of punishment. It's the 4th bowler in the 4th over. Shahbaz Chauhan, though, he's already gone for 13 off his 4 as well.
Yeah, just trying to look up examples in sports of when a side has been undefeated in a tournament and then lost in the very first knockout stage. It's very tough to find. I mean, the closest one I can is Spain in the 2006 World Cup, undefeated during the group stages and then lost in the round of 16 to France. Yeah, but that's nothing like this. That's just 3 games, isn't it? It's very rare to see a side dominate during the group stages the way the East Londoners did, and then succumb to a defeat in their very first knockout match, 99 World Cup. In South Africa unbeaten in the Super Sixes, and then of course lost to Australia in that heartbreaking semi-final. I just have a pause in the game here as hopefully should be able to get underway very shortly. So hopefully should be able to get underway soon. It's just to give you a quick recap of this match. It's been a real shocker, kind of left us all a little bit stunned. The East Londoners managed to score just 131 runs in the first innings. They were under all sorts of trouble. 79 for 6 at one stage. It looks like we're about to resume play. Just looking to advance over there. Adil Zarif has struck him well outside his crease. It's never going to be LBW for that. Yep, they found themselves 79 for 6, as you can see from that worm, and then they fought back those last 3 overs so well, the East Londoners, but 131 just not proving to be enough against the Sharks Cricket Academy side. We're already at 71, just 4 overs into this innings. They need another 61 runs of the remaining 6 overs. They have to go at just 10 and over. That's going to take something remarkable here. One special over where they can pick up a cluster of wickets. Otherwise, it does look like the East Londoners campaign will come to a shocking and abrupt halt after stunning us all with their wonderful cricket during group play. Oh, nicely played there by Mir, and what a terrific way for him to bring up his half century. And finally gets a chance to put in a good knock as we just take a look at Vikain Kadaria limping to fetch that ball. He's clearly playing with an injury, and that just might explain why maybe wasn't quite at his best with the bat in hand, hobbling as he makes his way back. But Shahbaz Mir, he played some textbook shots, and now he's treated us to a couple of scoops. These last few deliveries, he'll flash hard at this. Doesn't quite come off the middle of the bat. Takes a thick outside edge, but it runs away for 4 runs. But Mir, he has certainly deserved this 50 for the way he's batted. It's just been magnificent.
And what a time to get your first half century on the network as well on quarterfinals day against the unbeaten side. And at the moment, the Sharks just swimming away to victory here. 53 now needed in 34. East Londoners need a miracle.
Get down to long on. That's just going to be a single. They don't need to take too many risks from here. The Sharks, they might look to pinch a run of overthrows, but it's not worth the risk. Kadari is right there backing up. You keep in mind, it's not like a group play match where there's any advantage to trying to finish the game off early, and that run rate doesn't matter. There's no bonus points, of course. It's just a good old-fashioned knockout match. They can take their time here, the Sharks. There's no rushes. He just runs right into the bowler there as he's trying to get back safely. Adil Zarif.
That was a big collision, wasn't it? Adil Zarif put the afterburners on, went face first straight into the back of Deepak Khatri, who's quite a big fella as well. Gives himself a little shake, as does Deepak Khatri. Both seem to be okay though.
Struck down the ground, and oh, superb bit of fielding. Great to see the commitment. They're still fighting here, the East Londoners. They haven't given up. And is that just a little moment of brilliance, a little bit of a spark they need to lift this whole side? Excellent fielding by Subasinghe.
No, they don't want to give this one up without a fight, and body on the line there. Full on face plant. Manages to get his hands to it. This one though will race away. Bit of a miscue from Adil Zarif. At the moment, Gaurav Kumar and the rest of the East Londoners just chasing shadows a little bit as we get to the end of the fifth. Sharks more than in control here, 86 on the board without having lost a wicket as we take a look at the current and upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, the series over in Czechia is in full flow. We can bring you an update of that in a moment. And then, of course, in just 11 days' time, we start over in Finland with ECS and ECSW before a week later, Bulgaria with some ECS and international action. And then Belgium, and I'm looking forward to going back to Germany. Rare occasion actually at the moment, despite apparently living there, as we there have some men's international action followed by an ECS and an ECSW.
Oh, could this be a stumping, a big appeal over here? We're going to take a look at this. Oh, they need this. They really need this, the East Londoners. They've got to get rid of the danger man Mir here. Let's take a look at this. Does he manage to get that back foot in time? It does look like he just lifted it momentarily. This angle will tell. Having a look at it side on. Ooh, this is going to be tight. Going to need to slow this right down. Nice and slow. It's really tough to tell real time.
He definitely gets his foot back. It's just a case of when the bails get dislodged. Foot down. I think his foot is down there.
Yeah.
Great camera work and good glove work as well from Yash Kumar. It's Bhagav Patel behind the stumps, but too little too late. And that's pretty much the story of the East Londoners innings so far, unless they can find something from somewhere.
Taken. So he will depart the next ball. No doubts over here. It's Subasinghe, the man who pulled off that incredible bit of fielding earlier. And now he takes this catch. Are they just starting to gather some momentum here, the East Londoners? Can they rattle off a few wickets?
Doesn't quite get the elevation on it, does Shabazz Mir. He has to depart, but it's an excellently constructed 56 off just 21 deliveries from him. He's got his side inching closer to that semi-final spot. It's an important wicket from the East Londoners. If they can maybe get 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 more, then suddenly Sharks Cricket Academy might start to wobble.
It's a great knock by Mir. It's not just the runs he's made, the way he made them. Just played so many gorgeous strokes throughout that innings. His poise, his balance, his footwork at the crease was just immaculate. So Lunky is in, and he's going to knock this away for a single. So Lunky's had a very good tournament. 125 runs in 3 innings for him. He's done that with a strike rate of 338. You would have typically see him open the batting here for the Sharks, but with Zarif and near opening the batting today. They've certainly done a great job, and this is just lovely cricket here by Zarif. Just given a bit of room to work with, and just rolls his wrists over this and plays it away for 4 runs.
It's been a nice captain's knock from him so far. Remember, new into the side, straight into that leadership position. He only bowled the 1 over. We were surprised that he didn't bowl his second, given he went for just 13 runs. He's been mostly watching from the non-strikers, as it was Shabazz Mir doing the damage. He's ticking along nicely, 28 off 12. That will certainly help as he goes up to 34. And he'll certainly want to be there at the end of this game, won't he? He doesn't want to lose his wicket now. Either way, though, as long as they get over the line for the Sharks. I've had a little sneak preview of Nish's Peacock Friday shirt, and ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a treat. I think I might need to bring my sunglasses with me. Then again, I'm all in pink today, so I feel like we're just taking it in turns to go to raise the stakes, especially in Vinny's absence. I have heard Amazon's Peacock Friday shirts are of the highest quality as well. 100% polyester.
Oh, looks to reverse sweep this, but he's managed to find the fielder who's not going to be able to hold on to it, though. It just looked like it was going to get stopped for a second, but as it just snuck underneath him, let's just take a look at this. I just tried to put the long barrier out, but wasn't able to stop it. Another 4 there, and they're just 31 runs away from victory now, the Sharks.
I think he was done by the spin there, was the man on the 45, because the way Adil Zarif hit it, it was a double hit. So he swept it and then swept it even finer. And I think that's what did it for the fielder. But it's been a hapless effort so far from the East Londoners. A few flashes of inspiration in the field, but otherwise it's been a little sloppy. You have to say, though, all credit to the Sharks. They've really put the East Londoners to the sword here, and I think the East Londoners are still a bit reeling. Maybe they just took it a bit too easy, thought, well, 8-0 in the group stages. Finals day is more or less confirmed. Again, shows the beauty of this knockout tournament. Nothing is guaranteed. And Sharks look like they're right on the precipice here of getting one of those prestigious semi-final spots. Of course, playing up against either Hornchurch or Gagan. I think that'll be an interesting one, whoever goes through in that quarterfinal 4 later this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to take a miracle here for the East Londoners to pull this one off. So it does look like the Sharks will be advancing. And yeah, this just goes to the point you made in the first innings where you said that both Hornchurch and Guggen would be probably rooting for the Sharks in this match. And I know if you were to go and ask them, they say, well, we'll happily play anyone. We don't really mind. But I mean, this East Londoners side on their day, we know what they're capable of doing. We've been seeing it for the last few days here in Hornchurch. But it's just been a real shocker. They've saved their worst performance for the wrong time. It's just a real shame to see a side play as well as they did during the group stages. Get eliminated in the very first round, but credit to the Sharks side. I mean, the odds were against them heading into this match, and they've played a great game when it mattered the most. Pulled away, and that's going to be caught out in the deep. A nice catch there. As, just telling us, this is Deepak Khatri who has taken that catch. Zarif will depart. It was certainly there to be pulled, but he just picked out the fielder, really. It wasn't too bad a shot.
Unfortunate for Adil Zarif that he doesn't see his side home, and absolutely zero celebration from the East Londoners in the field. But a slight opening here, if we want to be optimistic for the fielding side, with both set batters, both openers now back in the shed. Pulled it, just didn't quite get underneath it. And it was a comfortable catch there in the deep for Deepak Khatri. Tall fielder, that wasn't going to go flying over his head. So there is 2 new batters at the crease. Yash Kumar Solanki, he's a runner ball 3. And Salman Khan will be facing up the left-hander for the 2 remaining balls of this over. It's been a very good over so far from Kawalpreet Singh. Just the 3 singles coming off it, followed by that wicket.
It's going down the leg side there, and Salman Khan coming in at number 4, the top scorer for the Sharks Cricket Academy side this series. 138 runs for him, averaging 23 across 6 innings. It would be appropriate if Salman Khan were to be out there when his side score the winning runs. This could be a no ball, and yeah, it's been given a no ball, so yeah, above waist height, and it looks like it's going to go away for 4 runs. Chauhan, not the best effort there by him, you got to say, just a little bit casual. I know it looks like this game is just drifting away from them, but you've got people like Subasinghe still giving it their all right here in front of us. I don't think they'll be too pleased to see that kind of effort.
Yeah, it was rolling down the hill, wasn't it? But you've at least got to go to ground there. Try to stop the ball. Get your whites dirty or your black trousers dirty and put the effort in. Now we've got the free hit coming up as well.
Get this away here, Khan, for a single. Yeah, you got to say Solanki and Khan, the 2 top scorers for this Sharks side during the group stages. You know, they were there during the tough times for the Sharks team, you know, playing in some of those games where results didn't quite go their way. And it would be appropriate for them to be out there when this Sharks team do get over the finishing line and book their place in the semi-final. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. The Old Brentwood's about to take on Raynham. Old Brentwood's just suffered 2 losses, and they were both against this East Londoners side who we're watching right now. They're making 3 changes for this game. Asad Sujad, Savas Khan in for them. And Raynham, plenty of changes for them. 3 new players into their lineup for this game. Charlie Puncher is back as well. We know he's a very good hitter. And yeah, Ashraful Islam, the star man for them. He's managed to score a century this series.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that game. I think it's a relatively balanced game. Raynham won 4, lost 3. Did have a no result as well because of the rain. But you felt like they were a side that were growing into the tournament. Maybe they had batters at the start, not quite used to the T10 format, but by the end, they were looking strong. One's clubbed away. Will just be a single. Of course, OBs, they've got the likes of Alan Jones. He's on the back of, well, he scored both 160 not out and a golden duck, so he's experienced everything on the network. Mervyn Westfield, we know how dangerous a bowler he can be, especially in those death overs. Looking forward to that one. I think every quarterfinal today is going to be intriguing, and this shows here as well. You can't write off the underdogs. This is, remember, 1st place against 4th place. And at the moment, you wouldn't be able to tell who's who.
Yeah, this is good bowling here. Just gets that right up there in the block hole. 25-1 needed of 16. The Sharks can just nudge the ball around, take the singles, hit the odd bad ball, and just see themselves over the finishing line. Oh, well, don't plan to do that if they're hitting strokes like this. It's a great effort there by Subasinghe. Has he done enough, though, to deny the 6? We'll take a look at this replay. Subasinghe certainly hasn't given up. You just love his effort in this game. We saw him save some runs earlier for his side, and has he stopped this from going for a 6? Nice fighting heart. He certainly is. Oh, well. Does he release the ball? Oh dear, no. Looks like it's going to be a 6, so a stellar effort for Subasinghe. You've got to give him so much credit. Deserves a round of applause for that, but ultimately just not enough. I just love the way he's playing, though. He's fighting hard. He's battling hard, just trying to give his side a chance here, but fortunately, just not enough runs on the board here for the East Londoners. All out towards long on again. This is going to be a bit more regulation bit of fielding for Subasinghe, and well, the post-mortem will certainly be out here for the East Londoners, considering the way they have lost. Where do you think they lost this innings? I mean, I think we just have to go back to those middle overs, and I felt they were very tentative during the power play as well. It just felt like the anxiety of quarterfinals, they got to them as Salman Khan launches this away for a 6. They're only 8 runs away.
Yeah, it's just been a strange performance all around from East Londoners. We've been used to seeing them so explosive with the bat. They didn't really do that. And with the ball, they've just felt a bit down and out. I still think 131 is a defendable total. They've not really been able to defend it at all, just the 2 wickets. And whoever they've turned to with the ball, this is Hazrat Shah back on, but they have used 6 different bowlers. None of them have been able to find the answers.
Nice bumper over there. Oh, it's been given a wide. It's been given a wide as the ironic cheers come out. Well, let's just take a look at this replay. It's not the end of the over just yet. Still got a ball to come. Gotta have to pull back that worm graphic. Hold on. Still got 1 ball to go. Goes for the big hoik across the line there, and I think he's just got a little bit of bat there. It was a very muted appeal, probably the quietest how's that I've ever heard. And Salman Khan will have to depart. He's on his way back to the dugout, so a real shame. It would have been nice to see Khan out there to score those winning runs. He did captain the side during numerous games in the group stages, but he ends up playing a rather rash stroke, just had no balance whatsoever. Just a wild hoik. Goes through to Bhargav Patel. Hazrat Shah picks up the wicket.
It's a bit unnecessary, wasn't it? He does clearly know that it's 7 runs needed, so a 6 would tie the game. Just maybe a bit of rush of blood to the head.
I love this comment by Ahian. Responded to Khan's 6 and said he's out there cooking.
Absolutely is. And James in the chat as well, he's revealed himself to be a Hornchurch supporter and has said he wants the Sharks to win. And I see the logic, but equally the Sharks have been very impressive this morning. And whoever's going to win the quarterfinal will come in with confidence into the semi-final. And of course, Hornchurch have to win their quarterfinal as well before we even start talking about semi-finals. And Gagan, they've been blowing hot and cold. Certainly with the bat, they're fearsome as well. An interesting day all round as that one will flash straight through the 2 fielders. And now Sharks just 2 runs away.
Yeah, all I'll say to James McLean is just be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Be careful what you wish for. I mean, how often have we seen this in sports where a side comes in completely unfancied, no one's giving them a chance. You know, we just say, well, they'll get knocked down in this round. Well, they got lucky in that game. Their luck's going to run out. Be very careful if you're going up against this Sharks side, because they're just peaking at the right time here. They've knocked off the East Londoners, a side who went 8-0 in the group stages. And not only have they beaten them, they've beaten them pretty handily. As they're 2 runs away from victory, it's going to be struck right back to the bowler. So that's going to be a dot ball. It's just giving them the big build up there, hoping that Kiani scored the winning runs, but he's going to have to wait a little bit.
There's some talk in the chat as well about just how many exceptional youngsters there have been throughout this series, and there will be more on show later today.
The scores are now level. The Sharks just 1 run away from winning this. Well, this side managed to get just 2 wins in the group stages. Things didn't always go their way. There were a lot of tough defeats for them, frustrating evenings. Times they would have been scratching their heads. But this was the big game, the one they really needed to win. And it's just going to be another dot ball here. So bit of fielding off his own bowling here by Singh. Played with the full face of the bat. Just managed to get a hand to it there. And he's going to stop that for going away for a single. We'll just have to wait a little bit longer here. This is going to be stroked away. And it's 4 runs. And there's the victory for the Sharks. They pull off the biggest upset of this European cricket series. They've taken this game. They've knocked off the undefeated East Londoners, whose campaign ends in heartbreak. It was an incredible, incredible run for them this series. They went 8-0 during the group stages. We thought they'd steamroll over this Sharks side, but the complete opposite has happened. The Sharks have come out here and they have stunned the European cricketing world, notching a fine victory, restricting the East Londoners to just 130 runs in the first innings, and they've knocked those runs off very comfortably in the second. The Sharks have now booked their place in the semi-final.
Wow, what a way to start quarterfinals day. I don't think many people before the start of today's play gave Sharks a chance at all to finish this one off, and East Londoners going into this one unbeaten. And they've been knocked over in impressive fashion. Several balls left, more than an over to spare the Sharks had, and really from the first innings, they never looked like throwing this one away. It was just a emphatic performance throughout, and it really started in that first over, didn't it, as Shahbaz Mir set the tone with those 4 glorious boundaries in a row. And from there on in, it felt more like when the Sharks would win rather than if.
Yeah, it's pretty clear, wasn't it? I mean, they got off to a flying start during the power play, and that just took the game away from the East Londoners. Any hope they had of pulling off the upset was just knocked right out of them. Headed to this Sharks side. They came here, they played loose, they played freely, they looked like a side who were playing with house money, and the East Londoners were just too anxious, a little too tentative at times, and it really did seem like the pressure got to them when they were out there. Everybody expected them to win this game and probably go on to play in the final, but that wasn't to be, as this Sharks Cricket Academy side pulled off an upset for the ages. Is up there with one of the great sporting upsets. We talk about all these incredible undefeated sides over the seasons have failed to go on and lift the trophy. Well, this really was a surprise. Often seen those great teams lose in the finals or the semifinals, but here we saw the East Londoners lose in the quarterfinals. Taking a look at some of the shots that were played by Solanki in this innings. He made 11 of 7, but the main man was, of course, Shahbaz Mir with 56 of 21, Zarif with 39 of 16. That opening partnership just squashed any nerves this Sharks side might have had. 86-run opening stand that just got them this victory. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. The Old Brentwoods, who were 6-2 during the group stages, will be taking on Raynham. The Old Brentwoods will be heading into that game as favorites. Raynham had a mixed bag of a campaign, but as we've just seen, anything can happen in this ECS.
Absolutely, everything is on the line here. All bets are off, and OBs, well, we were talking about favourites this morning with the East Londoners. OBs probably go into this one slightly ahead, but Raynham, they've got 3 debutants coming in. Who knows if they will strengthen the side. Before, they've had to really rely on team performances, the likes of Charlie Sutton with the ball, and of course Ashraful Islam with the bat. But it's going to be anyone's guess now that the big favourites have been toppled. Looking forward to that one. That's coming in just over 20 minutes time. And well, after that, we've got those 2 big quarterfinals as well. And I can't wait to see how the rest of the day unfolds.
We take a look at the scorecard here. Shahbaz Mir 56 of 21, Adil Zarif 39 of 16. A great opening stand to set the Sharks side up well for this chase. An incredible victory for them. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for the East Londoners. He probably just had too much to do in the second innings. Kamalpreet Singh bowled well, figures of 1 for 19 for him. But a few too many expensive overs right at the start of this innings during the power play. And then you also add the fact that he just didn't make enough runs in the first innings. 135 is always going to be a tough score to defend here in Hornchurch. So the first quarterfinal has come to an end. You talk about the great upsets of undefeated sides in sports. India in the 2023 World Cup, New England Patriots in the 2007 Super Bowl. You can now add the East Londoners to that list as well. They had an undefeated campaign, but it's come to an end now against the Sharks, who have booked their place in the semifinals. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back on your screen in 19 minutes time for the start of Old Brentwoods against Raynham.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to quarterfinals day here in London, and all bets are off. East Londoners, they went unbeaten through the group stages and they've been toppled by the Sharks Cricket Academy. That was an amazing first quarterfinal, and the remaining 3 quarterfinals promise to be just as spectacular. The next one sees Old Brentwoods, who of course finished second in Group B, come up against Raynham, who finished third in Group A. For Raynham, well, they had a mixed tournament so far. They did have one game called off as well because of the rain. Mostly they've been relying on performances here and there. They haven't had too many standout performers throughout. Do keep an eye though for Charlie Sutton, the young opener for Raynham with the ball has been absolutely spectacular. I'm sure he'll want to get back into the wickets. As for Old Brentwoods, they've had a few standout performers really. Alan Jones with the bat. He didn't play in the first day for OBs, but he came in and boy did he make an impression. 160 not out off just 40 deliveries. Then the next game he got out for a golden duck, so that shows the highs and lows of European cricket. Of course, they've got Mervyn Westfield, who's very popular here in these parts, former Hornchurch player as well. He's an absolutely brilliant death bowler. He's also notched his high score on the network here, so look out for him for OBs. I think it's going to be an exciting game, possibly a balanced one as well. OB's going in with a record of 6-2, but they've sometimes shown that they are a bit fallible, so Raynham have really got to cash in on that. Also, Raynham, of course, they've had a week off. They've had a week looking at the contenders in Group B, and as we saw this morning, the side who had been in Group B, who's maybe battered itself into a bit of form, also has a few tired bodies out there, and maybe that will play into the hands of Raynham from Group A. It's going to be another thriller, I can feel it, and I know Nish is looking forward to talking you through this one, and he will give you the news from the toss.
Thank you very much. So Old Brentwoods have won the toss and they have elected to field first. Interesting call by them. No surprise that they wanted to go out there and try to chase. Should be interesting. They want to know what the target is and then pace their innings accordingly in the second innings. That's really been the feature for most sides throughout this series. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. The Old Brentwoods 6-2. Their only 2 losses this series came against that undefeated East Londoners side who were knocked off in the quarterfinals. Undefeated no more. They finally get a 1 in the loss column, and it's a 1 at the wrong time. Meanwhile, for Raynham, they had a mixed bag of a campaign. I think they were certainly some bright spots for them throughout those group stages. There were times when they really impressed with the bat in hand and also put in some good bowling performances, but weren't quite able to achieve the consistency they would have liked. But it's one game, it's just one match, and as we've seen, strange things can happen on ECN, and Raynham will certainly back their chances of pulling off an upset here against the Old Brentwoods. The Old Brentwoods had a day off yesterday. They were involved in Group B, and I think that works out just fine for them because they do get that rest day, but they're still coming into this game with enough momentum of having played cricket. They won't be too rusty. They've played a lot of cricket over the last few days, and they just got that little 1 day of recovery. So might be the side coming in with the best situation here. Played some T10 cricket over the last week. Also just got a chance to put their feet up yesterday and watch some of the cricket, see what the other sides were like. Last saw Brentwoods play on Tuesday, where they started off the day by picking up a great victory against Guggin. They posted 224 runs in the first innings against Guggin, and then would have been sweating a little bit in that second innings when Guggin managed to get to 195, and then they were handed a defeat by the East Londoners before picking up a victory against Havering. So they've won 2 out of their last 3 matches heading into this game. And while their opponents, Raynham, well, we haven't seen them play since all the way back last week. We're, of course, in Group A. And we're set for the start of the match. The first ball. Beautifully played there by Salman, who gets that one away. So Muzammil Salman, one of the additions to this Raynham side, wasn't featured in the group stages. That's a boundary for him to start things off. So yeah, Raynham, just looking through some of their fixtures from last week. They came in during day 2 of this European Cricket Series, involved in that thrilling match against Marcourt. They had a last ball finish in their very first ECS match and were able to hold their nerve and beat Marcourt. Needed 18 runs, if I recall correctly, to win in that final over, and were able to grab the victory. And then succumbed to a bonus point defeat at the hands of the Sharks, who have booked their place in the semifinal. Nice slower ball there by Khan Salman. Just trying to wait on that, but ultimately got nowhere near the ball. And then put on an exhibition with the bat in hand against Hornchurch in match number 3 of their campaign, scoring 214 runs in a rain-affected match. It's really, really tough for Hornchurch to bowl. Their bowlers were slipping around all over the place, and Raynham took full advantage of that. As we just take a look at this beautiful drive straight down the ground, goes away for 4 runs. Nice checked swing there. Raynham would follow that up with a defeat at the hands of the undefeated Mighty Tigers, now the only undefeated side left in this tournament. They'll be playing in quarterfinal number 3, the one right after this. Played out towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. Raynham then went up against Marcourt in their 5th match of the European Cricket Series, winning pretty comfortably in the end against Marcourt, taking a 38-run victory, defending a target of 157. Their last match of this ECS would be against Hornchurch, where Hornchurch would hand them pretty convincing defeat in a rain-affected day of cricket. That's a no ball there. I think this might be a front foot no ball. Just watch the front foot right there. Yeah, I think that's what it's been given for there. Yeah, free hit coming up here for Ashful Islam, who's already had a century this series, so certainly a very talented batter. Slower ball attempted, but it's still going to get pumped away for a 6. It was really well read, and the ball actually ends up in the commentary tent. It's actually landed somewhere just to the left, and I think it's hit the fence and managed to just roll in. And one of the flaps on the side. Here's a look at the fixtures coming in. On Saturday, we got Hutton taking on Gunnersbury. Upminster against Hutton in our 2nd match. Gunnersbury will be taking on Upminster in match number 8. Then he got Hutton against Gunnersbury for the 2nd time on Saturday in match number 9. And then, of course, match number 5, which was rescheduled after being postponed last Saturday, will be played right at the end of the day. Upminster will face Gunnersbury again. So it's a triple round robin. It's going to be a good old-fashioned league table battle, and champion will be determined based on who finishes with the most points. Yeah, I just had a chance to recap how Raynham's group stages went. It's been a while since we've seen them play, so just a chance for our viewers to remind themselves of how this Raynham side fared in Group A. Mervyn Westfield bowling the 2nd over. Hit towards mid-on, and nice bit of fielding. That's Asad Sajjad, who's in that mid-on position. It's going to be dot ball. It's nice bowling here by Mervyn Westfield. He's getting the lengths absolutely spot on to start off. Bowled superbly during the group stage. He's picked up 6 wickets in the 13 overs he bowled. Oh, well, right there. He just gets that badly wrong. It's a full toss that's going to go away for a boundary. Might have a look at the height here as well. Let's just take a look at if this was a legal delivery or not. Ooh, could maybe just be in a little bit of trouble there. A wry smile from Mervyn Westfield. See, the batter was looking to clear the front leg and slap that one somewhere between that long on to mid-wicket region, but still gets a boundary nonetheless. And yep, so no ball, a free hit given. So yeah, the over was going great for Westfield until that point, but it's a 7-up. There's a shake of the head there by Mervyn Westfield. He knows he's gotten that one badly wrong. He's going to have to get through this free hit. Full toss again. It's going to go away for 4 runs. It's coming into the commentary tent, and, well, it's just going to land right in front of some of the equipment we have here, so it doesn't quite come to where I'm sitting. Was ready to put out the long barrier and field that one, but I don't quite get the opportunity there as we take a look at a couple of spectators who've come here to watch this game. Struck hard down the ground and well fielded there by Hamza Ahmed. Gonna be a good battle, this one. Really good battle. Westfield going up against Salman. Quality bowling against quality batting. That's a good ball there, you got to say, by Westfield. And outside of a couple of balls which he got wrong, he's been absolutely on the money. Hitting those Yorkers. Got a very clear plan here, doesn't he, Mervyn Westfield? And let's just see if the batters adjust a little bit. Just go that little bit deeper in this the crease, try to turn these Yorkers into half volleys. Certainly what he did there. He just took a step back, but that ball is probably in the slot, but he just gets beaten by pace there. Westfield just pulls that one a little quicker. It was Raynham, 27 for no loss, 2 overs in. And we'll take a look at the standings here for Group A. So Raynham ended up in 3rd place. They had 16 points, record of 4-3-1. I'm pretty sure they've been happy that they got that no result against the Mighty Tigers, a side who they probably would have struggled to beat considering the form the Mighty Tigers were in during the group stages. But here they are in the quarterfinals going up against the old Brentwoods, a side who impressed mightily during the group stages. A big heave over here, playing that one across the line there. Ashraful Islam. Joshi coming in to bowl, and Sagar Joshi bowled 14 overs during the group stages with an economy rate of 14.7 and managed to pick up a couple of wickets. Picked up both those wickets in one match when he had figures of 2 for 24, as Ashraful Islam will delicately place this away for 4 runs. Good power play batting here, just picking out the gap and making sure it races away towards the rope, but cleared that front leg. It just gave him the room to play that shot, and then the bat came down fast and opens the face of it, and off it went towards point. He's going for that Yorker again there, Sagar Joshi. They clearly come out here with a plan, old Brentwoods, to bowl these very, very full lengths. Didn't execute the Yorker though, but Islam wasn't able to get the full toss away for a boundary. That's going to be a wide there, so Umpire Mel Juniper signals that away. She's joined by Hemal Vijay Surya, who's at square leg. Third umpire is Vikash Amin. They're all led by match referee Tyrone Peters. Slower ball attempted, but I think he's managed to read this well enough and club it away for 6 runs. Great stroke there by Salman. Really good cricket here. Read the slower ball, just had to wait a touch for it. And then got it to go all the way for a 6. Got a couple of balls left in this power play. It's been a fairly decent one for Raynham, but Old Brentwoods haven't let this Raynham side get away either. As we mentioned, a par score here in Hornchurch has been just under 160, 156 as the average score of this series. I think if you can just keep the power play to under 17 and over, you're not going to be too displeased if you're the bowling side, but Raynham haven't lost any wickets either, so they won't be too displeased. So at the moment, you've got to say it's a even Stevens in this power play. I don't think either side will be too discouraged by it. It's just hanging nicely in the balance these first few overs of the game. Doesn't quite get the length right over there. Joshi was looking to go for the wide Yorker, but just missed that Yorker by a couple of inches. Ends up being an overpitch delivery, which batter can just flash his hands at hard. Gets it away for 4 runs. Struck that firmly. As Raynham end up making 44 runs in the power play. And a good opportunity to welcome Christina Goff back into the commentary box. So looking at this power play, I don't think either side will be displeased with it.
No, absolutely not. Well, we saw in the first quarterfinal how quickly these things can change. We thought East Londoners, yeah, just about 50 in the power play for the loss of no wickets, and just about 9 balls later, it was absolute disaster time for East Londoners. So Raynham, I'm sure, will have watched that game this morning carefully and will try to avoid a similar fate. But certainly a decent enough start. And I did say before this game, it feels like quite a balanced game. OBs maybe just nudging it. Certainly the win predictor has them up at 73%, despite the decent enough start from Raynham. But Raynham do have some game changers in there, more so than Ashraful Islam, who's just plodding along for the moment, but we know he can go big. 139 not out back in game 9. Just needs one of these Raynham batters to stick around and build the innings.
Already seen a big upset today. Saw one in quarterfinal 1, and I'm sure Raynham saw that and were massively encouraged by it coming into this game as underdogs themselves.
Coming into the commentary box and hit something, some kind of equipment. We were equal to it though, I'm sure.
Yeah, just came right through here and tried to, I have to admit, I got a little bit lazy there and tried to do some foot fielding, but should have probably gone down there.
I did notice that. I don't think those shoes are going to provide too much protection either.
That hurt. It's funny because there was one that came into the commentary tent earlier, but just struck the little green box we have there with some of our cables.
Rule 1 has been adhered to so far in this series. We do have pretty much a fort set up though, don't we, with the 2 boxes. That one's going to race away actually. It's a brilliantly placed shot from Muzammal Salman. Of course, one of the 3 newbies in this Raynham lineup. Certainly a good addition so far as he moves to 34 off just 18. I don't want to tempt fate, Nish, but we have a pretty sound setup here. The only thing that could be hit is the back of the monitor, but these monitors, I don't know what they're made of, but they seem to survive grisly blow after grisly blow. It's a good comeback ball there from Pratik. Only gone for the 5 so far in this over. In fact, it'll be the end of the over. He goes for 9 in the end with that boundary. Raynham bring the 50 up and go a bit further. 54 for no loss after 4. It's a similar kind of score to that first game, but we all know what happened next in that one. OBs, they won't be overly concerned with the score as it is so far. Remember, they were involved in some big scores during the group stages. Game 31, where they posted 235 against Gagan. That was the first of 2 record-breaking games with 419 runs scored across the 2 innings. So they certainly have runs in their side. I don't want to be chasing too many, though, against a Raynham side who do have some talent in their bowling lineup as well. Continue with a bit of left arm around spin from Asad Sajjad.
Yeah, so Ashraful Islam had a great series so far, 339 runs in 7 innings for him. Top score of 139 undefeated. One of quite a few centuries we've had this series, really. It's certainly been treated to a lot of great individual batting performances. Still looking for our first 5-wicket haul of this series, our first hat-trick as well. The Ashraful Islam, just going back to very experienced cricketers, played 4 first-class matches in Bangladesh as well. So it's just dragged towards long on. It's going to be a single. Didn't quite come out of the middle of the bat, more of the bottom half of it.
Now, we've been waiting the last 10 days, haven't we, for a bowling Hall of Famer. We've had a few near misses. No one quite gone the distance so far. Does this one go the distance? It absolutely does, as it's skewed away into the mini fan zone over there. As the fan zone in front of the clubhouse is slowly filling up as well. Of course, with a lot of the locals with an eye on that final quarter-final of the day, where hosts Hornchurch will be taking to the stage. Dug in quicker there from Asad Sajjad, hoiked away by Islam.
Smart bowling there by Sajjad. You can see that Islam was just looking to use his feet again, so dug that one in quicker, as you mentioned, and just pulled his length back a little bit. Guided away towards mid-wicket for a single.
Final ball before the halfway mark here. And comes right off the fingertip of Alan Jones. He's got to protect his fingers because OBs will certainly want him to do some batting in the second half of the innings. Halfway stage then, 63 for no loss. Decent over from Sajjad. Just the 9 runs coming off it as you join us in the commentary tent. And well, this one is shaping up to be quite a balanced game. That's what we said before, that can't really pick a favourite. Yes, OBs probably just nudge it, but Raynham have showed that they are a force to be reckoned with as well.
They have. They managed to pick up 4 wins during the group stages, so they've shown they've got the ability to go out there and pick up victories against quality sides. The interesting thing is, even though a wicket hasn't fallen here, Raynham haven't really gotten away from Old Brentwoods, although it does seem like maybe they'll just be retiring a batter as we return to live action here. So it looks like the new batter is Akbar Ali. And is this because of an injury? I wonder what the reason is here, and maybe just unimpressed with the strike rate.
It's a curious one, isn't it? I mean, we haven't had too many retirements actually this series. Ashraful Islam is still in there. He's 24 off 11, going at a strike rate, okay, over 200. Muzammil Salman, he's brand new to this side. He faced 21 balls, scored 35 runs, clearly not quick enough for Tipu Samsudin, the skipper, and he gets given the hook. And interesting choice, I suppose. You don't have any time to waste in this quarter-final knockout game. And Muzammil Salman, his first appearance on the network comes to a premature end. So he is retired out. Pratik gets one through the gap, and well, that retirement seems a curious choice now as Akbar Ali, he goes for a golden duck.
But looking at the way Ali was dismissed, he was trying to play a big shot there, clearing the front leg, trying to smack that one over mid-wicket. I think he just wasn't too happy with the strike rate of 167. That might be great in T20 cricket, but here in Hornchurch, I mean, we've seen batters bat with strike rates of 250, 300 plus. So I think he just looked at it and said, look, Salman, you're batting nicely, you're timing it well, but you know, we really need to get a move on here and try to push for something above 150 or 160.
It's always easy to be wise after the fact, and Akbar Ali, well, sometimes when you're the replacement for a retiree, you're on a bit of a hiding to nothing because the pressure is on your shoulders, and clearly he goes for the big shot, goes straight through the gap, and Pratik picks up his first wicket, and it's ultimately basically 2 wickets and 2 balls if you include that retirement. So now will be the 2 Islams out there. Shamsul Islam comes to the crease with just the task here to steady the ship somewhat. That's what he does do, just playing sensibly. A reminder, has been mentioned in the chat as well, that we have 2 streams going on at the European Cricket Network this morning, because of course we have action over in the Central European Cup, where we have T20I action as there's an appeal there, and that could be out, and the finger of doom is immediately raised by umpire Mel. We'll go back to the Central European Cup in a moment, but here Raynham, they're being derailed as we take a look at this. Pratik bowled it, there was an appeal, and this, as is so often the case on appeal, which was a useless one to be honest, it hits the pad, they scamper through, and a direct hit has Ashraful Islam in absolute no man's land. And suddenly, after that retirement, we have a golden duck, and then the other opener is out as well, and the top 3 back in the shed.
Massive, absolutely massive wicket here. Ashraful Islam, the most accomplished batter in this Raynham side. Mentioned some of the first-class experience he's had in his wonderful stats throughout this series. This is huge. This is absolutely huge, and they're just starting to take control of this game. These last couple of deliveries here, old Brentwoods.
Yes, again, these T10 games can be decided in moments. And maybe the captain of Raynham, Tipu, second guessing his retirement there.
Yeah, I mean, hindsight is 20/20,
Sure.
as they say, and you know, you gotta respect his courage there. I think Tipu Shamsuddin looked at the situation and thought, you know, we've got the platform here. Now let's accelerate. Now let's try to get some magical overs in. This is just going to be an attempted scoop there by Islam. He's not going to get much bat on it at all. There wasn't too much pace to work with either. It's just going to be the 1 run. And you have to commend his courage there. And you know, they're the underdog. They have to take risks. They've got to go out there, play freely, try to get some big overs in. It didn't pay off for them, and well, it's starting to unravel. They rolled the dice to their credit.
And how similar is this innings to the first innings we saw from the East Londoners this morning? We were saying when Raynham, they notched up a decent power play. They were 63 for no loss. Yes, maybe a bit slow, but they had wickets in hand. And suddenly, in the space of 4 deliveries, they go from 63 for none to 64 for 3. An outstanding over for Pratik. Picks up a wicket, and of course the retirement as well. That's almost a catch, almost a run out. It would have had Tipu Shamsuddin, the captain, who's come in scrambling back into his crease. I think it would have been out in all honesty as we take a look at this one. Well, first it's almost a brilliant catch from Sagar Joshi. Sticks out his glove. Umpire Mel has to take cover, almost ricochets onto the stumps. Just get a single in the end. Slower ball comes out. Well, just before the chaos kicked off here, I was just giving an update on the Central Europe Cup, because that looks like it's going to be an interesting one as well, with Austria women posting 134 and Gibraltar women 91 not out going into the 15th over, so they need about 40 odd from 30 odd deliveries as that one flies away. It's going to run away all the way to the rope. Bit of bat on it. Alan Jones has got the double teapot out with the gloves on. Will be 4 to the total.
I need these boundaries, Rain, and they desperately do. And yeah, just going back to the Austria game, back-to-back 40-plus scores for ECN's very own Shreya Reddy. Had a good performance yesterday as well against this Gibraltar side. So Austria looking to do the double on Gibraltar.
Yeah, Gibraltar have all 10 wickets in hand, 43 off 30. That run rate just creeping up over there. So make sure you get that one on the second stream as well. I don't think you want to take your eyes off this one, with Raynham trying to mount just a little bit of a fight back here after that chaotic over or so. Sagar Joshi not letting them get away here. He's an impressive player for OBs with both bat and ball. Always hits that consistent length. Wants the ball back straight away as well. He doesn't want to take his foot off the throat of Raynham here. Yeah, I think you're right in the end, Nish, about the retirement. You have to take the risks, especially in these knockout games, as that one's clubbed down the ground. It's going to go all the way for 4. It's a brilliant shot from the captain, Tipu, who maybe feels like he needs to take matters into his own hands here. He made the brave decision. It backfired, but he's got a chance here to get runs for himself and for his side. And the alternative, I guess, is Muzammil Salman stayed out there and even maybe got to a 50, but did it in 35 deliveries, and that's sometimes a match-losing knock. So we take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, which is slowly filling up. We know the Sharks will be in the water there in semi-final number 2. This one, the winner of this game here, OBs and Raynham, they will face the winner of the quarterfinal coming up directly after this one, and then the winner of Hornchurch and Gagan will go up against the Sharks. Into the leg side, cause of catch it, and it's an outstanding catch on the rope by the fielder out there. It's Pratik Balarao, who has bowled excellently in his 2 overs. He went 1 for 12 and does the damage here, picking up the catch. It's the 4th wicket to fall. Shamsul Islam goes for 7.
Another wicket will fall here, and I think there's going to be a lot of question marks about that decision. We've certainly discussed it at length, but other than that decision, it's also worth discussing who they chose to send out there. Sid Patel's coming in now. Why wasn't he further up the order? He's batted superbly this series. Got Charlie Puncher in there as well, who we know has played some magnificent innings. His debut knock was incredible. He was smacking it all over the place for boundaries. Kazmi has hit some important knocks as well. I think it just comes down to who you send out there as well. Puzzling decision. I'm sure they're bringing in a few players who maybe we haven't seen as much on the network. But Sid Patel, he's certainly shown that he's got the ability to clear the boundary rope, as does Charlie Puncher. I thought maybe they'd be batting further up the order.
I think it's a very fair question, as Sid Patel does come in now. Chance of a run out, but actually he's been told to hold the ball there. If you look even at Muzammil Salman, who opened the batting for Raynham, it's a big call to bring in someone who's never played a game on the network to go straight up to the top of the order. It doesn't matter how good a player you are. Sometimes you take some time to adjust to this format, adjust to the pitch, to the light here, obviously being on the camera as well. And I would have probably gone for someone like, as you said, for Puncher. He scored 35 off just 9 deliveries in his 1 innings, and if he gets out straight away, okay, so be it. It would have at least been someone who's played cricket here in the last week or so. Yeah, some questionable decisions in the batting lineup. But as you said earlier, Nish, it's always easy to say after the fact. And had Muzammil Salman came in and smashed a century, you would have said it's a stroke of genius to put in the fresh player.
Yeah, they'll of course have more information available to them about these players than we do, as this is played very nicely there by Patel. A little too straight with his line. He's just able to flick that one away. Beautiful wristy shot. And that's why I wanted Patel to bat further up the order. We've seen him play some brilliant innings for Raynham, particularly in these late inning situations where he's had 3 or 4 overs to bat. He's come out there, made a quick fire 25-30, got his side into a good position. It's the kind of situation he really thrives in as a batter. Yeah, certainly don't fault the batter for, I should say the captain, for retiring Salman, especially when you're the underdog. You've got to take those risks. You just can't afford to play it safe because, you know, if everything goes as expected, then the favorite will win. There's a reason they're favorites. You know, something's got to change. There's got to be a little tampering with the odds, as we will now take a look here at the worm for this Raynham side. They find themselves 83 for 4, 8 overs in, going at a run rate of 10.4. Not quite quick enough, you have to say. Certainly wouldn't threaten this very talented Old Brentwood side, who have one of the most stacked top orders in this series. I mean, just looking at some of the names there: Hamza Ahmed, Alan Jones, Babar Chowdhury, Mervyn Westfield. You're not going to look at a score of 110 and feel even worried in the slightest.
No, absolutely not. So Raynham have a big 2 overs coming their way. Hi to Phil Law in the chat, of course, the triumphant Havering manager. Good to see you, Phil, and thank you for joining us in the commentary tent the last couple of days. I'm sure he was as proud as anyone to see his Havering side get those wins over the line, as that one's clubbed down the ground by Sid Patel, 6 runs. And also a comment from Crew Loaf saying, trying to pick the male commentator's accent. Clearly American. Which state? He's going with Georgia.
Oh, you're nowhere near it. I think you're in the wrong part of the world.
Clearly American, though.
Got 10 deliveries left in this innings. Patel on an 11 of 4. I think I'll just leave that to the people in the chat. They tend to usually come through with with the responses whenever some of our newer viewers are a little bit confused as we get a run out here. So Samsudin was just trying to pinch a single. And he's going to get run out. Good work there by Khan. Didn't attempt to throw. Just kind of got into a race there with Samsudin and knew he was going to beat him to the stumps. And yeah, good work over here. He was just stranded halfway down the pitch. And you can see the bowler just backed himself to win that race. And he's ultimately able to run out the skipper for Raynham.
Yeah, smart move there from the bowler, not panicking. The amount of times we see that and the throw comes in from a metre and it misses. As this one's clubbed down the ground, could be 2 wickets in 2 as Wasim Khalid settles underneath it, and he's not going to miss out on this opportunity as the Raynham innings just tails away here. It's 2 in 2. They lose their 6th. It's 90 for 6. Sid Patel, he's still out there, but the new batter, he comes in and he immediately departs.
Yeah, clears the front leg, looks to go for the big stroke there. That was Sid Patel. The run out was at the non-strikers end, so the new batter, Charlie Puncher, is currently at the non-strikers end. So Sid Patel has departed, and yeah, Sid Patel managed to get a couple away to the boundary. And he wasn't really able to play the innings that his side needed. Unfortunately, it's just all unraveled here for Raynham. It's not the performance they'd been hoping for in the first innings, and yeah, there's a reason the win predictor has them down to 8%, and we're not even at the end of the first innings.
Saklan Kazmi is the new batter with a big task on his hands here, just to try to get Raynham firstly into triple digits. The expected score just up at 104. Final ball of the 9th. Heaved away into the leg side. Should just be the 1, which will keep Saklan Kazmi on strike. 91 on the board. This one took a bit of a vicious jump in the outfield. Take a look at this one. 1-2 bobble into the hands belatedly of the fielder.
1 over to go here for Raynham, and it's going to have to be a magical or a supersonic over just to make this a little bit interesting heading into the second innings. Haven't even crossed the 100 mark as we head into the final. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here. And Shahbaz Khan figures a 1 for 24. Mervyn Westfield's bowled just the 1 over, and I'd expect him to bowl the final over. Tends to bowl the pressure overs as well, Mervyn Westfield. That's a really impressive thing about him. Usually bowls one in the power play, one right at the end.
It's the 2 most difficult places to bowl in the power play, when you only have 2 fielders allowed on the boundary, and at the end when the batters are swinging and swinging hard. He's such a consistent bowler at both ends of the innings, and first ball puts in the perfect Yorker, which Saklan Kazmi can just throw his bat at and at least gets a single on the board. It's all smiles here for the OBs. Mervyn, he's clearly enjoying himself as Raynham, well, look to at least get to that 100 mark. Charlie Puncher gets a chance and he doesn't take it, as Mervyn Westfield, he's so lethal in that final over. We had that game in the group stages where there was 4 wickets in his final over, a run out, but the amount of times he puts in that delivery, it's absolute textbook Yorker. Pretty much nothing you can do with it as a batter. You have to go and attack and swing. On that occasion, Charlie Puncher, well, if he put his bat on it, the best he would have got was a single. The worst outcome, of course, is seeing his stumps rearranged. There's no shame in that one. He just ends up yorking himself, really, as he tries to dance down the pitch, and Raynham lose their 7th, 92 for 7.
A little Alan with a very good comment here in the chat, saying that having the Havering 11 on the European Cricket Series was a special moment. A scratch team made up of players from different teams all around the district for them to turn up and play with the passion and spirit they did. It was incredible. This is struck towards long on. Yeah, we had Phil Law, of course, team manager of the Havering 11, in the chat. Great to have you here. It was wonderful to have you on comms a couple of times as well. Thank you for putting together that side. They provided us a lot of entertainment. It was great to watch them. The way they played their cricket was enjoyable too. And good luck to Amara and Bethany on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. And despite the fact that the Havering 11 won't make it into the quarterfinals, as that was a great piece of fielding by Sagar Joshi, they will be immortalised in the Hall of Fame because, of course, Callum Berry yesterday hit that blistering century, 107 off just 30 deliveries in the win against CFS. It was a brilliant moment for the youngster there as well. And as we've been saying all week, Nish, it's really been a series for the teenagers, hasn't it? Mervyn Westfield, of course, showing all of his experience here. The likes of Billy Whitlock, who I'm sure we'll be seeing later today. He's topping the bowling rankings, 15 years old, and showing the adults how it's done. And the same with the batting ranks as well.
Yeah, it really has been a series dominated by some of the exciting youth prospects around the east of London and Essex. Just been great to watch them all really come to their own and go up against some quality players and really cause them all sorts of problems as Westfield grabs another wicket. Fantastic way to end the innings, and what a superb death over. Only 4 runs in this over. Picks up a couple of wickets as well. These last 3 overs bring about just 18 runs for Raynham, who will go out without a whimper in this first innings. They don't even get to the 100 mark, one of the lowest scores we have seen this European Cricket Series. It might be the 2nd or 3rd lowest score we have seen this series, and it's the worst time for Raynham to have come up with a batting performance like that, as the old Brentwoods will be looking to make quick work of them in the 2nd innings. Let's have a look at the highlights, and it was a fairly decent start for this Raynham side. They were 63 for 1 at the 5 over marks, and of course that first wicket fell because they decided to retire out Salman. At the time, I think we both agreed that it was the right decision. It was good for them to take that risk, but ultimately it didn't pay off, and it kind of imploded, caused this team implosion.
Implosion is the right word. It was an almighty collapse. 63 for no loss to, in the end, 95 for 8. So that's 32 runs for the loss of 8 wickets. And it was just relentless from the OBs. We've been impressed with their bowling throughout. They only used the 5 bowlers, so their front 5, and all of them delivered. And in fact, apart from Sagar Joshi, who actually bowled excellently, every one of them picked up a wicket, and the fielding was outstanding as well, as that was a nice catch on the boundary by Pratik, who picked up a wicket of his own and went for just 12 runs in his 2 overs. And a trademark of the OB's bowling, as we see this run out, which was from Shabazz Khan, the trademark was that they were just bowling full and straight. And yes, that did mean a few times they were hit and hit big, but on that occasion, it was Wasim Khalid settling under that one as Sid Patel departed. And apart from the 2 openers who scored 35 and 25, not much else to speak of. And the one person you want to bowl your death over is Mervyn Westfield, and he delivers once more as he picks up 2 wickets in that final over and goes for just the 4 runs. And in fact, in the final 10 deliveries, they lose 4 wickets and pick up just the 5 runs. And that's why you can see, apart from that top-heavy scorecard, everyone else just not able to contribute, and that's why Raynham find themselves not just at a below par score, but below 195 for 8. And if we take a look at the old Brentwoods batting card, which we'll see later on, then they've been able to play around with it all series so far, and you'd really back them in this occasion to chase down the runs. It's a decent bowling performance as well, just the 1 wide, 2 no balls as part of the extras, and that's really what choked the Raynham batters here. As we take a look at the bowling scorecard, just the 5 used, as I said. Mervyn Westfield once again starring with 2 wickets, including an over in the power play, an over at the end, still only goes for 15 runs. And Pratik and Asad Sajjad as well, extremely economical and picking up a wicket apiece. Shabazz Khan and Sagar Joshi, even when they are the most expensive bowlers, just going at 12s and 14s, really shows that the OBs had the wood over Raynham on that occasion, but they've still got to get the runs, 96 of them needed. It's not a done deal. As you saw in that first quarterfinal, anything can happen in these knockout games, but it's OBs for the taking here, and they surely want to put their names in the hat in the semi-finals. Quick turnaround once more. So join me, Tina and Nish, back in the commentary tent for the run chase as the OBs look to put their name in the hat tomorrow here at the ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back. We are set for the start of the second innings. Raynham posting just 95 runs in the first innings. You certainly don't feel like that's going to trouble this old Brentwood side too much. This series has been an absolute run feast with an average score of 156. It was even higher in Group B, which Old Brentwood's was involved in. They just don't feel like they have enough runs on the board here, Raynham. In all honesty, they're going to need nothing short of a miracle to somehow win this game. They're going to need the bowling and fielding performance of their life if they are to make it to the semi-final. The challenging first innings. They had a pretty steady opening partnership between Salman and Islam, and then the captain made that bold move, decided to retire out one of their key batters in the Salman, just to inject a bit of momentum, just to try to get that run rate to pick up a little bit, but it ended up unraveling completely. The innings collapsed, and they ended up posting a score well below par. Have to say it was worth taking the risk, especially as the underdog side. It's a tactic, as they say, they've only got one shot at, but unfortunately for them, just kind of blew up in their face. They were brave, but in the end, their courageous decision didn't quite pay off. Took a calculated risk to retire out Salman, when he's batting with a strike rate 167, which is great in T20 cricket, maybe not so much in T10, especially here in Hornchurch, where we've seen batters bat with a strike rate between 250 to 300. Here we go. First ball. Oh, it's just going to beat the fielder at mid-off. They needed that to carry. They needed that to get into the fielder's hands. Every quarter chance, eighth chance, half chance needs to carry here for this Raynham side. They're going to need something spectacular if they are to knock off this very, very strong Old Brentwood side. We're just blessed with so much batting prowess. Oh, is this a chance for a stumping? But couldn't quite reach there to the stumps. Akbar Ali, who's an addition to this Raynham side, playing his first match of this European cricket series. Biren Patel, he's had a good series so far, you have to say. Picked up 6 wickets this ECS. Now an economy rate of 3.5. He flashes hard at this one, Joshi. It's going to go away for 4 runs. Patel just trying to get this on that wide line. But Joshi got a good chunk of that and hammered that away for 4 runs. Yeah, I'm sure we'll discuss this with some of our viewers on commentary, but what are your thoughts? Do you think it was worth taking that risk there? Would you have done the same if you were in Tipu Shamsuddin's position? Got a lot of great cricket minds in the chat and would love to hear what some of you all have to think. Haul out towards long on, and that's going to be 4 runs. A good bit of fielding by one of the spectators as this takes 1 hop over the rope. He gets down on 1 knee there and belted that away. Full toss, and that's going to go away for 6 more runs. Yeah, it's been put down, unfortunately, by one of the spectators who has come in to watch this game. 18 runs already and just 5 deliveries in. That's as many runs as they need in 2 overs. They made those in just 5 balls. Struck firmly, and that might just be a flat 6. It is. 24 runs off this first over. A magical start for the Old Brentwoods. And they certainly aren't looking to hang around. No nerves for them here. They want to make quick work of this Raynham side. Take a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball on ECN. And yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion that's going to tick up to 41. I got to be honest with you here. I can't really see this match coming down to a golden ball. Hope we get one later today, though. We got a couple of great quarterfinals right after this, but the way this match is set up, I think we'd be lucky if we even saw 6th over, especially the way the old Brentwoods are batting. Good chance to welcome back Tina Guff into the commentary box. So, well, you've had an innings break to reflect now. What do you make of that gamble which Tipu Sapchini did in the first innings, now that we know they end up with only 95 runs?
Well, I was a bit reluctant at the start to call it a good call. It's always easy sitting not only in the commentary box but also with the benefit of hindsight. What you have to commend him on is making the call. The worst thing you can do is do nothing. And Muzammar Salman, he was 35 off 21. And if you extrapolate that, then they would have finished on just around 100. As it is, they finish on just around 100. So you can say, actually, maybe it didn't make a difference one way or another. You could also say if Salman stayed in, he was set. He could have tried to accelerate. As it was, Akbar Ali came in, he got out for a golden duck, and that was really the beginning of the collapse for Raynham. I think you just have to commend him for doing something. And yes, it didn't pay off, but it's always a good move in T10 just to try and shuffle the pack when things aren't quite going your way. And on this occasion, you also just have to say well done to the OBs for really bowling excellent lines, not giving Raynham anything to work with. And well, magical start to the first over, 24 runs coming off it. And it seems to be a bit of a procession here in the end, but you know, it's quarterfinals, pressure does strange things to people, and OBs won't be happy until their name is very much in the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's easy to do Monday morning quarterbacking, as they say, and you know, we obviously have the benefit of hindsight, but I was in favor of that decision when he made it, and I do stick by that. I think results might not have gone their way, but especially as the underdog, you've got to take those gambles, got to take those risks, because you really need everything to go in your favor to win a game. As just strays with his line a little bit here, Kazmi, a bit too leg side, and Joshi pulls that away towards the boundaries, 4 runs, and just looking at Raynham in the field right now, there's no real energy, there's no real chatter. They already look like a defeated side, or just kind of going through the motions.
Yeah, it's tough when you're not defending many, and then you get off to the worst possible start, and it's going to be another boundary. It's looking like one-way traffic at the moment, isn't it? I will say, if I did have the benefit of hindsight and changing the past, it would be to not eat those jelly deals.
We somehow dragged them in here, didn't we? We somehow found a way to bring them into this conversation. Beautifully played stroke there by Joshi. Just takes a couple of paces out and meets that on the half volley. Well, you couldn't have, I don't think you would have expected them to be any good. I think you were taking a risk there anyway.
Yeah, I only have myself to blame, don't I? You know, I'm game for new things, whether it's jelly deals or Parmesan ice cream. Neither will be repeated. But you try everything once, don't you? And that's exactly maybe what Tipu Samsudeen is thinking. Next time, maybe he won't go for the retirement, but he tried it. Sometimes these things work, sometimes they don't. As we get to the end of the second over, a bit of pain there for Sagar Joshi as he gets one right on top of the knee. He probably won't be in pain for long if he just keeps on plugging away. He's 36 off 9, OB's 38 for no loss. They qualified in second place, of course. They had the slight advantage over Raynham, who qualified in third place in Group A. But as we saw this morning, standings don't really mean anything in the knockout stages. But it certainly looks like OBs will be cementing their place in the semi-final.
Yeah, you do seem to be at war with your taste buds lately. Parmesan ice cream, and then you had the jellied eels as well. Charlie Puncher is going to come in to bowl this third over. Old Brentwood's off to a flying start here. The required's already shot down to just 7 runs needed from here on out. Oh, that's a full toss. That might be a free hit as well. Just going to have to check the height on this. Yeah, this could very easily be a no ball. Oh yeah, I think he's in some serious trouble there. Could be a free hit coming up here for Alan Jones.
Yeah, that might be the classic 7-up. I think in the end it does go all the way. Just have to check it. Let's see again on the slow-mo replay. Alan Jones is certainly not going to miss out on that. It's one of those 50-50 calls. Alan Jones is quite a tall chap. It will be no ball as signalled by umpire Mel. Free hit coming up. Alan Jones, He's someone you want to have on the free hit. That's exactly why, as it's pumped down the ground for 6 runs. I think the previous one was a 4, not a 6, but that was no doubt about that one. Clean striking once more from the opener from OBs.
There were a couple of shots on the offside as well for Alan Jones. Just take your mind back to that century he hit, where he made just 10 runs on the offside, if I recall. It's just everything was going towards that cow corner mid-wicket region. And I remember when he brought up his 50, he'd only scored 1 run on the offside at that point. All 49 were on the mid-wicket side.
I don't think that quite tells the whole story in terms of those leg side shots were beautiful. Yes. They weren't just ugly mows. They were really smooth swings of the bat, mostly towards that cow corner region. But speaking of smooth swings of the bat, there's another one as he, well, clearly took offence at your statistics, Nish, and Alan Jones steps to the leg side, opens up that offside, and just crashes it through the covers for 4 runs. And OBs move past 50.
The nice high bat lift, perpendicular to the ground as well. A wonderful player, Alan Jones. It's been a real treat to watch him this series, and he wasn't just slogging the ball. I mean, some of those shots he was hitting, some of those 6s were absolutely massive. Would have cleared any boundary rope in the world.
We mentioned before as well, he got that 160 not out very next innings, golden duck. So, you know, it's the highs and lows of European cricket, but he is looking in fine form once more again. Now it's less than a run a ball needed for OBs. Remember, bonus points don't matter, as that one's half fielded. They'll very lightly jog through for 2.
A real statement of intent here from the old Brentwoods. They can go on and win this game as we expect them to. And they'll be absolutely delighted as well to see the East Londoners gone, aside that tormented them in the group stage. The only team to have beaten them so far this series. It's going to be a tough catch. Oh, he managed to get a hand to it. That's Ash Rahman with the old emergency number at the back of his jersey, 999.
Almost had to call the ambulance, but not for him, as that one goes up in the air. The man with the orange shoes underneath it, and he kind of just goes for the Statue of Liberty, throw the arm up, hold, hope for the best. Almost sticks. Good effort, especially running down that hill. Seems like nothing is going Raynham's way though at the moment, as they managed to just run through the single as well. Sagar Joshi, the left-hander, back on strike. That's why there are quite a few readjustments to the field here. The left-hand, right-hand partnership for OBs has been a very productive one. And it's got their side more than halfway there now, just 40 needed in 44 deliveries. It's a better delivery though from Puncher, falling straight to the left-hander.
Yeah, nice ball there, but Puncher got the length spot on. A good Yorker, but the old Brentwoods just need singles from here on out. And just look around at this field. They're going through the motions here, Raynham. They just want to get off this field. I think they've had enough. It's not quite gone their way this match. Jones wants to get the quick single here. Could be run out though. He could be run out. He's going to have to dive right back, and yep, he's gone. Well, he was desperately looking for the quick single. Joshi had no interest whatsoever, and he's really frustrated here. Alan Jones hits that straight at a fielder. He set off immediately, but Joshi didn't quite replicate the interest, and then Jones was just desperately diving back to try to save his wicket. Ultimately, he will have to go, an unfortunate way for a very talented cricketer to be dismissed.
Yeah, it's the second time there's been a run out between these two batters. You can see Alan Jones, his first thought was trying to dive in to rescue himself. His second thought was to leap up and stare absolute daggers back down the pitch at Sagar Joshi. As he was well short of his ground, and you can see up as quick as a flash to say a few non-verbal words to his teammate at the other end. And well, these two maybe need to go into communication therapy, as that is the second run out between the two. Luckily though for OBs, they've got a really deep batting order, and the opening pairing did get themselves up to 57 before that wicket fell. There's the end of the over as well, end of the power play. 57 for 1 comes off the opening 3. As it's the new batter Asad Sajjad at the non-strikers end. Charlie Sutton, the new bowler. It's a bit of a thankless task to be bowling at this stage with your side very much up against it. But Charlie Sutton, he's been an impressive performer throughout. 7 wickets to his name, joint 3rd place. That one though is a bit too short and it's clubbed away into the fan zone. Good fielding done out there in the deep. And now it just seems a question of when and not if the OBs will see this one home. Sagar Joshi, he's motoring along nicely. 41 off just 12 deliveries.
Yeah, real shame. I wish we could have seen Charlie Sutton bowling in a situation where his side had a chance to win this game and slightly more competitive. He's leading wicket taker for this Raynham side. Very exciting young 20-year-old player. He's going to just bowl a slower ball. He's got one of the best slower balls in this European cricket series. Really deceived a number of batters in Group A. And yeah, just a shame. There's some talented bowlers in this Raynham lineup. Sutton, Biren Patel, Kazmi, Ash Rahman, but just not quite enough runs on the board here for them. And so I'm just kind of going through the motions here as we wait for Old Brentwood to knock off these remaining runs.
Not been a bad over so far from Sutton though. Just that one boundary through point, but otherwise kept the 2 batters here to just the singles. But in reality, singles is all OBs need with that run rate down below 5. There's that trademark slower ball and he gets the wicket. It's a brilliant delivery that does for Sagar Joshi. He goes chasing after a wide one, would have been a wide. In the end, it gets the wicket as Joshi departs for 42 off 14 and Charlie Sutton gets another very well-deserved wicket.
A brilliant wicket for him, 8th of this series. Joshi runs out a teammate and then gets dismissed shortly after that. Certainly not going to get too many pats on the back from his teammates after that, but yeah, brilliantly batted by him. Strike rate of 300. He's going to have some explaining to do though to Alan Jones as he makes his way back to the dugout.
It was a brilliant delivery, actually right on that wide line, so maybe Sagar Joshi thought it's better off to go chasing after that one. The amount of times you see batters chase after a wide, get something on it and it flies away for 4 on that occasion. It's a very smart grab actually by Akbar Ali with the gloves, and it's 2 wickets in the space of 5 deliveries. Tiny, tiny opening in the door for Raynham, but you've still got so much batting to come for the OBs. Mervyn Westfield could still come out. We've also got the likes of Baba Chowdhury, the captain. But for now, it's Wasim Khalid who takes the field for the OBs. That's an outstanding piece of wicket keeping from Akbar Ali. He goes full horizontal to stop that one racing away to the boundary. There was a bit of bat on it from Wasim Khalid, would have been 4 to the bat. He just sticks out his left paw, does Akbar Ali. Brilliant.
There's just a little bit of concern for the new batter coming in, whether he'd be timed out or not. So just a quick reminder to some of our viewers about the ECN rules regarding this. So after the fall of a wicket or the retirement of a batter, the incoming batter must, unless time has been called, be in position to take guard or for the other batter to be ready to receive the next ball within 1 minute and 30 seconds. So that's 90 seconds of the dismissal or retirement. If the requirement's not met, then the incoming batter will be timed out. That's why there was just a little bit of concern, a bit of shouting, just to urge the new batter to make his way out to the middle quickly.
And of course, if he's not there after 60 seconds, there is the 5-run penalty as well. So it's double jeopardy in the end. I think he just about gets there in time. There's really no reason to not be there. It's a shortish boundary. And you can see when a wicket has fallen, just get on out there. Often there's a bit of faffing with bats or helmets or gloves. And you got the hurry up there. And they did manage to play the next ball just in time as we've called the emergency services here. 999 into bat and well into bowl even. Might get a wicket straight away here. as he tries to do the catching off his own bowling, does Ash Rahman. He was the closest. It was the right call to go after it. In the end, it falls safely to the ground. That one went up a long, long way up off the bat of Asad Sajjad. Just a little slow off the mark was Ash Rahman there. It's always difficult when it's off your own bowling. Dejected figure on the turf there.
You got to say, for this Raynham side, I mean, this result is obviously not going to go their way. The spirit with which they've played with throughout this series, we just see a stumping appeal here. Could call it being a bit of trouble. Not the case. The umpire is rooted to the spot. Yeah, just going back to that point, I think, you know, even though this quarterfinal may not have quite gone Raynham's way, that's going to be a great learning experience for this club. You know, we know they're a club with many very talented cricketers, an important part of their community as well. For them to get the opportunity to play on ECN, pick up 4 wins as well in the group stages, put on an exhibition at times, it's really going to be great for them. And, you know, players like Charlie Sutton will only get better and better with this experience. And, yeah, in the future, they'll be looking to play better in the knockout stages and maybe even come closer to winning this ECS trophy, as this is struck down the ground straight to the fielder. Well taken there by Ashraful Islam. So cluster wickets falling here for the old Brentwoods. We thought they would have been doing a little bit better at this stage, especially considering the start they've had, but they are faltering a little bit right now.
A few unnecessary wickets as well. The run out, that was very much avoidable. And then, of course, the next wicket fell just a few moments later with the catch. Okay, you can say that was a good piece of bowling from Charlie Sutton, but still Sagar Joshi was chasing a wide one on this occasion. It was just a bit of a rash shot down the ground. Wasim Khalid maybe feeling a bit of the pressure, having not scored in his 3 balls so far. And on the 4th one, he does depart, just thrashes it down the ground, really. It's a safe catch in the deep by Ashraful Islam. Suddenly, just a slight wobble here from OBs, still very much in command, less than a run a ball needed. And they don't want to start making life difficult for themselves here. And brilliant piece of fielding there by Charlie means it's another dot ball. And this is an outstanding over so far from Ash Rahman. Just the single coming off it. And the wicket, of course, to fall on the 3rd ball. 2 dot balls in a row now. Ramiz Rahman, the new batter, under a little bit of pressure, and suddenly the volume has amped up just a little bit in the field.
A nice bit of fielding there by Charlie Sutton. Saves this. So on a boundary, so Rahman will pick up the single and keep strike heading into the next over, as the old Brentwoods are 66 for 3 halfway through this innings. Just another 30 runs needed for them to pick up this win. That was a superb over, you have to say, by Ash Rahman. Just the 2 runs in it. Pick up a wicket as well. The last 2 overs have brought about only 9 runs. 2 wickets have fallen as well during this period. At the end of the 3rd over as well. So old Brentwood's just slowing down a little bit these last 16 or so deliveries. We just take a look at the fixtures over in Czechia. So right now, Gibraltar taking on Austria. Austria set a target of 135 for Gibraltar, who in response managed to make 117. So yeah, massive, massive victory for Austria, who you now say are probably in pole position to win the Central Europe Cup. They pick up 2 victories against Gibraltar, who are probably their main rivals. And they're going up against the Czechia side later this tournament, who are in a little bit of trouble at the moment.
It's huge for ICC rankings as well, because Gibraltar are significantly higher in the rankings than Austria. And the way it's set up is that one's poor delivery, a rare poor delivery actually from Charlie Sutton, is knocked away for 4 runs by Asad Sajjad. And the cyclist is going to do the fielding for the Park 11 here. Yeah, the way the ICC rankings are set up, that if you win against a side higher up than you in the rankings, then you really leap up the ladder, whereas for Gibraltar it's quite a high stakes tournament. It actually goes through the legs of the bike there. It's a high stakes tournament for them, because if they lose against a side like Austria who are below them, then they're going to tumble down the rankings. So that's a big double win for Austria, and it looks like it's going to be a big win here for OBs, as Asad Sajjad pummels that one straight back over Charlie Sutton's head, and OB's here marching their way to victory. Less than 20 now needed, 19 in 27. Asad Sajjad looks like he wants to finish it in quick time. Good comeback though from Charlie Sutton. He absolutely not one to be intimidated, always goes back to his bag of tricks as well, the slower balls, the Yorkers. He's such a talented bowler.
Yeah, really talented bowler. He's had a great ECS, been one of the most impressive bowlers we've seen. And you know, this Raynham side have, in general, bowled quite well throughout this series, better than most teams have. They have quite a bit of bowling talent, as this one is pumped away for 6 runs by Sajjad. But the issue for them is they've not always been able to score runs with the kind of consistency that sides like this Old Brentwood's team have.
Yeah, the fact that we haven't seen, for example, Baba Chowdhury in the top 5, even the likes of Mohib Burki, who isn't even in the side this morning, he scored runs, so it shows the depth that they have in their ranks. Mervyn Westfield, of course, he scored his high score on the network in game 22, OB's first game. He's not been required to bat yet. Shows they're certainly going to be a force to be reckoned with for whoever they come up against in the semi-final, which will of course be the winner of the Mighty Tigers versus CFS Pinnacle Pro, which is coming your way in just about 45 minutes time.
12 more runs needed for the Old Brentwoods to wrap this one up. We'll take a look here at the scorecard for this Old Brentwood side. Sagar Joshi with 42 of 14. Alan Jones was batting very well. Then a miscommunication between him and Sagar Joshi led to his run out. Asad Sajjad is on 19 of 7. Khalid departed for a duck. Here we go then. Just 12 more runs needed now for the Old Brentwoods. Firmly struck straight down the ground. Just flat bat swat there by Sajjad. But like a tennis forehand, really, the way he played that. Just slapped it away.
Yeah, he's got so much power, hasn't he? He's got strong wrists, and that one doesn't need to move his feet 1 inch, as it's just a tiny bit too short from Ashraman and gets given the treatment. Now 8 runs away. Make that 2, as that one gets shipped over the match referee's tent. Again, just effortless from Asad Sajjad as he moves to 29 off just the 9 deliveries. And it will be the OBs then moving to the semi-final with just 2 needed for the win. It'll be a shame to lose Raynham, won't it? They were involved in some great games. Of course, their very first game was a final ball thriller against Markle. That was the closest we got to the golden ball with that burgled run to mid-off to seal the win. And they've been really dominant in some games as well. They beat the Sharks in just 6 overs. Of course, the Sharks are going through to the semi-finals, so it shows really as well that anyone can beat anyone in this tournament. And while this one might not be an upset, it certainly gives the likes of CFS Pinnacle Pro heart going into a big game against the Mighty Tigers.
Just going to look to lap that one over fine leg, but just didn't quite get enough power on his Sajjad, so it just remained in the ring and was fielded by Biren Patel. Yeah, this Old Brentwood side, they're certainly going to be a side to be reckoned with now that they're in the semifinals, and I'm sure there's a number of teams over in Group A who fear them quite a bit. Oh, that is hammered away, and he ends this game in style there, Sajjad, as the Old Brentwoods take this victory and punch their ticket to the semifinals. A commanding display. My side have enjoyed a fine European cricket series. Raynham's campaign comes to an end. Congratulations to them on the 4 wins they picked up in the group stages, and hope to see them back in the ECS in the future. But this moment, it's all about the Old Brentwoods, who are marching on to the Final 4.
It's a dominant victory for them in the end, needing just 6.4 overs to chase down the total. So if there were bonus points on offer, they would have taken that as well. But as it is, the only reward for them is a semi-final berth, and they're looking mighty strong. As we take a look then, they will play the winners of either the Mighty Tigers or CFS Pinnacle Pro, with the Sharks, who caused an upset this morning against East Londoners, waiting to play either Hornchurch or Gagan. So we've still got 2 exciting quarterfinals to bring your way. But first, let's take a look back at the highlights. And it was ominous from the start, really, wasn't it, for Raynham, with 16 runs scored in the first over. And from there, we thought, well, this is only going to go one way. And Sagar Joshi, in the end, he top scored with 42. And Asad Sajjad came in at the end, 35 off 11. Still time for a little bit of miscommunication from the opening pair, Alan Jones and Sagar Joshi. Alan Jones, shake of the head as he makes his way off the pitch. He went for 18 off 8. Again, he didn't fire, and still it was an easy chase for OBs as Sagar Joshi stayed there. He got to 42 off 14. Asad Sajjad remained unbeaten on 35. There was a tiny little flurry of wickets with Wasim Khalid holing out. It was a nice catch by Ashraful Islam, but with such a low score on the board, it felt like it would just take one of these powerful OB batters to hit a few lusty blows, and that would be the end of that. In the end, it was Asad Sajjad who achieved that. 4 sixes and 2 fours on his way to a strike rate of over 300. And that's not even talking about the likes of Baba Chowdhury, who wasn't needed to bat. And of course, Ramiz Rahman, he came in right at the end. He only was needed for 2 runs. And Mervyn Westfield, of course, he didn't need to bat. So it's ominous signs for whoever faces OBs in the semi-final, as they have pretty emphatically brushed aside Raynham here. Taking a look at the batting scorecard then, Sagar Joshi, he did the damage up top along with Alan Jones. Their opening stand was worth 57. More than half of the runs required were already achieved inside the power play. And from then, it was just a stroll in the park for OBs as they were able to chase down the Raynham score within 7 overs. Raynham, they didn't bowl badly. They just didn't have enough runs on the board. It's good to see again Charlie Sutton bowl and show us exactly what he can do, especially with that trademark slower ball. It was that slower ball that got the wicket as well. Ash Rahman, he had the thankless task of bowling towards the end when the victory was almost sealed for OBs. He picked up a wicket. Saklan Kazmi and Charlie Puncher also were economical enough, but it just was a case of not having enough runs to defend in the first place for Raynham. So there you have it. Second quarter-final goes the way of OBs, goes the way of the favourites, unlike the first quarter-final. And certainly, whether it's the Mighty Tigers or CFS Pinnacle Pro who face them in the semis, it's bound to be another absolute thriller. Slightly early finish here, so we have just under 45 minutes before we do go into quarter-final number 3. It's going to be another intriguing one. It's Mighty Tigers, who of course are unbeaten so far in this series, but we know what happens to unbeaten sides. They're coming up against CFS Pinnacle Pro, who have only won 1 game. All signs point to a Mighty Tigers win, but we know strange things have happened on the network. Strange things have already happened this morning. I'm very much looking forward to that one. Perfect time for a spot of lunch, and join me, Tina and Nish, back in the commentary box in just over 40 minutes time for the start of the third quarter-final here at Hornchurch Cricket Club, ECS England, and we're on the European Cricket Network.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to a roller coaster day here at Hornchurch Cricket Club, and we're into quarterfinal number 3. That is the Mighty Tigers against CFS Pinnacle Pro. Remember, Mighty Tigers, they were unbeaten through the group stages, did have 2 no results, but we also know what happens to unbeaten sides. Just ask the East Londoners this morning. Surely the Mighty Tigers will go into this one favourites, but you never know when it's knockout cricket. Let's go into the middle for the coin toss with Tyrone Peters.
CFS to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Oi. And that's a tail.
We're going to bowl first.
They're going to have a ball.
Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. The Mighty Tigers have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Look out for their mighty batting lineup. Shawan Chaudhry, he scored 150 not out, and surely they will have a lot of batting firepower once more. As for CFS, they really sneaked through into the quarterfinal stages. They're going to rely on the likes of Cam Tom with the bat to try and boost their score. It's going to be another thriller, I'm sure, and Nish, I know, is looking forward to it. Nish, the news from the toss is that the Tigers have won and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much for that update. So the Tigers trying to chase this total down, whatever total they get in the second innings. Sides chasing have won both the quarterfinals so far, and the Mighty Tigers will be hoping that will be the case in this quarterfinal as well. CFS coming into this match with just the 1 win in the group stages, and they'll be looking to take some inspiration from what happened in quarterfinal number 1 when we saw an upset for the ages when the Sharks Cricket Academy defeated the East Londoners. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game between the Tigers and CFS. So the Tigers didn't win all their games. They had those 2 games that were washed out. I'm sure they'll feel like they could have won those matches as well. They come in with a formidable lineup. Corvair Sani there with 755 points. Omar Akram, what a talented batter he is. Certainly someone to look out for as well. Their captain and wicketkeeper Hassan Ahmed has got a big role to play leading this side. Then you got Umar Riaz and Qasim Nasiri coming in for the first time in this ECS. They'll be making their debuts in a quarterfinal. Meanwhile, for CFS, they come in with a much expected side. Nathan Weeks is in as well, but I think we expect CFS to come in with the players they have here. They're just going to have to put in a really big performance, much like we saw this morning. Take a look at the win predictor. The Mighty Tigers, 83% favorites. Take your mind back to quarterfinal number 1, where we, of course, saw that the Sharks Cricket Academy were 20% underdogs against the East Londoners, who had an 80% chance to win. So CFS just have to take inspiration from that match and hope they can do something similar. The players just making their way out onto the field here. The Mighty Tigers, a huge match for them. They had a terrific group stage where they went undefeated. They'll be looking to book their place to the semifinals. Standing in their way is the CFS side, and they're going to go with Adia Kedekar and Ayush Baluja to open the batting. They went with this pair yesterday as well in the final match of the day against Havering. Both these men played really well. Kedekar with 58 of just 24 deliveries. Baluja making 49. They typically had Kedekar opening alongside Tom, but Tom is now listed to come in at number 3. Now this pair did work quite well for them, and Pinnacle Pro did manage to get 173 runs on the board against Havering. It was really in the bowling department that they struggled, and also with their catching. Mighty Tigers, though, they've been flawless. Haven't broken a sweat so far this series. Everything's been going perfectly for them. And they won Group A very comfortably and didn't really feel like any side could match them. What have CFS got here? As we're about to get underway in quarterfinal number 3. Starts out with a bumper, and it's going to be a wide first ball, and there goes the one for the over as well. Good afternoon to everyone joining us in the chat. Johnny Hisham, Paul Kempen, got Edrico Jr. Agonia joining us as well. Hedged, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. A lucky boundary, a fortuitous way for CFS to open their account in this quarterfinal. The first runs off the bat. I'm just going to get a little warning here from the umpire, just telling them to stop wasting time. Just the umpire having a word with the fielding side. They're just taking a little bit too long here, and the clock continues to go tick tick. Haven't seen any team concede penalty runs for slow over rates so far this series, and no sides even come close to conceding penalty runs. Drilled straight back to the bowler, and the series just able to get a hand to it. So a no ball has been signaled over here, and a free hit coming up for Kedekar, a batter who certainly doesn't need any more help considering the form he's been in this series. He's been one of the most consistent players in this ECS. Someone who CFS can always rely on to get them some runs. He's got a chance to make a free swing here. Goes back and across and hammers that away for 6 runs. Huge shot, the first maximo of this innings, and look how far that 6 has gone. There are some spectators just under the shade of the trees, and it gets nice and deep, back and across, and away it goes for a 6. A big blow here. Good ball there. Nice comeback delivered by the series. Chance for a run on a direct hit. He might have been in a little bit of trouble. Great backing up as well, you've got to say. Let's just take a look at this. Once again, pushes that one away towards mid-wicket. Would he have been in trouble with a direct hit? Yep, he was a goner. He was a goner, but those are the kind of risks you just have to take in T10 or even T20 cricket. Just got to try to get those quick singles. Want to keep dot balls to a minimum. Baluja just strikes one down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. A fantastic way for him to get off the mark. Just left this ball in the slot there in the series and struck that right down the ground. And the umpire does well too to get out of the way. Got a hand to it, and I just wonder if that ricocheted onto the stumps would Kedekar have been in a little bit of trouble. We've already seen a couple of batters dismissed in both the men's and women's series due to similar dismissals. Here's a look at the calendar for this year's European cricket season. So alongside us here in Hornchurch, there's some cricket going on over in Czechia. We saw Austria do the double against Gibraltar, managed to win 2 games against probably their biggest rivals in that Central Europe Cup series, and now they've got 2 matches against the Czechia side, who will be underdogs. Let's see if Czechia can finally pick up a win. It's gotta hope that they can get a win at least during their home tournament. The men couldn't pick up a win, and they'll be certainly hoping that they can get a victory from their women's side. Short and wide, that's going to be punished. Goes all the way for a 6. A great time to welcome back Tina Guff into the commentary box. So the CFS Pinnacle Pros are off to a good start here.
Decent start, especially with Aya Kardaka at the crease. Certainly the key man for this CFS side. Already notched multiple impressive scores. 5 of them, 4 of them in fact. No, 5 of them, I was right the first time. 50 plus, even got 44 in there as well. Certainly a wicket that the Mighty Tigers want to take early, as that's a full toss, and it's an outstanding catch. We're just going to have to see if the height is okay, but if it is, then that is a piece of brilliant fielding out in the deep by Qasim Nasiri. He tumbles away to his left, didn't have any right to take that one. I think he's probably okay on the height, and if that is the case, it will be a big, big wicket as Aya Karaka departs. It's a bit of a filthy full toss, in all honesty, from Gurveer Saini. It went up in the air, just didn't quite get hold of it, and it's a brilliant catch from Naziri. Just double check once more, and while the finger has been raised by the umpire, so just double check this one. I think it was on the way down. You can see that there's a slight move forward. He's not quite tall at the crease. Is Aya tries to get underneath it. Probably would have hit him just about above the knee roll, above the pad. Qasim Naziri takes an absolute spectacular grab deep on the boundary.
Yeah, huge moment there, huge wicket, and it's moments like that that so often win you finals. Incredible display of athleticism by Qasim Naziri, and gets rid of a man who's had an incredible run of form this series. Kedekar struck 5 half-centuries in the 8 innings he's batted in, so that is an absolutely crucial wicket. Could it be 2? It will, and it's back-to-back wickets. What an unfortunate way for Cam Tom to get dismissed. A shake of the head for him. He's been another key player for this CFS side. A couple of 50s to his name, but he's not going to trouble the scorers here as he departs for a golden duck, and Gurveer Saini is on a hat-trick.
Well, that's the curse of the intros. Often happens that you mention a player to look out for, and they aren't able to trouble the scorers. It's a golden duck for Cam Tom, someone who was otherwise so consistent with the bat. And we've got another chance for a hat-trick. I'm a bit bored of saying it though, Nish, because we haven't had one yet. It will be the 24th of the season if he's able to do it here. Gurveer Saini. He's coming up against a batter in the form of Prab Singh, the left-hander. That would be as good a time as any to get that first bowling Hall of Fame entry for this ECS England, and the field has been moved around just a little for the left-hander.
Here we go. So the hat-trick ball coming up here for Saini. That's going to be clipped away towards mid-wicket, so still waiting for the first hat-trick of this year's Hornchurch series. They've had plenty of batting accolades, haven't we? A number of centuries, but still waiting for that 5-wicket haul, still waiting for a hat-trick, and most importantly, still waiting for a golden ball.
Any of those 3 would really ratchet up the tension and the drama here on quarterfinals day.
Gonna need a big innings here from Baluja. I thought he batted superbly yesterday and against the Havering 11. But to see Kedekar and Tom dismissed so quickly, hammer blow for this CFS side. So has to wait on that one a little bit, but he's able to strike that for 4 runs. A nice firm shot there by Baluja.
Just tiny bit too short there on that occasion from Saini, but take nothing away from that over. 2 wickets and 2 balls, and the 2 most important wickets in this CFS lineup as well. So you can see why these sides are in the quarterfinals here. And the Mighty Tigers, well, they did have 2 no results, but they were absolutely dominant in the 6 games that they did play, and certainly deserve to be first place in that table, 7 points ahead of Hornchurch in second. You wouldn't have put it past them winning those 2 games that were washed out, but as the East Londoners can attest to, being unbeaten through the group stages doesn't get you any prizes. And the East Londoners will have to watch finals day from back home, as of course the Sharks sprung the upset this morning to put themselves into the semi-final.
Saw a fire truck go by. I think that might have been because of the fiery spell of bowling we just saw.
Nice.
No, that I think that might be the end for it for me on
Yeah.
ECN with that kind of a pun.
Nish is no more.
Might be the last straw for Vinny. Into the third over, Riaz bowling this. He starts off with a dot ball. And not quite the start CFS would have been hoping for. They would have wanted to capitalize on this power play. We got 2 very talented openers as well in Kedekar and Baluja, but just weren't quite able to make the most of those first couple of overs. They find themselves in the spot of bother here. Parab Singh, he's scored 164 runs in this series with a strike rate of 228. Had a 50 as well, a top score of 58. I'm going to need a big knock from him here. Baluja certainly burst onto the scene later in this series, and he's made a huge impact.
The only other batter who's really scored runs in this lineup for CFS is Faris Haider, so he's still to come. He's got a half century to his name, but otherwise it's quite an inexperienced batting lineup. I mean, if you only win 1 game through the group stages, suggests there's a bit of frailty there.
Struck down the ground. That's going straight to the fielder at mid-on. Had a great day in the field. Qasim Naziri saw him take a spectacular catch and saved aside some valuable runs as well throughout these first couple of overs. Into the gap, but not quite into the gap, I should say. That was hit straight to the fielder.
We were lamenting the fact that the kits in Group B were a bit too plain, blue and black, but CFS at least have a dash of colour in them, while the Mighty Tigers kit is quite something to behold, isn't it, with the tiger stripes on the shoulders, a bit of green and orange in there as well. Kind of looks like 80s wallpaper.
Up in the air, and that should land safely well beyond the rope. It was a big chase for the man out in the deep, Mihad bin Maher. Let's take a look at this one more time. As the top edge wasn't really in control of that shot. Was probably looking to bash it towards mid-wicket, and it's cleared the rope and gone away for a 6. Yeah, looks a bit like one of those old Windows screensavers, doesn't it? Yeah, at least the bottom part of that jersey.
Yeah, very much so. Maybe it's more 90s, you know, thinking Windows 98. Windows 2000, that kind of vibe.
Well, just has to wait on that one a little bit. It was a great slower ball by Riaz, and he really doesn't deserve to go for a 4 again. It's been unlucky. Had a back some of the previous delivery, and this time executes the slower ball really well. It gets the top edge, but it goes away for 4 runs. You have to feel for him. Couple of lucky boundaries there for CFS, but they're going to need that rub of green if they are to pull off an upset here. 37 for 2 these first 3 overs. Mighty Tigers will certainly be the happier of the 2 sides. But it isn't calamity for CFS just yet. They've still got plenty of overs to get stuck in here and post a solid total on the board.
And the Mighty Tigers, let's not forget though, they went their first 4 games without dropping a point. It was procession after procession, and it's one of those again, isn't it, Nish, where you have to wonder what CFS can post to keep the Tigers at bay.
It is worth mentioning that the only points that they dropped were because of the rain. So this wasn't really anything to do with the Mighty Tigers. And all their victories were such convincing wins as well. That was the impressive feat about how this mighty Tigers side performed during the group stages. Full toss. Oh, what a take! What an incredible leaping grab, and we've seen two incredible catches this innings from this mighty Tigers side. He would have had so little time to react to that. Cat-like reflexes there by Gurveer Saini as he holds on to an absolute humdinger of a catch. Let's just take a look at this again and relive what a brilliant moment that was.
The slow-mo isn't going to do justice to just how quickly this one travelled through the air. Gurveer Saini picked up 2 wickets of his own. Again, it's a bit of a filthy full toss. It'll be the 2nd wicket from a full toss. And in the end, it was too quick even for the camera as the wicket does fall. And it's the 3rd one to fall as CFS slump now to 37 for 3.
Oh, what a catch by Gurveer Saini. What an incredible catch, leaping up. Had so little time to take that. He plucked it out of the air. My goodness, what a moment. Header comes in here at number 5 with his side. In a bit of trouble now that they've lost this 3rd wicket. Singh would have been absolutely stunned that it didn't go away to the boundary. Would have seen that full toss and thought that he was going to bash it away towards the rope, but ends up getting dismissed. Struck down the ground, and great bit of fielding there by Omar Akram.
Of course, Mohamed Mahmood Hussain comes into the attack, picks up a wicket on his very first delivery, which was a loosener in every sense of the word. That's often the way the bad balls get the wickets. That was a much better delivery, just gets hit away for a single.
Looks to go big over here, and that's going to go the distance for a 6. Baluja's going to have to play a very special knock here to give his side a chance.
Yeah, these two at the crease, you imagine they hold the key to any kind of rebuild job here for CFS. That's a good counter punch though. Slaps it back down the ground and it clatters into the sight screen for 6 runs.
Struck towards the leg side, into the gap, 4 runs here. A nice counter attack by Baluja, striking a couple of boundaries after they lost the wicket at the start of this over.
Just tries to overcorrect his length there, does Mohamed Mahmood Hussain. Not quite quick enough to trouble Baluja with the shorter ball, especially when he just jumps back in his crease, gives himself all the time in the world. We've seen on this AstroTurf that it sits up actually quite nicely. You've got to have quite a bit of pace about you to trouble the batters with a shorter delivery. I haven't seen too many actually fly past kind of the visor height of the helmet.
No ball. I think this might be a front foot no ball. And oh, what an incredible feat of fielding on the deep. Gurveer Saini turning into Superman once again, denying the opposition would look like a certain 6. I'll take a look at the replay here. Just have a look at that front foot. Yeah, it's a front foot no ball, isn't it? That was pulled away magnificently. Was destined to be a 7-up, and then Saini stepping in the way of fate and denying that from going over the rope. Free hit coming up. I think we're just going to have another look here at whether that was a clean bit of fielding there by Saini. So free hits coming up here for CFS. Baluja is just keeping his side alive in this game thanks to some great clean hitting. It's going to be signaled a free hit. So, yep, it has been deemed a clean bit of fielding there by Gurveer Saini. They were just checking whether he had made contact with the rope, and that wasn't the case. This is pumped away for a 6, so Baluja capitalizing on the free hit. Superb work, and if it wasn't for that incredible display of fielding by Saini, we could have seen 13 runs scored on these last 2 deliveries, and that would have been a real momentum swing, a real counterpunch by Baluja. Despite the wicket, it's been an expensive over so far, 20 runs off it. Oh, he's going for that Yorker length delivery there, just ends up being a full toss. They're going to stick with the single. Beluga keeps the strike heading into the 5th over. CFS are 58 for 3.
Certainly the last over or so has gone the way of the Mighty Tigers, thanks to some outstanding fielding, not only the catch, but that boundary stop just a few moments ago. Certainly this partnership here is a pivotal one. It's already worth over 20, 21 on the board between these two in pretty quick time. That's nowhere near enough against this fearsome Tigers batting lineup. It looks like they're going to go back to Gurveer Saini, unsurprisingly, given that he picked up 2 wickets and went for just 11 runs in his first over.
Yeah, Saini's been the stand-up performer so far, hasn't he? Hit 2 wickets with his bowling, took a couple of, or I should say 1 incredible catch, and then denied that 6 out in the deep as well. Oh, he's been superb. Shouts to catch it. There's a fielder there, and it's going to be a regulation catch. The Mighty Tigers have taken some incredible diving catches, and that's about as easy as it gets. Osama Ilyas holds on to that one. Bit of catching practice for a fielder of his quality. Gets down, and he's able to grab that. Another one bites the dust here, and boy, this is a big, big wicket, isn't it? Beluga gone now, and they really are staring down the barrel here, CFS.
I think Beluga there was just attracted by the fluorescent orange trainers of the fielder in the deep. And Osama Ilyas, he said, hit the ball over here. And that's exactly what was done by Ayush Beluga. Makes no mistake on the rope, settles underneath it, comfortable catch. And that's the 4th catch. All 4 wickets have been taken in the outfield so far, 58 for 4, with Jay Chavda to the crease for CFS.
Straight down the ground. And it's another take. Great catch there. Wonderful work by Qasim Nasiri. We saw him take a terrific catch, diving down low to his left earlier this innings. This was fairly regulation for a fielder of his standards. Takes that catch. Gurveer Saini's on a hat-trick for the 2nd time this match.
That means we do have Pfeiffer alert as well, because he's taken 4. He's got 3 balls left. We could get the Pfeiffer hat-trick double here. We've been crying out for it all week, Nish, and it might be like London buses. It could be 2 come along at once.
It certainly could be. So he would be the 24th name in the hat-trick Hall of Fame, and he'd also be added to our 5-wicket Hall of Fame. What can he do with Gurveer Saini? He certainly deserves it. He absolutely deserves it for the way he's bowled, the way he's fielded this innings. He's got 3 balls to get the 5-wicket haul, and this ball to get the hat-trick. To put a slip in place as well. I love that by the captain. Nathan Weeks on strike. Hat-trick ball for Saini. Up in the air. Could this be the hat-trick? Could this be the hat-trick? It's just going to land short of the fielder, and Saini was so close to making a little bit of history. Still got a couple of balls, though, to get the 5-wicket haul.
So close once again to that hat-trick. Tantalising in the air.
Up in the air. He could have the 5-wicket haul, though. And he will! Saini with the first 5-wicket haul of this ECS. An incredible moment for him. And he certainly deserves it. He's pretty muted with his celebration. Look at that. He is absolutely delighted. Well, we had to wait till quarterfinals day to get our first 5-wicket haul, and we've managed to get it. They've been perfect with their catching the Mighty Tigers. They've taken everything that's come their way, even the challenging opportunities. And Faris Heather departs having scored just 1 run. Osama Ilyas with his 2nd catch of this innings. Gurveer Saini now, he's got himself a 5-wicket haul.
Finally, Nish. Finally, we can have another entry into the Bowling Hall of Fame, and it's thoroughly deserved, as Gurveer Saini not only got a 5-er, but has been involved in all 6 wickets so far. He took the catch. It's the only wicket that wasn't from his bowling. And he's still got another ball here to do the damage, as the new batter, Subhan Javed, the captain, very slowly makes his way to the crease. In his defence, he probably didn't expect 3 wickets in the last 4 deliveries. And just needs to get his gloves on, get sorted. CFS are left reeling here.
Needs to keep an eye on the time as well. We mentioned the rules for timed outs on ECN, and 60 seconds for 5 penalty runs. Oh, tosses that up, and Gervais just had to wait for it in the end. He gets his bat down and is able to block it out. Incredible bowling figures for Gurveer Sen. He's going to get a big round of applause here as he ends up with figures of 5 for 12.
Thoroughly deserved round of applause, and congratulations to him as he does put his name in the Hall of Fame, and, well, might be a bit premature, but maybe puts his side's name into the semi-finals. 59 for 6 at halfway.
There's a chance for us to welcome you into the commentary tent. What a start here for the favorites, the Mighty Tigers. I just see that ball is blocked out. We'll just quickly return to live action here. I mean, this has been nothing like what we saw from the East Londoners earlier. They've come out here, they've taken control of this game, and even though we're just 5 overs in to the first innings, it really looks like an uphill climb for the CFS Pinnacle Pros.
Yeah, absolutely does. Unlike the East Londoners this morning, the Mighty Tigers unconcerned with that favourites tag. Still, though, the job is not even halfway done. 59 for 6. I just want to keep that those runs down as low as possible, just to make the task that little bit easier for their batters, who of course will be under pressure. They still need to get the runs to get themselves into the semi-finals. We've got some excellent news to bring you as well from the chat from Jamie Green, the Havering 11 skipper, who you remember took a nasty, nasty blow in the Havering game just a few days ago, and he's come in with an update. And says he's just got home from hospital, should make a full recovery in 6 to 8 weeks, no surgery needed. So that's obviously in a bad situation. That's very good news to hear, Jamie, and obviously everyone at ECN continues to wish you a speedy recovery, and also a big thank you for the way you led your Havering side, bringing us so much entertainment. And although you aren't on the field, well, the ball's not going to be on the field here either, as this one gets launched over the wicketkeeper, and it's going to be 4 overthrows from the hand of Kazim Naziri, who has been faultless with his fielding so far, but has a massive brain fade and launches that one almost into the next postcode. But just wanted to finish by saying to Jamie, congratulations on the 2 wins. Obviously you weren't on the field for those 2, but very much belong to you as well, because you skippered excellently in those games that you played for Havering.
Yeah, certainly completely agree with that sentiment. Great to hear you're going to make a full recovery, Jamie. And yeah, he's a very, very talented cricketer. It was extremely concerning to see when he got hurt, and you were just praying for the best, and I hope you make a full recovery. Also got a message in there from Jules Udebridge. Jules, it was great to meet you and Sarah, as well as Tim, during the match break. Absolutely lovely people. Great to chat with them, and yeah, we'll see you later when we have a break in play as well. Oh, just misses the stumps by a bit, and a few runs leaking here for the Mighty Tigers, have been so clinical so far. You throw in the overthrow, and now this manages to go away for a few runs of buys as well. Just need to tidy things up a little bit, the Tigers.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were saying, that yes, they've done the business so far, but they certainly don't want to let things slip. It's a very different prospect chasing something like 80 or 90 than it is chasing 120, 130, to state the obvious. But certainly the Mighty Tigers, when you've got a side so much on the ropes, especially looking in that middle order, just the 3 runs between batters number 3 to 6, then you don't want to let go of this momentum. Just a few sloppy deliveries there. That being said, still in the last 2 overs, Mighty Tigers have given away just the 12 runs and have picked up 3 wickets. But just the 6 followed by the 4 there. Slow signs of recovery for CFS, but they need to build on it here in the last 4 overs.
Yeah, along with the cricket, I think one of the highlights of this ECS has been getting a chance to meet so many people from the chat, from the ECN family, as this is just going to go away towards the leg side. Just the 1 run. You know, we obviously hear from so many members of the ECN family throughout the year, and then getting a chance to meet them in person, it's always great. You know, first time I'm covering a series in England, so it's been terrific to get to meet all the chatters and all the fans of European cricket had a chance to meet the Dawsons last weekend, as well as Johnny Heasham, and that really has been brilliant.
Yeah, I know Tim Harmer's in the house as well, so it's great to see everyone down here. I know some more are planning to come maybe down to Wimbledon, and of course if you're in the chat and you realise that ECN is coming to a neighbourhood near you in the future, then make sure you come on down to the ground to say hello.
Oh, this could be a run out here. Complete bizarre moment of indecision and miscommunication. Don't have many wickets to play with here, CFS, and they can't throw them away like that. Just hit straight to the fielder. Javed set off. Yes, no, yes, no. In the end, nothing happened. And they end up just staring at each other here, Nathan Weeks and Javed. The captain will have to depart. Absolute anger. Massive amount of frustration for him. The 7th one bites the dust here for CFS. It just goes to bad from worse for this Pinnacle Pro side.
I will say in Nathan Weeks' defence there, it was his call. I don't think he really moved a muscle. Subhan Javed, you can see his frustration. He doesn't need to take a bit of the Hornchurch turf with him, but you can see also why he was upset with that one. But he pretty much ended halfway down the pitch when the bails were whipped off. CFS struggling here, and that's a vicious delivery. It just spits up at Nathan Weeks. But somehow it's misfielded again. It's a bit sloppy this time from Mohamed Mahmood Hussain, and it rolls away for 4 runs. Really shouldn't have been 4 runs. Just didn't get down to it at all there, Hussain. And unfortunate for Mihad bin Maher, because it was an excellent delivery. Just got a little big on Nathan Weeks. Was only managed to get a bit of glove on it. It rolls away for 4 runs.
Big appeal over here. But they'll scamper across with a single height and probably missing. Sevens across the board. 77 for 7 at the end of the 7th. And Weeks is batting on 7, having faced 7 balls.
That is very, very pleasing.
Someone needs to take a screenshot of that image right there, because I don't think we're going to see it too often again on the network as we take a look at the fixtures coming up for you tomorrow. So it's finals day here in Hornchurch, the first semi-final. And it's going to be the winner of this match going up against the old Brentwoods, and then the second semi-final will be the winner of Hornchurch and Guggen going up against the Sharks Cricket Academy. Loser of both those semi-finals will play in the bronze final, and then got the grand finale right at the end of the day. Rather optimistic appeal there, probably missing the leg stump.
Yeah, good delivery. First up from Mirza Beg. Of course, his first over went for just the 7. And trying to turn the screw here are the mighty Tigers.
Yeah, just a slight glitch on the scoreboard right now. Some of you might be seeing that 73. It's not. It's going to go up to 78 now. So just in case you see that on the scoreboard right now, the score is 78 for 7.
Maybe the scoreboard was just broken. They ran out of 7s. Like on the old scoreboards where you have to get those slate tiles. This is not enough 7s. That's why I had to change it. Well, it's going to go up into the 80s now as that one rolls away. Will be 4 runs. Still a decent over from Mirza Beg. Abdul Amir gets himself off the mark with a boundary.
A nicely played. Gets to the pitch of the ball, turns into a half volley, and manages to strike a boundary here, Mir. How many more runs can CFS realistically get from here? We're well and truly into their lower order now. Got to maybe just try to find a way to get to 105 and 110 and just hope for best in the second innings.
I think maybe there was a score correction actually at the end of the 6th over. There was a 7th ball bowled, which went for the 4 leg byes. If I recall, that was the overthrows. So actually maybe Kazim Nasiri's blushes are spared. I believe that one has been corrected to a dead ball. So the final ball of the 6th went for 6. So the score now on the screen is correct. Just making sure that we get all the information, and they do get to 80 then. So there's 4 been scratched off the score because that was a bonus ball that shouldn't have been. What's certainly the case though is that CFS are 7 down, and they've just lost too many wickets at too many regular intervals, including that big one in over 5 where they lost 3, where we had our first fifer of the series thanks to Gavir Saini finishing with outstanding figures of 5 for 12 off his 2 overs. It's been a tight bowling performance so far as well. Just the 2 no balls and the 1 wide in the 4 extras.
So does that just make our all 7 score from earlier that much more special because it was only due to a scoring glitch?
Yeah, that will live long in the memory. We'll take that one to our graves, Nish.
I'm glad that glitch came just at the right time to give us that very, very rare scorecard. Dragged away into the gap. Weeks will pick up a boundary here, one that CFS desperately need. Could do with a few maximos as well. I haven't seen one since the end of the 6th over. Yeah, just gotta find a way to scratch and claw their way to something respectable here. CFS expected score is currently listed at 96. I want to at least try to get into triple digits.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got 10 balls left to get there. Nathan Weeks, well, he's going at a runner ball. At least trying to go at a boundary minimum per over.
Oh, had a shot at the stumps over there, and let's get that. There's a fielder backing up, Omer Riaz. Opens the face of the bat nice and late, and yeah, direct hit. He was a goner. Had just the 1 stump to aim at, so it's always going to be a very tough throw. Slower ball there, and he just stuck his leg out. Got a little bit of maybe the inside of his shin to that ball, which slows it down a little bit. Let's just see again. Yeah, oof, painful.
Jamie Green's probably looking away just about now. That one though, luckily was not quite the speed that Jamie got hit with the other day. There has been a few, hasn't there? There was that outstanding sharp caught and bowled yesterday, but otherwise there's been a few efforts of self-preservation and instinct. I was talking to the umpires yesterday. That's what would stop me being an umpire, also my attention span. But the speed and the power with which some of these guys hit the ball, you certainly don't want to be standing in the path of it.
There we go, taken. Another wicket will fall. Good grab there by Gurveer Sani, who can't put a foot wrong today. Holds on to another catch, his 3rd of this innings. He's taken 5 wickets as well. This might be one of the best bowling and fielding performances combined we've seen on the network in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been nothing short of comprehensive from the mighty Tigers as they pick up the 8th wicket, 86 for 8 now. And that one came sharply enough into the covers, but it was a smart catch to dismiss the batter. And they're running out of options here now. CFS, you wouldn't put it past mighty Tigers actually to bowl them out. 1 over left. It'll be interesting to see who bowls it. Umar Riaz has got the best of the remaining bowlers in terms of the figures. But it will be Kasim Naziri, the opener, to come back to bowl the final over. He went for 17 runs, did bowl a no ball and a wide. Responsible actually for 2 of the 3 bowling extras so far. But we know he can be a dangerous bowler, and he's coming in for the 10th here.
Hit down the ground. Another run here for CFS, who are going to find it hard to even get to 100. Need another 13 runs. They're into their lower order now. It's got a slip in place as well, which is just incredible considering we're in the final over of the innings. When do you ever see that?
You know you're on top of a game, don't you, when you get a close-in capture. I'll say it's a very wide slip. It must be about a 4th slip or even a narrow gully. Certainly in there for the catch though. Trying to get the ball to flash across the left-hander here.
Just as pretty wide for that right-handed batter as well. probably say about a second slip, just having a look at him.
Reminder as well, Mighty Tigers, they won the toss, very happy to chase in this game, and I think they'll be pleased with where they are at halfway, with just a handful of balls left, and actually looking less and less likely that CFS will even get to that 100 mark.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging for them to get to that, won't it? Another 11 runs needed of these last 3 deliveries, and haven't seen too much these last few overs to indicate that they'll be able to find the boundary rope with any great consistency in these last 3 deliveries, but maybe they can surprise us. A few edges could fly away towards the rope. Not going to be the case on that ball. It's just a terrific delivery by Naziri. Chowdhury backing away, looking to create some room to crunch Naziri through the offside. Instead, he gets cleaned up. His stumps have been shattered.
Brilliant delivery from Kasim Naziri. Musa Chowdhury pretty much yorks himself there as he comes dancing down the pitch. Kasim Naziri gets one to slide under the bat, very much the base of the stumps. Excellent yorker. And CFS are in danger of being bowled out here. Still 2 balls to go and only 1 wicket to come. And it's really been slim pickings from the batters. There's 6 of them who have departed in single digits. Abdullah Mir, he's on 8 off 5. He's currently stranded at the non-strikers end as Caleb Baldwin comes in at 11 for Pinnacle Pro.
Caleb Baldwin, his first batting appearance for the series, comes in the quarterfinals. He plays a good-looking shot there. Nicely played down the ground. Gets off the mark immediately, the number 11. Here we go. So Abdullah Mir facing the last ball of this innings. It's been a very convincing display by the Mighty Tigers so far. We haven't seen them for a week, but they've just come back and reminded us why they were the class of Group A in this first innings. It's been a terrific bowling performance, exceptional fielding. It's going to be a dot ball to end the innings. Superb death over bowling here by Kasim Naziri. As we see only 4 runs in this final over. Wicket fell in it as well. Superb work. Just 24 runs conceded these last 4 overs. They really put the pressure on right at the end, the Mighty Tigers. And they'll be looking to make quick work of CFS in the second innings.
Absolutely. It's another one where if the bonus points were in play, we'd be putting it all on the Mighty Tigers here with the 91 needed for victory. As we take a look back at the highlights, and well, as with every inning so far, it actually got off to not a bad start with Aya Kadaka and Ayush Baluja out there in the middle, and we thought, well, if these two can get going, CFS could upset the apple cart once more here. Aya Kadeka, he went for 1 big hit too many, and it was an outstanding catch from Kasim Naziri. You'll see that one on the highlights as he tumbles away to his left. And well, Cam Tom, unfortunately for him, he went on his very first delivery again. It was Gurvir Saini, 2 and 2 for him, as the catching was prolific from the Mighty Tigers. Pretty much snapped up every opportunity that came their way. That was Osama Ilyas as he got the end of Faris Haider. Jay Chavda, another 2 and 2. Wickets tumbling as Kasim Naziri once more was underneath that one, and Gurvir Saini, he was on the march to the Hall of Fame as he was the first 5-wicket haul of this series. And well, it doesn't rain but it pours for CFS, as then the run-out confusion led to the end of Suben Javed, the captain, as he had to depart. Kasim Naziri, he chipped in with a wicket of his own, clean bowling Musa Chowdhury towards the end, and it was an excellent bowling performance all round from the Mighty Tigers, who clearly learned a lesson or two from the East Londoners this morning, and they've put in a really prolific and ruthless performance at the halfway stage. Having a look at the batting card then, only really the top 2 who were able to get going, but when those 2 departed, it was just a procession of catching, with the top 8 all departing to catches in the outfield. And well, there was the one outstanding one from Kasim Naziri, but otherwise it was actually pretty regulation catching as well. Didn't make the Mighty Tigers fielders work too hard for it. Taking a look at the bowlers then, it was the 6 used and a few highlights as well, and there's only one man to talk about. Gurvir Saini, 5 wickets in his 2 overs for the loss of just 12 runs, and a wicket apiece for Naziri, Hussain and Bin Maher. So at the halfway stage, it's been so far a roaring performance from the Tigers as they restrict CFS Pinnacle Pro to 90 runs. Mighty Tigers, though, still need to get the job done. They need 91 runs to book their place in the semi-final. So join me, Tina and Nish, back on the mic in just under 10 minutes time for the run chase. Can the Mighty Tigers seal that Friday finals day berth, or it'd be an absolute miracle, can CFS pull this one out of the bag and go into the semi-finals as the second underdogs? We don't have too long to wait here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch. CFS Pinnacle Pro were restricted to just 90 runs in that first innings by the mighty Tigers. Find themselves in a very strong position here to start out the second innings. They're looking to make quick work of CFS, much as we saw in our third quarterfinal when the old Brentwoods were able to chase down a target of 96 in just 6.4 overs. They're up against it here, CFS. There's no other way to put it. Gonna have to find an absolutely miraculous performance with the ball in hand in the second innings. They're gonna have to put a fielding performance of their life in place. It's gonna be challenging, but they've got to believe. These next 10 overs need to be the very best 10 overs they've had. Omar Akram and Osama Ilyas are the two opening bats for the mighty Tigers. Both of them coming into this match with very impressive resumes. Omar Akram with 173 runs in 6 innings this series. He's achieved that with a strike rate of almost 340. Ilyas with a top score of 41 in the 2 innings he's batted with, strike rate of 356. And that's exactly why they have such an incredible strike rate. Chowdhury starts off with a full toss in all honesty, and Akram effortlessly strokes it away for a 6. Yeah, that's batting practice really there for Akram. Keep bowling to him there. He's going to keep sending them over long on for a 6. And yeah, with those stats, you know that these two batters, if they get going, oh my goodness, this could really be a very short second innings. A full toss again. He gets away with this one, or is he gonna goes away for 4 runs? Probably just breathes a sigh of relief that it's only a 4 and not a 6. Doesn't quite come out of the middle of Akram's bat. It's more off the inside edge of it, but he still got that to run away for 4 runs down the slope as well. Nice comeback ball there by Chowdhury. Nice length and so a subtle variation there that just threw off Akram. It's going to be a wide there. Could just see Akram looking to use his feet, come down the track, so he just tried to push that a little bit wider, but yeah, a bit too wide there. Well outside that wide guideline. Straight down the ground. It's going to land safely and go away for 4 runs. I wonder if there was a slight misfield over there as well. Hopefully be able to catch that on the replay. There's a lowish full toss. Again, just a few too many full tosses by Chowdhury this over. His third full toss he's bowled. And oh yeah, well, mistake there by Prab Singh, and you just contrast that to what we saw from the mighty Tigers in the first innings, where they were taking incredible diving catches, not letting anything get past them. Well, there's a reason why the mighty Tigers are sitting in first place. High up in the air. Was going to take some catching, and I tried to track that ball the best he could there, Ayush Baluja, but it's always tough to take those catches, just running towards the boundary rope. There's plenty of height on that, but no real distance on it from Omar Akram. He ends up landing safely. That was outside the power play. Mid-wicket would have probably been able to make an attempt at that catch. great take there. Wonderful bit of wicket keeping by Cam Tom. Any keeper would have just let that one get past them and go away for 4 byes, but excellent work there by Cam Tom. It just took a serious deviation as well once it landed, and he was just able to fly across and save that from getting away from him. As we take a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball in ECN, 41 matches, still waiting for a golden ball here in Hornchurch. That streak was snapped in Bucharest. And hoping to get one here. If they couldn't get one in this match, it would certainly be a real shocker considering the target is just 91. I'd like to welcome back Tina Guff into the commentary box. So it's a real uphill climb here for these CFS Pinnacle pros.
Absolutely. At the moment, it seems like quite a carbon copy of the second quarterfinal, of course, on that occasion. Raynham, probably the slight underdogs, put 95 on the board. Here, very much so the underdog CFS put 90 on the board, and Mighty Tigers, much like OBs, have got off to a healthy start here in the chase for that semi-final spot. They really need to get wickets here, do CFS. You imagine if this game goes the distance, then Mighty Tigers, by hook or by crook, are going to get the 91 runs required. And it was really wickets that stopped any momentum CFS had in the first innings, and that's what they need to try and repeat here.
Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide there for Nathan Weeks. Dangerous line to be bowling with the field setting he has. Just got to keep it full and straight.
Wides are going to be such a killer, aren't they? In the first innings, there was only 1 wide and 2 no balls. We've already had 2 wides in the first 8 deliveries.
Oh, a little bit of an inside edge there. They're going to need the rub of the green CFS if they want to pull off this remarkable result. Akram, he's going to breathe a sigh of relief as that inside edge just runs away for 4 runs.
And again, it feels like the luck is on the Mighty Tigers side. Not that they have needed much luck in their 6 games so far. They've pretty much dominated throughout, and it looks like that they'll be dominating their way into the semi-finals as well.
No ball given. So even if this is caught, it's not going to matter, but it's going to go for a 6, so it's a 7 up here. I've seen quite a few front foot no balls. Wonder if that's the case here as well. Yeah, another front foot no ball. I think I've seen more front foot no balls today than at any point in this series.
Yeah, and there's not really much excuse for it, to be honest. It's not like Nathan Weeks is going off a 30-meter run-up. He just kind of went a bit sideways in his action there. No part of his foot was behind the line. That's better, though, but we get a bit of extravagance from Omar Akram as he gets funky early on here, and even the lady at the bus stop's turning around to see what's happening.
Yeah, incredible shot there by Akram. We've seen him slog a few straight down the ground, and now he decides to bring out a nice innovative stroke. Good little reverse sweep there by Omar Akram.
They're already more than a third of the way to the target, and we've only had 9 deliveries, so it could be another early finish for us. Remember, Brentwood, they needed 6.4 overs to chase down the 96 needed for victory. Seems like the Mighty Tigers, the way they're roaring, we won't even get to the halfway mark.
Hit away for another boundary. It just feels like it's going to be one of those innings really for this CFS side. The best thing that could happen for them right now is just that this ends quickly and they're put out of their misery soon.
Yeah, it's a tough one for CFS. We were talking throughout the group stages, weren't we, about the importance of those standings. Yes, getting through is the main thing, and yes, you don't have the double chance of finishing first and second like we've had in other series. This one, chance of a catch, and the fielder settles underneath it and he drops it. And that pretty much sums it up for CFS as Prab Singh shells an opportunity. And it would have been Omar Akram as well. He's on 33 off 10. Really should have been taken. But yeah, as I was saying, CFS, they finished in 4th, and we knew even just going into Group B that whoever finished 4th would have such a tough task on their hands against a really, really solid Mighty Tigers side, and that's exactly how it's transpired. Not only have they finished 4th, they've only picked up the 1 win, so they're low on confidence, and this is exactly what happens.
Full toss, and that's going to go away for a boundary as well. Just a few too many full tosses bowled by this CFS side during these first couple of overs. They certainly haven't made it tough for the Mighty Tigers to start things off, putting down catches. And I would have liked to see them come out in these first couple of overs with real intensity, real fighting spirit, but they've seen the odd misfield, the chance has been put down. It's been the complete opposite of what we saw in the first innings by the Mighty Tigers, who were pretty much spotless, taking all their catches, bowling superbly. Having a look at the group stages there, and yep, CFS just won just 1 out of 8 games during the group stages.
Yeah, it was really only circumstances that conspired to let them go through, really. It's not often you have a team that only wins the 1 out of the 8 that goes through. And even that one win was against a Havering side who were just about shaking hands, getting to know each other on the side of the pitch, and that was only by 16 runs. Havering very much in that game. And it seems that the quarterfinal stages will just be a step too far for CFS. They just have to keep plugging away, though, keep the Mighty Tigers out there for as long as possible. But that one's going to fly away again, still in the power play, remember. So only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring, and there's certainly no one down at third, and that's going to run away for 4 runs.
I threw everything at that Omar Akram. He's got like a bat like a tree trunk. If it catches the edge of his bat, it's going to fly away. It's already down to under a run a ball, and we're just 13 deliveries into this innings. Nice slower ball there by Chowdhury, and he gets the respect it deserves from Akram.
Just an update from the Central European Cup as well. Of course, we've got dual action happening here on the network, and in match 4 there, Czechia women, they've struggled so far in this series, and they've posted 65 for 8 after their 20 overs. So Austria women looking to stretch their unbeaten run and climb their way up the rankings with that run chase still to come. This run chase, meanwhile, is looking like it will be over sooner rather than later, as that one's pumped over cover for 6 runs, takes Mighty Tigers beyond 50 as well, 51 for no loss, and we're still very much in the power play here.
That takes a couple of paces out there, and then a bit of stand and deliver as he hammers that away for 6 runs. Gets down on one knee, gives him that angle of elevation to pump it away for a 6. Get to 51 runs in just 15 deliveries. That's incredible. Hammered away. That's going to go all the way for a 6 as well. Akram brings up his half century, and he gets to his 50 in just 15 deliveries. What a terrific series Omar Akram has had. Another magnificent knock by him, and he gets his first 50 of this ECS. I mean, he's been averaging 39, but he's only managed to cross the 50 threshold once. Well-deserved half century for him.
Absolutely. And Osama Ilyas has only faced 2 balls at the other end. Good slower ball, though, again from Musa Chowdhury, who keeps steaming in and plugging away. But it shows the strength of the Mighty Tigers as well, that someone like Omar Akram hasn't really been needed to put in the big performances. Obviously, someone like Gurveer Saini, who's done the business with the ball today, he's also scored big runs, 3 scores over 50 for him. But at this rate, he won't even be needed for the Mighty Tigers.
Nice ball there by Chowdhury. He's got to say he's come back well since getting struck for a boundary. The power play comes to an end. The Mighty Tigers off to a flying start. They're 57 for no loss.
Perfect start for them. It would be a good power play in any game situation, let alone in the quarterfinals when you've got a semi-final spot on the line, let alone when you're only chasing the 91. They're well over halfway there are the Mighty Tigers. And Osama Ilyas, well, he at least gets a chance to face a few deliveries. He's hit a 4 so far and faced a dot ball, as the previous over was all faced by Omar Akram, but he gets an opportunity now. He will be facing up against the spin of Prab Singh. Hi, of course, once more to everyone in the chat. Thomas Martinez has just joined saying, we got rid of Charlie. Well, it was great to hear Charlie back on the airwaves yesterday, wasn't it? I know you've had a good time with him, but he was very much for one night only. Charlie Hunt in the commentary box. He's a busy lad.
Yeah, nice bowling here by Prab Singh. Right length, just jams that Yorker in and doesn't really allow the batter to get underneath that and hammer it away. He will get underneath this one, though. He's going to hammer that away a long, long way. Enormous 6 there by Ilyas.
He's clearly taken inspiration from the big hitting of Omar Akram at the other end, and he launches that one. That's one of the biggest hits we've seen so far today. Well over the welcome to Hornchurch sign and threatening those cars parked in the leisure centre car park. He goes again, this time wider and flatter, but it's still a monstrous hit. And watch out, man on the bike, as that one goes flying past him and almost into that tree line. Sensibly, a few people sitting in the shade now as well, because it's starting to heat up here, not only in the middle, but also on the sidelines, 25 degrees. It's quite warm in the tent as well.
Certainly is. I think that's the warmest it's been this series. I can only recall one day that was anywhere near as warm as this back in week 1 of this. ECS just gets that one badly wrong there, seeing wide delivery. 21 more needed for the mighty Tigers. Yeah, great to see the sun out, and that'll also be good news for the 4th quarterfinal where the home side, Hornchurch CC, will play. So I'm sure a lot of their fans will be encouraged by this weather and will come out in great numbers to root for their home side here at Harrow Lodge.
Yeah, I know the barbecue will be on, the bar will be fully stocked, so if you're wondering whether to come down or not, absolutely do it, because we've had brilliant games so far, and Hornchurch certainly will want to book their place in finals day tomorrow. Been outstanding hosts so far, and I know all of the locals will be very much behind them, as there's a lot put behind that delivery off the bat of Omar Akram. It's been smashed far and wide, and the mighty Tigers are galloping to victory here. Do Tigers gallop? Possibly. Horses gallop. Tigers run quickly. Whatever it is, the Tigers are doing it in speedy fashion. 14 runs now needed for the victory.
Roaring to a victory. I think that would sound
Yeah.
nicer with the Tigers. 13 runs away now from a victory, as they are motoring along here. Just
Tigers definitely don't have a motor.
no, yeah, for sure they don't. They definitely don't. That's funny though. Now that I think about it, we don't have any sides on ECN that I can at least think of off the top of my head that are named after, say, cars. Like you know, there's like teams called the Pistons in other sports, or but not the case in ECN. I mean, a lot of sides named after animals, but yeah, none after any motor vehicles.
It's true. We have a lot of animals, don't we?
Yeah.
We've got almost every animal in the kingdom. And there's some weather-based ones. You can get like the hurricanes or the
Thunder.
tornadoes, thunder. But it's true.
Fresh tropical as well.
Yeah, it's just named after a smoothie or something.
It's going to be a wide there. So Abdul Amir, I think he's had a good campaign. He's a talented leg spinner for the CFS side. He's bowled some crucial spells throughout this series. He just drag his side into games when they've been struggling. And we're maybe asking just a little bit too much of him in this scenario. That's going to race away for 4 runs. A good effort out in the deep there, but yeah, not much that Umar Riaz could have done.
Yeah, it was hit firmly, wasn't it? And if Umar Riaz got in the way of it, he might have flown over the boundary rope along with the Grizzly. So Omar Akram has put in a winning hand here. Goes into the 60s, goes for the reverse hit, and flies away into the fan zone. Hope they've got their sun cream on over there as the sun bakes down here. Mighty Tigers just 1 hit away now from booking their spot in the semi-finals.
Go along the ground there, and a good bit of fielding. Really nice bit of work there. Yeah, so this mighty Tigers side certainly looking very strong and formidable. Wouldn't want to go up against them in the semifinals.
Oh, it sets up a tasty semi-final, doesn't it? It'll be the Mighty Tigers against Old Brentwoods. Two sides that haven't seen each other yet, and it will be finished with a 6 as well. Rightfully so. It's Omar Akram who hits the winning runs. He finishes on 71 off just 22 deliveries. He knew as soon as he hit that the game was up, and the Mighty Tigers roar to victory here. And they don't go the way of the East Londoners. They hold the favourites tag, and they brush aside CFS Pinnacle Pro. Be sad to see the end of them. They've also provided us with a lot of drama. Remember, they were involved in that record-breaking 419 run game back in game 28. They were unfortunate, I think, that they lost a few and they're on the wrong side of a few tight results, but it will be then the Mighty Tigers who set up a tasty first semi-final against Old Brentwoods. Looking forward to that one, but first we can go back and take a look back at the highlights, which will be absolutely dominated by the bat. There was not a single wicket to fall, and even when there were a few half chances, in all honesty, CFS never really looked like taking them.
No, not really. I think it was just a matter of when the Mighty Tigers would win, not if. It wasn't really the right attitude when they came out to bowl either. A few too many full tosses, a little bit sloppy in the field. I think we just need to see them come in, have 2 or 3 fiery overs and some great bowling, but they didn't get that. And at that point, we knew that whatever ray of hope this CFS side may have had would have disappeared. As we take a look at some of these great strokes, Akram with a brilliant 71 of 23, his highest score of this ECS. He's averaged the score in the 30s throughout the series, but only crossed the 50 threshold for the first time in this match. Gets his first half century, rounded out things with a 6, 14 boundaries over the course of his innings, a strike rate of 309. Ilyas 17 of 6 for him. He batted superbly as well. We'll take a look at this scorecard. Well, just the 2 batters for the Mighty Tigers. A 93-run partnership wins this game for CFS. 71 of 23 for Omar Akram, 17 of 6 for Osama Ilyas. They get their side over the finishing line, but really this match was set up for the Mighty Tigers in that first innings when they restricted CFS to just 92 runs. We'll now take a look at the bowling figures for this CFS side. And not really too much to write home about for them. Musa Chaudhry 0 for 32 in the 2 overs he bowled. Nathan Weeks bowled an over, that went for 25. Prabh Singh's solo went for 21. Abdullah Mir just bowled 4 deliveries and went for 15 runs. So quarterfinal 3 is in the books. We now know who's going to play in our first semi-final tomorrow. And they're looking forward to what should be a very exciting affair between the Mighty Tigers and a very strong Old Brentwood side. That should be a real clash of the Titans. Our 4th and final quarterfinal of the day is coming up to you in just about 43 minutes time as Hornchurch, the home side, are set to play Guggen. That should be an absolute doozy, a really exciting game of cricket. Can't wait to bring it to you. We'll see you after the break.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the final quarterfinal of the day here in London. It's the one that the hosts have all been waiting for. It's Hornchurch against Gagan. The sun is out, the barbecue is on, and I know the home fans want to see an absolute spectacle. Let's go out into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
Gagan to call.
Tails.
Tails is a call. And that is a tails.
Not a bat first.
They're going to have a bat first.
Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. Gagan have won and they will have a bat. And well, the batting has been the thing that's really saved them throughout the series so far. The likes of Malhotra and of course Vijay Surya, who's got a century, have really boosted Gagan's batting performances. However, it's been the bowling that's let them down. There's been so many occasions where they've scored 200 plus, but they've still allowed the opposition to get 180 plus and even get close to the total. And I don't think you want to do that against a Hornchurch side who have called in the reinforcements. So Gagan, they maybe go into this one as slight underdogs, but they've been blowing so hot and cold, it's really difficult to know where they stand. As for Hornchurch, so far this week, it's been all about their youngsters. Billy Whitlock, Kian Poskett, to name just two. I really hope going into these latter stages that they still allow the youngsters to shine. I do know though that they are bringing in the reinforcements. The likes of Jalpesh Vijay, Adil Malik are coming into the side and they are absolute superstars. You know that Hornchurch in front of their home crowd will absolutely want to put on a spectacle and to have the crowd up off their feet. I know I'll be up off my feet. I'm really looking forward to this one and I know Nish is too. And Nish, the news from the toss is that Gagan have won it and they will have a bat.
Thank you for that update. So Gagan have decided to go out there, post a total on the board for Hornchurch. I guess the bad news for Gagan is that all the sides that have chased so far today have gone on to win, but Gagan will be hoping to buck that trend in our fourth and final quarter-final of the day. We know one of our semi-finals. We're going to have a couple of very talented sides in the Old Brentwoods and very solid Mighty Tigers side going up against each other. And then the winner of this match will face the Sharks Cricket Academy. So, huge match, our last quarterfinal. We know 3 of our final 4 and waiting to find out who will be the 4th member of that exclusive club. It's a huge game. The home support is out here for Hornchurch CC and they're led by Captain George Hankins, who has had an incredible series. As you can see, he's up there with 1,158 fantasy points. Kian Poskett will open the batting alongside him in the second innings on 643. Got Jalpesh Vijay, Adil Malik, as well as a couple of other additions to this team. 66% chance here for Hornchurch as Gagan come in as underdogs in this match. And well, why not? Hornchurch have the support of the home crowd. They have just peaked at the right time as well. They've just gotten better and better as the series has progressed. Taking a look at some of the other additions to the Hornchurch 11 from the last match. Michael Church is in. Tommy Fletcher, who had a fourfer earlier this series, going to be in as well. Lewis Imre, the talented bowler, is another addition for this Hornchurch side. As for Gagan, they've got 5 changes from their last lineup. In comes Kamal Nanayakara, playing his first match of this European Cricket Series, as will Usman, and Osaid Pervez. Gurpreet Singh plays his first ECS match as well. And Mihir Agrawal comes back to the lineup after taking the last game off. So, yeah, both sides with plenty of changes from the team we last saw them play in the group stages. And this is going to be a great game. I think we've saved the best for last here in Hornchurch. been one-way traffic in most of the quarterfinals so far today, but I think this could be an absolute roller coaster of a ride between two very evenly matched teams. Here we go. First ball of our fourth quarterfinal. It is launched up in the air. Posket's underneath it, but it's beyond the rope, and that's going to go away for 6 runs. Not sure if they want to see Posket diving around beyond the boundary rope needlessly, especially considering he is carrying an injury right now. Yeah, you might just want to be a little more careful here, but yeah, that's the nature of youth, the recklessness of youth. But I think Hankins will just be telling him, calm down, Kian. There's no need to dive around and potentially aggravate your little injury. Oh, launched. Absolutely crunched. Where is that going to end up? Probably somewhere near the fitness center. What a huge 6 there. Adisha starts off with a couple of big hits. Big news for Guggen is that no Vijay Surya, their leading run getter from the group stages, the talented Sri Lankan first-class cricketer, is not here for this match. And Dilshan, who was their best bowler during the group stages, is unavailable to play as well. Big swing there. Adisha first played for this Guggen side a couple of days ago, and he's been such a great addition for them. Another player who's played his first-class cricket over in Sri Lanka, mainly as a bowler, but he's made plenty of runs here as a batter as well. His bowling has been superb too, so well, they've lost Vijay Surya, but they've been able to add Adisha. Oh, great bowling there by Ross, right up there in the block hole, and Adisha just does well to get his bat down and ensure it's just a single. Joe Ross has picked up 8 wickets so far this series. He's done it with an economy rate of 16.9. We're looking to add wicket number 9 in this over. They get some nice away movement there. Good bit of outswing, and Malhotra just looking for the wide call. All he has to do is just catch a little bit of that wide guideline. 1 ball to come in this over. 13 off it so far. Oh, up in the air, and that is going to go all the way for 6 runs. It's a Maximo to end the over. That kind of spoils it for Joe Ross. Brilliant hit there by Malhotra. Got a little bit of length to work with and was able to get underneath it and smash it away for 6 runs. Let's just take a look at this one more time. Yeah, wonderfully played there. Superb shot. That's Guggen. Or 19 for no loss at the end of the first over. A flying start for them. So Guggen, they've had a pretty good series so far with the bat in hand. Most of their issues have really been with their bowling and their fielding. They've generally been able to score some big runs, but they'd often let games just slip past them because of a few too many mishaps in the field, a few too many poor spells of bowling. As we take a look at the fixtures coming up on Saturday, so 5 big games in the ECSW here in Hornchurch coming up, involving Hutton, Gunnersbury, and Upminster. Definitely want to catch some of that. You can see match number 5 has been rescheduled for our last match of the day. It's postponed after the rain came down. And our final match of the day last Saturday, it's going to be Lewis Imre bowling this over. Starts off with a wide, and that looks like it's going to race away for 4 runs, so a minimo here. Not quite the start which Imre was hoping for. Yeah, it just looks like it's landed on the pitch, so not going to have any issues with a no bowler. Good time to welcome back Tina Goff into the commentary box. So, yeah, kind of rough start there for Imre.
Yeah, absolutely. He hasn't played every single game. Just looking a little rusty there, but I'm loving the fact that Hornchurch are still sticking to their guns and opening up with the youngsters. Joe Ross, of course, just 16. Lewis Imre, 15. And, well, they could have been forgiven for maybe bringing in some of the big guns, but it's great to see the teenagers out there again, leading from the front. That one just a little wide. Just needs to get his line right here. The ball's actually swinging quite a lot, and Lewis just making sure to get his hands dry as well. Probably a few sweaty palms out there. There's a big crowd in. Obviously, the vast majority want Hornchurch to do well here. It's been a good start for Gagan, 25 runs. Still going into the second over. Calls of catch it though, as it's going to be knocked over the inner ring. There's no one out there in the deep in the power play, and George Hankins, well, he's usually found lurking on that boundary, but he's in the ring for the opening couple of overs, and that one just gets lifted over. Luckily for Sahanadisha, no one was out there because he didn't quite get a hold of it. In the end though, a relatively safe shot that rolls away for 4 runs.
Another wide there. So far this over, we've seen 11 runs conceded with just the 1 legal ball. He's just got to find a way to get out of this over here, Imre.
He's got a follow through that takes him almost off the side of the pitch, which means he's always going to get that natural away swing. Just needs to set the ball a bit straighter and try to hit that 4th stump line. It's a better delivery. And he's duly rewarded, as that will just be a single fielded there out in the deep by Jalpesh Vijay, one of the new entries into the Hornchurch side. Of course, someone with enormous amounts of experience, both on the network and, of course, internationally for Portugal. Played 8 matches in T20Is, high score of 42, averaging over 20. And he's a great addition to this Hornchurch lineup. That's exactly where he wants to be, Lewis Imre. He's taken a couple of deliveries to find his flow, but just inside that wide line. And good hands, as always, behind the stumps from Paul Murray, who's been sharing wicket-keeping duties along with Cian Poskett, but maybe that injury to Cian means they're just hiding him in the field. Of course, he's got a big job on his hands with the bat as well. Interesting to see if they keep the opening partnership of Cian and, of course, the captain, George Hankins.
I think they've gone with Paul Murray for this, just because they want Cian out there in the field. We know how great a boundary rider he is. He's always fielding it long on for this side, and he's currently out at deep mid-wicket, so I think they just want him out there at the boundary, saving those boundaries, taking those spectacular catches, which he may need to.
That being said, Paul Murray, he's put in a few spectacular efforts on the long-on boundary as well, as he has behind the stumps. There's already been a few posted to the social media of Muzz's antics with the gloves, a couple of unbelievable stumpings during the group stages. And he's been busy at work in this over because a few have strayed down the wide side, and also the balls that have been bowled well have been very full. And Muzz has had to get there pretty quickly, as that one again has just been lifted over the inner ring, and it's a big old chase for Billy Whitlock, and he puts in a great dive for the youngster, showing what an asset he is to his side in the field as well, to stop what was an inevitable boundary.
Billy is a huge part of this Hornchurch side. We're going to get a chance to see him bowl later in this innings. It's a very good looking shot. He played uppishly and looked like he was destined to go away for 4 runs. Yeah, just look at that large contingent of support here for Hornchurch.
Hornchurch have got their familiar last slot of the day as well, and it's worked well for them with the amount of fans who are come out in force to support their lads. Lewis Imre just needs a little bit of support here. The good news for him is that I suppose the wides have been all on the offside, so they haven't been big booming ones down the leg side. He's just been a victim of bowling with a bit too much swing. Got 2 balls here to try to correct. Better line, if not length, but does get away with that one, as it's just pushed down the ground by Malhotra, who has a big weight of responsibility on his shoulders as well, as you mentioned, Nish. The likes of Raminda Vijayasuriya not playing, having posted 3 totals, 90 plus, including that big 113 not out, not in the side. So it needs the opening batters and the top 3 or 4 from Gagan to score the majority of the runs here, you'd reckon, as Lewis Imre finishes with a decent delivery. Nice Yorker. That's only punched down the ground for a single. 19 runs coming off it. Hornchurch, of course, qualifying second in Group A against Gagan, who came in third. Hornchurch, they started off the series a little slowly, but really hit their stride, especially when Captain George Hankins, he started to find his form. By the end of the series, they were more or less relentless, and it was just a question of where they would qualify. There was never any catching the Mighty Tigers, though. Had to content themselves with second spot. 38 for no loss after 2, and we will see Jalpesh Vijay for the first time bowling the third. Finds that wide line perfectly first up. Good dot ball.
He's got plenty of T10 experience as well, Jalpesh Vijay. He's represented Portugal on the network a number of times. Mostly with the bat in hand, though. He's made plenty of runs on the network, 562, but he's never taken a T10 wicket on ECN, though, so let's see if he can achieve that.
Yeah, still waiting for his first T20I wicket as well, as this one's clubbed away. It's going to go the distance. Not quite got a hold of all of it again, has Sahan Adisha, but more than enough to get it over the rope. Just struggling a bit, the Hornchurch bowlers, for line and length. I think probably just escapes the 7-up, but it gets clubbed away by Adisha.
You wonder if we're going to see Tommy Fletcher bowl. He had figures of very impressive figures last time around. Managed to pick up 4 wickets, 4 for 18 in his last outing. Might need a similar spell from him in this match as well.
There's a big appeal here, and in fact it's not even an appeal, it's a celebration straight away as Paul Murray goes straight to his bowler, and Jalpesh Vijay, well, he was looking for his first wicket, and it looks like he's picked it up here. Well, I'm going to go to side on. I'm going to have to slow that one down just to be sure.
Yeah, it looks quite tight on the replay. Just going to have to look at this in super slow motion. You can just see that back foot slides there. Nothing behind the line at the moment. I might just need to rock this forward to where the bails are whipped off and maybe go back a frame or two and just take a look at this. Does he get anything behind that line? And I think those 2 frames right there, they're all the evidence we need. And it's just his foot's on the line, but there's nothing behind the line.
And, well, Paul Murray once again showing his worth. He had the best view in the house, and he knew absolutely that he got his man. The foot was bent just on that line, but certainly nothing behind it. Quick as a flash, Murray whips off those bails, and Jalpesh Vijay does pick up his first wicket. It's a big one as well. Sahan Adisha has to depart. He was looking good. 25 off just 10 deliveries. Jalpesh Vijay picks up his first scalp. Worth taking another look at this one in normal time as well. It was quick as a flash. Really didn't see the shoe kind of move over the line at all. It was just on that line. It wasn't one of these big booming stumpings where the batter isn't really in shot. But it was excellent work once more by Paul Murray. And Arman Randhawa, the captain for today, in at number 3 for Gagan. And first ball absolutely smokes that one through the covers. Good signs of intent from the captain, who of course has international experience as well. So we've got a battle of the internationals here. It's Portugal against Austria. And on that ball, Austria won.
Yeah, 2 sides who've played each other in several riveting battles over the year. Randhawa has got a very accomplished European career average of 29.4 in T10 cricket with a strike rate of 190. Top score of 73 against Malta in T10 cricket. Had a half century earlier this series against CFS.
Well, there's a big old appeal. Jalpesh Vijay again. He doesn't even go for the appeal. He goes straight for the celebration. The fact that he's wringing his finger suggests that he got a bit on that. We're going to have to take a look at this. I don't think we'll be able to see too much, actually, because the umpire will be standing in a way. But let's have a look. Well, he goes straight up, doesn't he, Jalpesh Vijay? And actually, the batter, he walks. Fair play to Yuvraj Malhotra. He almost went on the reaction of Vijay. And, well, either he deserves an Oscar for the best actor, or he did get a fingertip on that. Either way, the wicket has fallen, and it's 2 and 3 deliveries. Jalpesh Vijay doesn't pick up the wicket, of course, but gets the run out, and it's a big 1-2 punch as Yuvraj Malhotra departs for 9 off 5.
It's a very unfortunate way for Yuvraj Malhotra to get dismissed. He's coming into this match with some great form. He scored 350s in the group stages, strike rate at 268. Not the way he would have wanted to get dismissed. It's so unfortunate. That's probably the third time we have seen someone get dismissed in that manner over these last couple of weeks. We saw, of course, Georgia Irving get dismissed like that when she was coming off a 72 on Saturday. And yeah, very unfortunate for Yuvraj Malhotra. And just that little break of luck Hornchurch needed after a slightly rough start with the ball. Big appeal here. This could be gone. This could be gone. It will be gone. Vijay picks up a wicket. A massive wicket, and all of a sudden, Guggen are starting to crumble.
I'll put my finger up in the commentary box as soon as that hit the pad. It looked pretty plump as Hamand Randhawa, of course, the set batter, the captain, he kind of shuffled across his stumps, went to sweep into that vacant square leg region, misses it entirely. And Jalpesh Vijay, what an over this is as he picks up the 3rd wicket. And really crumbling here at Gaggan. Haven't quite got to the 50 mark yet. It would have been a great power play for them had they not lost those 3 wickets. As it is, though, 48 for 3 at the end of the 3rd.
Oh, huge wicket here. Armand Randhawa mentioned he's a talented batter for the Austrian national team. We'll take a look at this again. And yeah, probably just going on to hit the top of middle and leg. Massive, massive moment for Jalpesh Vijay. And he didn't have any T10 wickets on the network prior to that over. And he ends up with 2 right there. And here's a look at the Hall of Fame for hat-trick. So, of course, end of the over. Can't be a hat-trick as well because the first wicket was a run out, so that's not credited to the bowler. Oh, big appeal. Could be another one gone. It will be gone. Well, Pervez, thank you for coming. He's going to have to depart here. Well, he makes his debut in the European Cricket Series, and it's a 1-ball debut. He's going to have to make the long walk back towards the dugout. He is convinced he's not out having a word with the umpire, but umpire wants none of it. The 4th one falls here for Guggen.
Well, if there's no bat on that, then it's absolutely dead on. He seems to suggest there maybe was, but the finger of doom goes up. That's the important thing for Hornchurch, and that's 4 wickets in 5 deliveries. And the 2 new additions to the Hornchurch side have done the business here. Jalpesh Vijay picking up 2 wickets and the run out. And Adil Malik on his very first ball in the series gets another scalp. And yeah, well, there's a little point there made by Usman Pervez, but the man in blue has the deciding vote. And Gaggan here have been rocked. Rahi Patel and Robin Singh are in, both brand new to the crease. Usman Pervez going for a golden duck. Time to get funky though, and that's an outstanding switch hit straight into the fan zone. Where's that come from? It's an absolutely outstanding hit. Takes Gaggan past 50 as well, 54 for 4. And a good counter punch from Rahi Patel, who decides the best form of defense is attack.
Yeah, they're going to have to play a counter-attacking innings here because you don't really have the time to reconstruct or rebuild in T10 cricket. Wickets may be falling, but you just got to find a way to keep scoring boundaries. Don't have the time to settle in and try to rebuild after a period of difficulty.
This time
that's gonna go.
he squeezes away, and it's going to go for 4 despite the chase from Lewis Imre. So that's the exact kind of counterpunch that Gaggan required. Let's not get too carried away as well, because they have got 58 on the board despite those 4 wickets. And they've shown in the group stages throughout as well that they can pretty quickly explode in the batting. Rahi Patel is leading the charge here for his side. Big appeal once more, especially from Paul Murray, and the finger goes up again. And it's the 2nd wicket in the over for Adil Malik. And Rahi Patel, who was threatening to try and counter-attack for Gaggan, has to depart, goes for the big sweep. Hits him probably somewhere on the chest, actually, but because he's not the tallest and he was far down in front of his stumps, he does have to depart. And Gaggan crumbling now, 58 for 5.
Oh, this innings is turned on its head in the space of a few overs. They were 44 for no loss, and 14 runs later, half their side has been sent back to the dugout. Rahi Patel struck a couple of boundaries, but his stay at the crease was far too brief from Guggen's point of view. It's been incredible, isn't it? That shift just came after that first wicket fell once Adisha departed. Wickets have continued to tumble.
Just a question of height there, wasn't it? He was quite far forward. The ball was actually still on the up. It's dead in front. The decision goes the way of Hornchurch. Adil Malik and Jalpesh Vijay, the two newbies in the side, have contrived here to put Hornchurch in an excellent position. Both overs go for just the 10 runs, and they pick up 5 wickets between them to leave Gaggan 59 for 5 at the end of the 4th. After what was such a promising start, it was 44 runs on the board before the first wicket fell. And as has actually been the symptom of the day today so far, there's been collapses. On this occasion, it's 14 runs for the loss of 5 wickets, with the damage done by Malik and Vijay. And it won't get any easier for Gaggan, as the top wicket taker in the tournament so far, Billy Whitlock, comes on to bowl the 5th.
Goes away for 4 runs. It was a good fielding effort at point, but there's no way that he could have got a hand to it. A boundary there. Mihir Agarwal plays a good shot.
Yeah, just past the sprawling figure there, fielding at point. But Billy has a habit of this as well. He goes for a few boundaries, and then from somewhere he tends to pick up a wicket. He's certainly relentless. Doesn't allow the batters a moment's rest. And Hornchurch really want to turn the screw here, because the run rate that Gaggan are going at, still looking at maybe 120, 130. But if they can get a few wickets, that might go down quickly. This one's clubbed down the ground to George Hankins, who, well, a few pantomime noises from the crowd, because George Hankins, that might be the first ball he's fumbled all series.
Yeah, he's spotless in the field, isn't he, George Hankins? I've seen him take 10 catches in the group stages. He's probably got the safest pairs of hands in this ECS. Billy Whitlock will be hoping Agarwal sends one towards him.
He's right on the money straight away here, is Billy. On a few other occasions, he's had a couple of looseners to find his stride, but big game players always turn up, and his over so far has just gone for the 6 runs. It's usually round about now he picks up a wicket as well. That one will be cut away, but it's outstanding fielding done once more by Joe Ross, right in front of the fan zone, and they show their appreciation for that effort.
Yeah, great bit of fielding, and Hornchurch, their spirits are up right now. They've managed to get this cluster of wickets, and they're on top right now. Guggen under serious pressure.
Chance for a run out with a direct hit, and Paul Murray whips the bails off, but no reaction from him, which seems to suggest that Mihir Agarwal was safely home. He set off pretty quickly. Robin Singh was always going to be the one that set off slower at the striker's end. So it is the end of the 5th, and Gaggan, they get to 67 for 5 as you join us in the commentary tent, which is slowly heating up, and you can feel things heating up out there in the middle. I know the barbecue's heating up as well. And so far, it's been a brilliant day of quarterfinals.
It's been a brilliant day, and this day started really well for Guggen. They were 44 for no loss. They're going at an incredible rate. Those first 2 overs were really productive for them, but once Adisha fell, it's been one-way traffic in favor of Hornchurch. 23 runs later, half their side has been sent back to the dugout.
And you've still got the likes of Jalpesh Vijay and Adil Malik with 2 overs left, and Malik comes back for his second now, although on that occasion it does get clubbed away through the vacant mid-wicket region. There are 2 fielders out there. Kian Poskett was the closest. Gets nowhere near that one though. Robin Singh hits his first boundary of this innings.
Got Aussie joining us in the chat from the Havering 11, the Nigerian international cricketer.
Calls of catch it, but Kian Poskett again not going to get anywhere near it. So it'll be a 4 and a 6 to start the 6th over. Yeah, good to see Aussie, and of course played a key part in Havering's wins yesterday. And it was great to see the Havering 11 register their first wins of the series.
Yeah, Aussie saying they wants to thank everyone for all the support and the encouragement which Havering received. Well, thank you to everyone in the Havering 11, and of course team manager Phil Lawfer putting together that side in such short notice, as this is clubbed away by Robin Singh for 6 runs. Robin Singh, we've seen him play some big knocks this series. He's played a few match-winning knocks as well for Guggen. I feel it's just going to come down to him here. He's going to have to try to find a way to play a really big one. Talking about something 175.
Well, so far, bringing Adil Malik on, or back on for his second over, hasn't quite worked. Gone for 17 runs. He did pick up those 2 wickets in his first over, but Robin Singh has been impervious to the pressure so far, just hitting a few boundaries, trying to get Gaggan up to some respectable score. The good news for them is their run rate is more than healthy. You can certainly, if these two stay in for a while and the tail kicks, they can accelerate to something around 130, 140, even 150. That's a massive hit. That has been launched into orbit, and Adil Malik's over will end up going for 24 runs. The kids playing out there in the deep, got to watch out, because Robin Singh is out there hitting bombs. 25 off 7. Mihir Agarwal still plugging away as well. The two of these have now registered almost it's the second highest partnership of this innings, which I suppose is not saying much, but still a fair few amount of runs between them, 33 in all. Gaggan, 91 for 5. If you have 91 runs after 6 overs, you can be happy with that. It's just the 5 wickets that I'm sure will concern Gaggan. But they certainly aren't a side that die wondering. They always go big from the off, and that's what's allowed them to post these massive scores. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't, but mostly when it has been a loss for them, it's been because of their poor bowling rather than their batting.
Do have a very, very experienced first-class cricketer coming up next, though, Guggen in Komal Nanayakara. He's more of a bowler, though. He's 137 first-class wickets to his name. And he's always managed to make a few runs with the bat here and there as well, but let's see how he does in the T10 format. We often found that, certain players who might struggle with their batting in first-class cricket just find it that much easier when they come to the T10 format. Certainly been the case for the likes of Adisha, who's enjoyed much more success with the bat in T10 than in first-class cricket. This is up in the air, catching chance. It will be taken. Adil Malik holds on to that. Robin Singh, who really needed to play a big, big knock here for Guggen, will have to depart. His innings is cut prematurely.
Comfortable catch. Adil Malik made it look easy. Little wry shake of the head now. Maybe not so comfortable in the end, as Kean Poskett was lurking as well. He had his hands on his head. He was hoping it was taken, and well, he didn't have to be worried one bit as Adil Malik settles underneath it, takes the catch. A nice cameo from Robin Singh, but no more than that. 25 off 8, and Gaggan lose their next wickets, the 6th to fall, 92 for 6. Dilshan De Silva in the chat, of course, played for Gaggan earlier in the series, scored 48 not out. He's wishing his Gaggan teammates well, saying, come on, Robin. Well, Robin is no more. Decent knock from him, though, as this one is clubbed down the ground, and it won't quite carry to Adil Malik. But it is Kamal Nayakara who comes in. He's got a big job on his hands now.
Yeah, Mihir Agarwal has only had 3 innings prior to this match. Top score of 39, although he is someone who can get runs very quickly.
That's flicked away almost dismissively by the batter. Agarwal just strays a little on his line, does Jalpesh Vijay. It's one of the few poor deliveries from him, given that he's, before that ball, gone for just the 12 runs, picked up 3 wickets as well. Still got 2 balls left, having not picked up a wicket on the network before, trying to make up for lost time here. Quick one, darts it in, and it's well dug out by Agarwal, who settles for a single. So they're inching closer to this 100 mark, but still an expected score which is well below par.
It's interesting. Usually in T10 cricket, you got the license to go gung-ho, especially with 3 overs left, but might just need to have a bit more controlled aggression here, Guggen, because they've only got 4 wickets in hand and not too much batting left to come. So Agarwal and Nana Yakara might just need to look to build a little 2-3 over partnership here and try to at least get their side into the 130s, the 140s. Probably under par. It is below par for what we've seen here in Hornchurch, but at least it'll give them something to bowl at in the second innings. Here's a look at what's coming up tomorrow. So our first semi-final between the Mighty Tigers and Old Brentwoods is set. And then the winner of this match will take on the Sharks Cricket Academy in the second semi-final. So looks like it's going to be a mouth-watering day of cricket.
Absolutely looking forward to it, and it's heating up here. I know there's maybe a forecast for a thunderstorm or two tomorrow, but I imagine with the weather gods on our side, we will get those 4 big games in. Hornchurch, they certainly want to be one of those 4 semi-finalists. Gagan, though, they're putting up a spirited fight here, having almost ridden the storm of that disastrous middle period where they lost 5 wickets for just 14 runs. As Mark Whitlock comes in to bowl the 8th here for the hosts. And he gets straight into the wickets. The flying bus flies into the game and picks up a big wicket as it's the first-class cricketer, Kalma Nayakara. He has to depart, and Gagan lose their 7th. They're still 1 short of that 100 mark.
Yeah, huge wicket here, and was a bit of a nothing shot, wasn't it? A wild swing, just swinging from the hip there, Nana Yakara, but it's a great ball by Mark Whitlock. It's right on the off stump, and there it is. Hits the top of the off stump. That's exactly what he's supposed to do as a bowler.
Absolutely no looseners there from Mark Whitlock. Must have had his pre-game pizza delivery as he comes straight into the wickets with his very first delivery, and just angles in a little bit. You can see it pitches pretty much on 4 stump. Just turns in, takes the top of off stump. The perfect delivery for an off-spin bowler. Gurpreet Singh comes in at number 9 for Gagan. Well, just as we start saying, Nish, that, okay, maybe these 2 batters are the ones to build a little partnership, in come Hornchurch with the hammer blow. This time it's clubbed away, and it will be 6 runs. Mihir Agarwal, well, he's now got to take on the senior role in this partnership. He moves to 20 off just 10 deliveries. Gagan get their 100 up as well, 106 for 7. It'll be interesting to see who bowls the last 2 overs for Hornchurch. Of course, you've got the 2 young seamers, Joe Ross, Lewis Imray, Billy Whitlock as well. He just went for the 8. You'd imagine he must come on to bowl the 9th.
They've also got Tommy Fletcher as an option as well, coming off, taking 4 wickets.
Down the ground, straight as an arrow, and it's going to crash into the sight screen. 4 runs. And again, every time it seems like Hornchurch are well on top of this game, there's just 1 or 2 boundaries from Gagan that throw out the warning shot that they're still here, they're still alive and kicking. This one should be stopped on the boundary by Jalpesh Vijay. Bit of a drag down, but Mark Whitlock trying to get underneath it. In the end, doesn't quite get his hands and his legs in the right space. I think he was concerned about any other fielders flying in, concerned about the umpire and the batter. In the end, just does a bit of a 360 and isn't able to grasp his hands around the Grizzly. It's a missed opportunity, but nonetheless, a decent over from the flying bus. 1 for 13 off it. Might actually be his only over if they do turn back to seam in the final one. So 112 on the board for Gagan. Loss of 7 wickets, and they've got 2 overs left. 2 big overs would take them somewhere near that 140 mark. Expected score 135. On the other hand, if Hornchurch can restrict them here to less than 130, I think they'd be extremely happy with that at the halfway mark. It will be Billy Whitlock to come on to bowl the 9th, and this one's chipped down the ground. George Hankins, can he get close to it? He puts in a tremendous effort, and I think he stops the 6 here. We're going to have to look at this one on replay, but he sticks up a hand, and well, I don't think we can call this a drop from George Hankins, because it would be the first drop of the series, but it was an outstanding effort, and I think he's rescued his side from 5 runs here. Look at the hang time as well.
Yeah, incredible hang time as he got up there and leapt up and, well, somehow managed to pluck that ball out of the air, bat it down, saves what would have certainly been a 6. He's an incredible athlete, George Hankins.
The next ball, meanwhile, got clubbed for 4. Billy Whitlock is so quick back to the mark. It's hard to keep up because we wanted to see that replay of that amazing piece of athleticism from George Hankins. But he rescues the 6, but the next 2 deliveries do go for 4 and then a 6. And threatening here Billy Whitlock to actually, on a rare occasion, go wicketless through this game. But he's still got a few deliveries left. He flights that one up. And it will be hit over the covers. Well, if that man was sleeping, he's sleeping no more as the ball comes flying in his direction. And suddenly again, this is looking like a promising over for Gagan.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Gagan. Anytime they've had a setback, they've done well to just continue to strike boundaries and make sure that run rate doesn't dip too much.
It will be clubbed once more, and Agarwal, he's on the charge here. He moves into the 40s. Billy Whitlock has come in for a fair bit of tap in this over. This time he goes the leg side and he moves just 1 hit away from his half century as this over already goes magical. 21 runs coming off it. 1 ball left. Does Billy Whitlock have a final flourish here? Better delivery, but it's going to go over George Hankins. Even he can't leap that high. And it's a big, big over from Gagan. We were thinking, can they get near that 135, 140 mark? Well, in that over alone, 27 runs coming off it. They do move to 139. Still 1 over left. Who do they throw it to here? Mark Whitlock, of course. He picked up a wicket. Otherwise, you've got the 2 seamers in the form of Ross and Imre. But it's a big, big over coming up here for both sides.
Massive over, and they continue with Mark Whitlock. Unsurprisingly, picked up a wicket in that 8th over, conceded just the 13 runs. Gagan, despite having lost 7 wickets, have just never let this run rate slip below 14, and it's up to 15.4 right now. The expected score is at 152. I think Singh here is probably just going to look to get a single and try to get Agarwal back on strike.
Just checking the ball as well. It came in for some punishment the last 5 deliveries, went 4-6, 4-6-6. And Mahir Agarwal, with that big 6 at the end, does go past his half century as well. 51 off 17 for him. Gurpreet Singh, he's going at just a runner ball 3. You'd imagine he's either got to find the rope here or get his teammate back on strike. Cause of catch it. Fielder settling underneath it, and he does take the catch. That's exactly what Hornchurch needed to start off this 10th over. Just tries to flick it away, does Gurpreet Singh. Only finds the hands of Lewis Imre. But this partnership was a productive one, even if Gurpreet Singh only managed to contribute a runner ball 3. In the end, it's worth 40 before the 8th wicket falls, and Gagan still have 5 balls left here to try and do the damage. Meanwhile, Hornchurch, if they finish well, they could still bowl out their opposition.
Well, he must be wishing the old rule that when you cross your back on strike, it would have still applied, but not to be the case here for Agarwal. He must be very annoyed at the non-striker's end.
Pervez is the new batter. Cause of catch it, but it's going to fall short of Joe Ross out there in the deep, and importantly for Gagan, they get Mahir Agarwal, the half-centurion, back on strike for the final 4 deliveries. 140 is up for the batting side. Dug in short. It's going to be given the treatment. Mark Whitlock, he's picked up 2 wickets. It's probably one of his few poor deliveries, as Agarwal was able to just sit back on that one and club it down the ground for a Maximo.
Yeah, just stood nice and tall there, Mahir Agarwal. He was given the length as well by Mark Whitlock, and he slapped it over long on for 6 runs.
Better length delivery, and this could cause a wicket, and it is a comfortable catch from Jalpesh Vijay in the deep. That's a far better length to bowl for Mark Whitlock, and he picks up his 3rd wicket. Gagan lose their 9th. An important one as well, Mahir Agarwal. He had 3 balls left. If those went over the rope, Gagan would have got somewhere over 160. As it is, though, he does depart, but it's an excellent innings from him. Certainly a game-changing one. 57 off 19. When all around him was chaos, he managed to stand tall, clubbed 5 4s, 5 6s on his way to a half century, went at a strike rate of 300 as well. But his innings does come to an end. Gagan 9 down, 2 balls left, and Rafiq is the last man for the batting side. They go for the quick single, and it's good running actually from Osaid Pervez just to buggle that run there. He will face the final delivery then.
It's lucky he just managed to get a little bit of bat on that. Could very easily have been dismissed, and that would have been the end of Guggen's innings.
And it will be finished with an outstanding piece of fielding on the rope there by Kian Poskett. As they go back for the second, Paul Murray puts in the underarm flick. I think they do manage to scamper through for another. Take a look at this one on replay, but if they do get the 2 here, it will give us a very round target of exactly 150. Just make sure they do get the 2. Nothing wrong with that bat slide, and come back to the other end and safely in. So it will be 149, the score from Gagan. A brilliant recovery actually. Let's not forget they started well, 44 for no loss, but then they fell to 58 for 5. I think at that stage, if you told them they'd get up to 149, they probably would have taken that. For Hornchurch though, it's still very much a par chase given what we've seen so far this week. And they're going to be relying on the likes of their captain, George Hankins, Kian Poskett, of course, the youngster, and the flair and scoops of Paul Murray as well. But let's go back and take a look at the highlights. And it started in spectacular fashion actually with Sahanadisha and Yuvraj Malhotra both threatening to go big. And then there was a few dives, a few committed pieces of fielding from the Hornchurch players, which stopped some of the runs, but they couldn't stop the big hitting of Sahanadisha until an excellent stumping from Paul Murray picked up the first wicket. That one led almost directly to the second wicket as Jalpesh Vijay managed to hold on to all of his fingers and send Malhotra on his way. It was an unfortunate one for him. And then this couple of balls of absolute carnage from Vijay and Adil Malik, who brought about that collapse as they lost 5 wickets for 14 runs. But then came the fight back in the form of Robin Singh first. He got 25 off 8. Some extraordinary switch hits as well in amongst it. Rahi Patel, he stuck around for a while before he was LBW. Another wicket for Adil Malik. That brought Mihir Agarwal to the crease. And we thought he'd have a rescue job on his hands, and that's exactly what he did. Robin Singh fell, but Mihir Agarwal kept on plugging away at the other end. Some mighty hits from him before, again, his partner fell. Komal on that occasion was clean bowled by Mark Whitlock, who picked up 2 wickets, but Mihir Agarwal in his 19 deliveries managed to club 57 runs and certainly put his side in a situation where they feel like they could try and defend this total.
Absolutely, and I think the key here for Hornchurch is that they just kept taking wickets at regular intervals. They never let Guggen build any kind of a partnership, and though you saw little good spurts of boundary scoring, whether it be in the 6th over or the 9th over where they managed to hit successive boundaries, they were never really able to get away from this Hornchurch side. Hornchurch always got wickets at opportune moments. They took their catches as well. Credit to them for that. We just saw one of those catches that was taken out in the deep. Their fielding was phenomenal. As we could just see that with this last ball of the innings. Kian Poskett with a great dive to save his side. What would have been a boundary. We'll take a look at the scorecard here, and as you can see for Guggen, far too many batters dismissed for cheap scores. Adisha making 25, Robin Singh with 25. Both of them got off the starts but couldn't convert those starts into a big total. Mihir Agarwal playing a crucial knock for this Guggen side, making 57 runs of 19 deliveries when wickets were falling all around him. That was a very impressive knock. He was an unyielding sentinel while he was just watching calamity unfold all around him. We'll take a look at the bowling card here for this Hornchurch side, and gotta say some very solid bowling performance in there. Ross bowled the first over that went for 19 runs. Imre the second, where he conceded 19. Vijay with brilliant figures of 3 for 18 in his 2 overs. Malik grabbed a couple of wickets as well. Billy Whitlock was unable to add to his impressive wicket-taking tally, but his father Mark certainly was able to. He ends up with figures of 3 for 23 as Hornchurch restrict Guggen to 149. It's just below par for what we have seen so far this ECS, but it is a pretty competitive total, and Guggen have given themselves something to bowl at in this second inning, so we could be in for a thrilling finish in our final quarterfinal of the day.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to this ECS England where the chase is on for the hosts Hornchurch as they look to book their spot in the semi-finals tomorrow. If they want to do that, they'll have to achieve the target of 150 runs after a spirited fight back from Gagan, who started off well enough, then went on a bit of a domino-style collapse, losing 5 wickets for just 14 runs. But thanks to first Robin Singh and then, more importantly, Mihir Agarwal notching a half-century, they managed to beg, borrow and steal their way to 149 runs. Whether that is enough to book their spot in the semi-final, well, we'll wait and see, and we'll know the answer in just over half an hour's time, as the two openers for Hornchurch stride out to the middle, and it'll be the very familiar opening pairing of Cian Poskett there, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, and the skipper, George Hankins, making his way to face the first delivery. Of course, Hornchurch have bolstered their ranks. Jalpesh Vijay and Adil Malik, who caused carnage with the ball, getting 5 wickets between them. They're both carded high up in the batting order for Hornchurch. So it's a total which they'd certainly back themselves to chase down. 150 is just about below average, actually, in what we've seen so far as the chase gets underway. And the first delivery bowled by Sahan Adisha as big appeals, and George Hankins has to scamper his way to the non-striker's end as we start with a leg bite. Take a look at this one on replay. The appeal was very much in hope rather than expectation, as that one drifting down leg side, impact probably outside as well. The first runs are on the board. Cian Poskett then, the prodigy from Hornchurch, has a chance to face up. High score of 67 back in game 20. He's been so explosive as he misses that first one. Good line and length being bowled here by Sahan Adisha, who's been an excellent addition to the Gagan side as well. He notched 25 off just 10 deliveries, opening the batting for Gagan before he was excellently stumped by Paul Murray off the bowling of Jalpesh Vijay. He's got the chance here to do damage to the Hornchurch top order, and damage is exactly what he does as it goes straight through the defences of Cian Poskett, who went for a big early swipe, doesn't manage to get anything on that, and you can see that Gagan here pumped up as Sahan Adisha gets his first wicket. He's been threatening those stumps in the first 3 deliveries. First one hit the pad, second one just whistled past off stump, but the third one right on the money as Cian Poskett ends up just playing down the wrong line. Probably not quite the shot that, in hindsight, he should have played early on in this run chase. But he does have to depart for a second ball duck, and it's the perfect start for Gagan as they look to upset the odds here and also upset the fan zone, who are, of course, very much in the Hornchurch camp here. And you can see Gagan very much up for the fight here. And they have their early wicket, which brings Jalpesh Vijay into bat for his first innings of this series. Of course, a player with a lot of experience on the network and internationally for Portugal. He's got a job on his hands here as he strokes that one down the ground for what should just be a single, as Arman Randhawa, the captain, is patrolling the long on boundary for his Gagan side. So the equation is very simple for Hornchurch. 150 runs is what they need to get themselves into the semi-final. This time it's whipped away by George Hankins, but excellent fielding there by Mihir Agarwal, who's equal to it, and I think maybe he even dived on the ball, a painful one. It would have been more painful if he let that one through his defences. Gagan trying to strike early here. It's been a perfect over almost from Sahan Adisha. Can he finish it in even better style? Well, it gets clubbed away, and again, it's the figure of Mihir Agarwal, who's probably pumping full of adrenaline after his explosive batting innings, 57 off just 19. He dives this time to his left to stop that, and there's no boundary scored in the first over. Hornchurch 4 for 1 after the loss of Kian Poskett early on. He was carrying a bit of an injury. Maybe felt that he had to go big from the start. As we take a look at the matches since the Golden Ball, 42. It's ticked up pretty quickly. In fact, that streak was only broken just about a week ago. We had gone to over 100 games since the Golden Ball before one over in Romania. And certainly a few fingers and fingernails will be bitten if this one goes down to the wire. Gagan's bowling has been what's let them down so far this series, but they've got off to the perfect start here. The second over will be bowled here by Bilal Rafiq, as Nish joins me back in the commentary box for the exciting conclusion of quarterfinals day. That's an ugly full toss, bit of a loosener. I don't think it's quite a no ball because Jalpesh Vijay does come charging down the track. It'll be checked nonetheless, but certainly it's clubbed away for a Maximo, the first boundary of this run chase for Hornchurch.
Yeah, Jalpesh Vijay, he's got a pretty accomplished European cricketing career. We've seen him make plenty of runs in this format for Portugal over the years, 562 to be exact. Seen him play some great knocks in international matches. He's gone to the ECC and made some runs as well for Portugal. He's got to play a big knock at a big moment here.
Wow. Just as you were saying, Nish, that he needs to step up. He only manages to get the inside edge on that one. It's an unfortunate way for Jalpesh Vijay to go. He tries to step to the leg side to give himself a bit of room, only manages to find the inside edge, and just a few milliseconds later, those three stumps are rearranged, and Jalpesh Vijay is 6 and out for him as Hornchurch lose their second, and they're in trouble here at 10 for 2.
Gagan are absolutely ecstatic. Their bowling has been improving at the right time in this series. They've gotten better and better these last couple of matches, and this might just be their best bowling performance yet this series. Unfortunate way to get out, you have to say, for Vijay. A little bottom edge and goes on to his stumps. He played a good-looking shot prior to that. Now Paul Murray comes in at number 4. How often has he played big innings for Hornchurch over the year? And, well, this is going to need to be one of his very best.
Absolutely, he's the big man for the big occasions. And he needs to just steady the ship here for Hornchurch. Just quiet Gagan down a little bit. They're really up and about. And he goes for the scoop. He's not going to change the way he plays. Paul Murray, that one wide outside the off stump. Might have even been a wide, but he just gets his bat there and plays another tremendous scoop to add to his collection.
There's no other way for Paul Murray to open his account than by playing a stroke as audacious as that. Wouldn't have expected anything else from him, as they've just put a deep third in place. Also got 5 players inside the ring on the offside.
This time there's a big appeal, but a quick shake of the head from the umpire, much to the upset of Bilal Rafiq, but to the left-handed Paul Murray, it's always going to be troubling that.
I think maybe just pitching outside leg, that's probably what's
just saved him. It was pretty much plumb in front, wasn't it? But it's always going to be difficult bowling right arm over to a left-hander to get it pitching in line. It needs to be very full delivery, but a close call there for Murray. This time he comes dancing down the pitch, manages to at least get off strike. George Hankins has been starved of the strike so far. He's seen 2 wickets fall, and of the 11 deliveries so far, he's only faced 2 of them. Gagan have done a good job of keeping the Hornchurch skipper quiet, and of course the more the run rate goes up, the more pressure is heaped on the shoulders of the skipper here. Clubbed away, and that's exactly what the Hornchurch fans want to see from their captain, as George Hankins makes it still a decent over actually from Hornchurch. Of course they lost that wicket, but they're still on the run rate, 17 runs coming off it. And luckily for them, they do have some batting depth to come. But certainly, George Hankins, he remains the key to this Hornchurch batting lineup.
That cricket bat has struck a lot of balls. Look at all the red cherries on that bat as we take a look at the standings here for Group B. So Gagan won 3 games during the group stages and found themselves in 3rd place. 2 very accomplished batters out there right now. The George Hankins, of course, the highest run getter this series, averaging 94.6, the 324 strike rate, and then Paul Murray, 41 average, 213 strike rate. Got the two right men out there right now, Hornchurch, but it's just about them building a partnership here.
Certainly, if you want experience at the crease, you don't look any further than George Hankins and Paul Murray. As the third over will be bowled by Usman Pervez, and it's a misfield there. The chase is on, and the ball will win. And you can see exactly what Usman Pervez thinks of that. He hasn't had the best of luck so far. He was given LBW for a golden duck on a decision that he didn't seem to agree with. This time, it's with the ball in hand. Paul Murray just knocks that one into the covers. Should really have been stopped, but he gets himself 4 runs.
Slight error in the field there. Guggen have been flawless so far. Just a little blip for them.
Slower ball comes out, and Paul Murray has to adjust his tactics. He went for the scoop. In the end, played a scoop forward defensive. Manages to still steal a run, though.
Yeah, well described in the end. I was not quite sure how to describe that shot. It was quite ridiculous, wasn't it? And yeah, Pervez, good bowling by him. Just took all the pace off that and gave nothing to Murray to work with.
This time it's crunched away through the covers. Half calls of catch it. It was certainly catching height, but went straight through the 2 fielders in the covers. Corden, the closest fielder there, Sahan Adisha, really got nowhere near it. And still a productive over so far from Hornchurch. They just need to steady the ship here. They can't really afford to lose another early wicket in the power play. But fear not, the captain's at the crease. And George Hankins just uses the slight in-swing off the bowling of Usman Pervez to whip that away for a Maximo.
As long as George Hankins is there, Hornchurch are always going to be firm favorites, and that's why the win predictor still has them up at 61%. He's played many a big knock for this Hornchurch side. Already seen him make 3 90-plus scores throughout this series. Got a century as well.
Just all bottom hand there. Just whips it away. Uses the pace of the bowling of Usman Pervez. It'll be interesting to see if he goes back to the slower ball here. George Hankins, though, knows he has it in his locker. Probably be waiting for it. This time, though, as well bowled. Hankins yorks himself as he comes tiptoeing down the crease. I feel a bit of a thriller coming along here, Nish. Hornchurch, that run rate just above 15. For now, they'll be relatively comfortable with that. Certainly don't want to lose too many more wickets early on, though, in this run chase. And they won't be doing that as long as Paul Murray swings as cleanly as that, and it will be a flurry of boundaries in that over. 4 of them, 22 runs coming off it. Brings us to the end of a bit of a roller coaster, a power play really for Hornchurch. They pick up 43 runs. They do lose 2 big wickets, though, in the form of Kian Poske and Jalpesh Vijay. The good news, though, is that Gaggan, apart from those 2 big overs, it was really slim pickings for them in their batting innings. So as long as Hornchurch can just consistently chip away at this run rate, they will still feel that they're well on top of this run rate.
Yeah, the incredible thing about Guggen in that first innings was the fact that even though they kept losing wickets, it never really affected their run rate. They just kept going at 15 and over, kept striking boundaries. And that's why, despite the fact that they lost 9 wickets, they still ended up with 150. And in comes Nane Akara. Now, he is a very, very accomplished bowler. 137 first-class wickets for him, for Gaul, over in Sri Lanka.
Well, it doesn't matter how many first-class wickets you bowl. Sometimes you just bowl a rank full toss, and he was lucky to get away with that one as it was just clubbed down the ground by Hankins for a single. Certainly, Hornchurch have to be wary of this bowler. Of course, he can only bowl the 2 overs, so if he can just get away from these overs, getting a run rate of 12, 14 without losing a wicket, I think you call that a win. He's going to go over, left arm over to the left-handed Murray. He gets a feather of something on that, and Paul Murray doesn't care how many first-class wickets you've got. He's going to keep on messing with your mind, and this time it has been called for on the field, so it will have been a bit of bat involved in that.
It must be so tough for Armand Rondava, the Guggen captain here. I mean, how do you set a field to Paul Murray? He's got all these different strokes in the book, a 360-degree cricketer, and he's just moving the field around a little bit after that last shot. So tough to set a field to Murray.
He does well to adjust that. That's an outstanding shot from Murray. You could see that almost coming in slow motion. If he missed that, he would have been absolutely gone. But he just flicks his hands down on it at the last minute and not only doesn't get out, but somehow manages to get a 4 on that one. It's like a straight-armed hockey shot. I don't even know how to explain that. We need to open up another dictionary for all of Paul Murray's cricket shots. Gets Hornchurch past the 50 as well, 52 for 2. This time he goes for a scoop that doesn't quite go as fine as he would have wanted. In fact, goes sideways. Still 10 runs off the first 4 deliveries of Kumal's over. I think it's important as well for Hornchurch to keep rotating the strike. They've got the left-hand, right-hand combination. Just make sure those fielders constantly on the move, constantly having to readjust the angles as well for the bowlers. Darted in quicker and it just about evades the fielder at long on. It's 6 runs. It was almost hold your breath time for both George Hankins and the fans in the fan zone as it went dangerously close to the fielder lurking there, but in the end clears the fielder, clears the welcome to Hornchurch sign, and it's a welcome boundary for the hosts.
Powerful punch there by George Hankins, and it just goes back to the point you made earlier about what a strong bottom hand he has. It just feels so effortless when he plays these strokes, and 1 ball to come in this over, 16 off it so far. It's been a riveting battle.
Darted in quicker once more. It will just be the single. But that's exactly what we were saying, Nish. If they can get away from the Nane Yakara over, picking up pretty much the run rate, and that's exactly what they've done, taken 17 runs off it. They can count themselves happy knowing that, of course, he can only bowl the 2 overs, and Gaggan have struggled with their bowling so far in this series. You have to say, though, they've bowled incredibly well in their first 4 overs, not giving away any wides. In fact, it's just been 1 leg bye so far. If we compare that to the Hornchurch bowling innings where they gave away 10 wides, that's the difference between chasing something in the 130s and chasing 150. So it will be Bilal Rafiq to bowl his second over. Went for 17 in his first. Did pick up that wicket though. Clean bowling Jalpash Vijay, well, not clean bowling, it was a drag on. But this one, first effort is down the leg side, and George Hankins in signature style just dismisses that one over the rope for 6 runs.
George Hankins, as long as he's there, Hornchurch well in this game and in control. They're just going to have to find a way to get rid of him here, won't they, Guggen? See that required now. It's dipped down to 14.4.
They're just having to readjust the field as well. They are out of the power play now, so they can have those 5 fielders on the boundary, but it must be an absolute captain's nightmare and a headache as we take a look at the fans in the fan zone. Maybe they can give us a wave if they can hear us. There we go. Good to see you all in the house enjoying the cricket on a Thursday afternoon. I'm sure almost all of them supporting Hornchurch here, and they're loving what they're seeing from their skipper so far. But as I was saying, the left-hand, right-hand combination of Hankins and Murray, with Hankins also being a 360 player and Murray loving to play those scoops and paddles, it's almost impossible to know where to put your fielders.
It certainly is, and it's also so difficult to be a bowler. You're constantly switching between a right-handed and a left-handed batter, and both of them can hit it to any part of the field as well. It's going to be a tough partnership for Guggen to deal with.
Waits for it on that occasion, does George, and it's absolute pure class. I thought he'd just knock that one in for a single into the offside, but he deals in boundaries, does Hankins, and that's one of the best. Stroked away into the fan zone.
Such a beautiful shot. He just waits for it nice and late, plays it beautifully under the eyes, and then opens the face of the bat, times it so sweetly, goes away for 4 runs.
Just taking a quick look at the test match score. And I know we want to concentrate on the game here, and we also like test cricket. However, they've just had about 400 runs scored across the 3 innings so far, and they've lost 27 wickets. Nish, we had 400 runs in one T10 game here.
We did, yes. Yeah, Group B really gave us an absolute run feast. I think the average run rate was something above 17, really was ridiculous. As this is a ridiculous shot, an incredible hit by Hankins. He's just so strong with that punch right over long on.
He doesn't try to overhit the Grizzly, does he? He knows he can use the pace of the bowling, and he's got such strong hands, such good timing, and probably a really good bat as well, to be honest, that if he just gets to the pitch of it, puts his hands through it, he doesn't even really get to the pitch of it, to be honest, he just gets his hands through it. He knows it's going to be enough. And we have to emphasise as well, there's often talk about the shorter boundaries, but the sixes that have been hit throughout this series, actually, how many of them would have been boundaries on any pitch in the world? I'd say quite a lot of them. This time he flicks it into the leg side, and it's good fielding actually in the deep by Usman Pervez, as that one will just let him hit it and manages to stop the boundary.
He just kind of got his body in the way. It might even have struck his chest, but as long as it doesn't go for a 4, he won't mind.
Final ball before the halfway mark here. The partnership worth 67 and just 21 deliveries. That's why they have been able to keep on chipping away at that run rate, which is now down towards 14. It will be a rare dot ball though. However, it's still a tick in the box for Hornchurch, as that over goes for 17 at the halfway stage. 77 for 2. Hankins going along nicely, 43 off just 14 deliveries. As we take a look at the final day of action coming to you from Czechia, where Czechia, they've got a big day, don't they? They've got 2 T20s to come. They're winless so far, and it'd be such a tremendous way to finish their home series if they do manage to spring an upset against either Gibraltar or Austria.
Yeah, it'd be great for Czechia. They're playing for pride, and it'd be great to see them finally get a win in their home tournament. Austria pretty much won the Central Europe Cup, doing the double on Gibraltar and winning very comfortably against Czechia, chasing down the target of 66 in 6.1 overs.
Gurpreet Singh on, and Harry Hankins, George Hankins, maybe taking after his brother, who I know scored some runs at the weekend, just chips that one. And I thought maybe, okay, that's just going to go down the ground for a 1 or so, but it goes all the way for 6 runs. And I think there's something wrong with Gurpreet Singh's footwear, as he's been sent off by the umpire. Wasn't shown the red card, but certainly has to leave the field of play. Don't know if he's maybe accidentally kept his spikes on. Whatever it was though, George Hankins didn't mind that bowling at all, as it's a lovely hit down the ground for 6 runs. Hornchurch moved to 83 for 2, and Hankins just 1 shy of his half century. He's on 49 off just the 15 deliveries. Whatever was wrong with Gurpreet Singh, he's back into the action now. Needs a comeback ball after that glorious stroke down the ground. It's a bit of a drag down in the end, and it will just be the single, but that does take George Hankins to his half century. Exactly 50 off 16 deliveries. It's been a captain's knock so far from Hankins, but he knows the job is just half done. He won't be happy until he sees his side into the semi-finals.
650 of the series for him, along with a century. It's in a magnificent run of form here, and great bit of fielding there. Superb diving stop. It looked like Paul Murray was going to manage to scoop another one away for 4, but that is an excellent acrobatic display of fielding. Let's just take a look at this one more time. Great leaping effort, diving to his left. That's the kind of dedication you need if you want to go to a semi-final.
This one has been hit a long way. George Hankins, he's reaching for that one a good few centimetres outside off stump. Somehow manages to club it away over long on. It's turning away from him as well, but he doesn't mind which way it's spinning, as that one gets sent towards the leisure centre car park. And Hornchurch move into the 90s now, 91 for 2. The double teapot is out from Gurpreet Singh. He needs to find a wicket from somewhere here, because this over has already gone above the required run rate. 14 runs coming off it, as the run rate goes below 14 for the first time. And that one's going to go to the rope as well, as There's plenty of fans out there, and if I were them, I don't think I would choose the cover boundary to sit down on, especially with George Hankins at the crease, because he just loves whipping it through that region. Good dive, though, from the fielder out there, and it will be now onto the leg sides. Maybe when George Hankins is out there, you should just not be in the same postcode, because he's raining down boundaries on all four corners of this Hornchurch Cricket Club, as the over ends up going magical. 24 runs coming off it. And George Hankins, at the moment, he's really putting in a captain's innings to try to see his side into the semi-finals.
Ferocious flick there by Hankins to strike that last boundaries on 66 of 19. We just take a look at this Hornchurch scorecard. Paul Murray alongside him on 26 of 11. Credit to Guggan, though. They've only given up 1 run of extras. That was a leg by, so they still haven't bowled a wide or a no ball, which is a very exemplary accomplishment. Just taking a look at George Hankins' wagon wheel, I mean, there isn't a part of the field he hasn't struck a boundary to just yet. Struck him behind square leg, hit one behind point, through covers, through mid-off, through long on. Funny enough, he's actually not hit some of those clear the front leg, big hoiks out towards cow corner. It's been traditional cricketing styles, a lot of punches, and some beautiful flicks as well.
Sahanadisha back in. Needs something from somewhere, and it'll be a fumble from the keeper, who was, I think, a little put off there. Rahi Patel was by Paul Murray's antics, who tries to go for another scoop. Haven't quite come off for him so far yet, have the scoops, but he does enough there to, well, not only nutmeg himself, but also bamboozle the keeper. Yeah, you're right. George Hankins, he's looked so calm at the crease, hasn't he? But he's been playing proper shots. Hasn't really needed to go to that option of just clearing the leg and hoiking, because he's getting value for the shots he's playing. Well, commentator's curse strikes as George Hankins does have to depart. It's a brilliant delivery from Sahanadisha, who is looking like the game changer here for Gaggan. Hankins has to depart for 66 off 20. And maybe, just maybe, the pendulum swings once more.
A beautiful ball there by Adisha. Has got some nice swing back into the right-hander. Wonderful knock by Hankins. That's going to be cut short. They desperately needed that wicket there, Guggan. Hankins had hung around for another over or two. This match would have been taken away from them. The question here, though, is did they maybe just wait a little bit too long to bring Adisha back into the attack? He was superb in that forced over, picked up a wicket, gave up just the 4 runs. Captain desperately just had to bring him back here, hoping he would get a wicket. He does the trick. Could he have maybe just been brought back 2 or 3 overs ago?
That's a very fair question, as that one went straight through the skipper. If anything, he was just trying to play it a bit too leg side. It was a pretty straight delivery. He would have been better hitting that one down the ground. Easy to say, though, again, with hindsight, as Adil Malik is the new batter, and he has to dig that one out from middle stump. And these are very important 3 deliveries here from Hornchurch. You could almost say they just have to survive these 3 from Adisha, who's by far the most dangerous bowler from Gaggan that we've seen so far. The run rate, not really anything to be concerned about. It's still below 14. What they can't afford, Hornchurch, is to lose another couple of wickets here. It's hit firmly down the ground by Murray. Probably just be the single.
Yeah, Hornchurch probably also just have a slightly longer tail than most sides would in the quarterfinals. So it's just that much more pressure on their top order and middle order to get these winning runs.
And if you think about how many teenagers are in that middle order, lower order as well for Hornchurch, that would be an enormous amount of pressure if they have to come out and score the runs. And they haven't really been tested. The likes of Billy Whitlock, okay, he had a little cameo in one of the games. Lewis Imray, don't think we've seen him bat. Joe Ross as well, I think just came in for a couple of deliveries. Of course, you do have the experience of the likes of Tommy Fletcher and Mike Church, but you really want the top order here for Hornchurch to try and guide their ship home. Adisha has been bowling so well, just probing lines, not giving the Hornchurch batters an inch. And he's, whatever happens, going to finish on outstanding figures. 2 for 7 so far from his 11 deliveries.
It's such a great addition to this Guggan side since he joined their lineup a couple of days ago. Vijay Surya and Dilshan have left a big vacuum behind, and he's done his best to fill it.
Oh, that's an outrageous shot once more from Paul Murray, and well, he shouldn't have got the 4 for it, but clearly the cricketing gods are smiling down on his invention, And does that go through the legs even?
He almost nutmegs himself there, doesn't he, with that shot?
It's an outstanding shot. It's Bilal Rafiq who doesn't do the fielding on the rope, and it's a much-needed boundary, actually. It's unfortunate for Sahan Adisha, who didn't deserve to go for a boundary. It was the one and only boundary that he did go for. Still outstanding figures, 2 for 11 for him. As we take a look at what's at stake in this game, the winner will go through to play Sharks Cricket Academy, and you'd have to fancy whoever wins this game to go through to the final. Yes, Sharks Cricket Academy sprung that surprise on East Londoners this morning, but Sharks have been so hot and cold throughout this series that Hornchurch and Gagan, I'm sure if they were told before the start of today's play that they would have a semi-final against Sharks, they'd absolutely would have taken that.
Kamal Nanayakara back into the attack. He went for 17 in his first over, but they're just relying on his experience here. We've mentioned all the first-class cricketing experience he has, so they're hoping for one good over from him here. Gagan.
Adil Malik just been quietly biding his time so far. He's just going for a runner ball 3. He is an outstanding cricketer, so Hornchurch will be happy that he's still out there, but he also needs to make sure that he gets up to speed in this run chase pretty quickly. Remember, he hasn't played in this series so far. He won't have played on this AstroTurf, and he doesn't have time really to get acquainted with it. There's only 16 balls left. They need 39, and they need Adil Malik to go and go big. Paul Murray, meanwhile, 31 off 14. Just making adjustments here, and you can feel the tension both out there in the middle and on the sidelines as well, as this one is delicately poised going into the last 2.5 overs. Oh, tension, what tension. Paul Murray, he just lobs that one over the inner ring, and once more showing that he has ice running through his veins. Just infuriating to bowl out, I think. There's nothing wrong with that delivery. Maybe just a tad short, which allows Murray to get down and lever it over the inner ring. But he makes even a first-class bowler sometimes look pretty average.
It's incredible, the courage he has to play a stroke like that in this sort of situation.
This time he goes for the good old-fashioned bludgeon over the covers. And, well, despite the fielder there being interested for just a second, and Diana Oras there, our photographer, doing the excellent piece of fielding, get her signed up to the Romania international side. Paul Murray does get enough on it for it to go to the rope.
Yeah, he'd probably need to grow another 3 or 4 feet to have had a chance at catching that. Just chipped over the fielder inside the ring beautifully there by Murray. He just created his own room by backing away. Strikes an important boundary.
This time he goes square. He doesn't quite hit it where he wants it to go, but he gets rewarded for the big swing. And that's 3 boundaries in a row. Once more, that pendulum swings. And Paul Murray, he's so far putting in a game-changing innings here, as he just creates his own luck, doesn't he, as well? He puts in those scoops. That means the field's got to go backwards. They've had to put out a deep point. He's now been brought in because he's been hitting the ball to the square side. So now there's a deep square leg. And I wouldn't be surprised here if Paul Murray scoops it back over backward point.
I mean, as a captain, you're told not to just chase the ball around, but it's hard not to when you're going up against Paul Murray.
And that's exactly what he tries to do. And he does enough to put off Rahi Patel with the gloves. And this is an over that's getting away from Kumar Nanayakara. Not all down to him. But again, it doesn't matter whether you've got 100 first-class wickets or you're brand new to this game. It feels like T10 is the great leveller. And Paul Murray certainly got the better of Kumar in that over as Hornchurch moved to 127. 23 runs needed in the final 12 deliveries to book their place in semi-finals day.
That's going to be a tough call. Who does the captain go with for this 9th over? Pervez went for 22 in his first over. Singh for 24. Might look to introduce a new bowler into the attack here, but it looks like he's just going to trust Usman Pervez. He's going to go with experience, trusting that Pervez can put in a good over here and give them a chance. Well, we say it all happens in the 9th on ECN, and by the end of this over, might have a good idea of where this game's going to be heading. Long on, cow corner, long off, and got a deep cover in place as well.
Adil Malik does, I suppose, what he needs to do which is just get Paul Murray back on strike. Malik, he's kind of been struggling a little, just going at under a runner ball actually. But it's enough as long as Paul Murray's at the other end. But still, another wicket here, and this might swing again. Currently the win predictor has Hornchurch up at 92%. And certainly there'll be a few nerves jangling if this one goes into the final over. Paul Murray clubs it down the ground, and it's into the vacant long on region. It's 4 runs. As Paul Murray signalling something to someone. I think he's not sure what he's signalling. Maybe he's saying, watch out, tournament referee, because that one came to say hello. 18 now needed in 10. Paul Murray moves to 47.
Yeah, slot bowling there by Pervez. Murray's going to feast on that kind of bowling. One bounce over the rope, and off it went for 4 runs.
This time a rare misfire on the scoop, and Usman Pervez thinks better of trying to aim either at the stumps or at Paul Murray as he gets to the relative safety of the non-striker's end. Adil Malik, well, now would be as good a time as any to register your first boundary in this series. 4 off 5 for him, with Hornchurch needing 17. Well, there it is. Maximo chips straight down the ground. Adil Malik, of course, a legend in these parts. His brother's a bit of a legend in world cricket as well, and he could be well on his way to cementing his side's place in the semi-final.
You've seen some great bottom-handed punches this innings by George Hankins, and now we see a great one there from Malik. Just takes a step back, turns that into a half volley, and it's all bottom hand as he smashes that right down the ground for a 6. And well, they were hoping that Pervez could put in a quiet over here to have a chance heading into the 10th. But now Hornchurch need just 11 of 8. The game's surely in their hands.
Now it almost certainly is not only in their hands, but you can start writing their name in the semi-finals. Back-to-back 6s from Adil Malik. You can't keep class down for long. After a slow start, he goes bang, bang. And Hornchurch now just one big hit away. You can see how much that means to Paul Murray as well. He won't care one jot if he's stranded, just a few runs shy of his half century. There's 1 ball left in the 9th over. Can Hornchurch seal it before going into the final over?
It's an incredible story, isn't it, for the home side. Started off the tournament with a few issues, and now they're about to book their place in the semi-final. That will run away for 4 runs. Unless we see an exceptional bit of fielding, we certainly will. Superb work there. That's Mihir Agrawal out in the deep. That looked destined to go away for 4 runs, but it's going to be 4 runs needed now off the final over to win this for Hornchurch. And what a great turnaround for them. I mean, take your mind back to last year. Hornchurch failed to win a single game during last year's ECS. They started out this ECS with a few issues as well, struggled in their first couple of matches, and we just wondered if their side was too inexperienced, but they got better and better as their tournament progressed. And now, well, they're just 4 runs away from booking their place in the semi-final.
It's been a textbook run chase, hasn't it? Despite that early wobble, there was no panic, especially from George Hankins, who looked like a cool customer out in the middle. And Paul Murray, well, I don't think he knows what pressure is, as he will be at the non-striker's end now. 47 for him off just 20 deliveries. But Adil Malik has put in a good cameo here. He's getting a few words of wisdom from Paul Murray. Probably something along the lines of, scoops work well for me. But maybe he'll go for a bit more of a conventional hit down the ground, with 4 runs needed for Hornchurch. And it'll be off the bowling of Gurpreet Singh, who went for 24 runs in his first over. And well, Adil Malik, I don't know what the words were from Paul Murray. They probably weren't play out a forward defensive, but there you go. This time he comes dancing down the track, and that will be it for Hornchurch as they cement their place in finals day. A big fist pump from Paul Murray. He finishes 47 not out off 20 deliveries. But it's Adil Malik, new into the side, who takes the plaudits as he bludgeons that one down the ground for 6 runs. And Hornchurch beat Gagan by 7 wickets in an almost perfect run chase.
A great run chase here for Hornchurch. Lost a couple of wickets, but then after that, things were settled down with that 3rd wicket partnership worth 92 runs. George Hankins batted superbly. Yet another half century for him, made 66 of 20. Paul Murray with a wonderful 47. And Malik was right there at the end to get them through those final few overs. 23 of 10 for him. blocked that first one out, was just waiting for the right delivery to pump for a 6. He got that on the second one, and he finished it in style for Hornchurch as we take a look at the fixtures for tomorrow's finals day. So the first semifinal is going to be between the Mighty Tigers and the Old Brentwoods. That is going to be a real heavyweight clash between two quality teams. Mighty Tigers undefeated, the Old Brentwoods with just the 2 losses so far this series, coming against the East Londoners who have been knocked out, and Hornchurch against Sharks Cricket Academy in the second semifinal. Hornchurch are just 1 win away from playing in a final in their home European Cricket Series.
And you absolutely wouldn't bet against them, would you? Against the Sharks Cricket Academy side who have done really well to get to the semi-finals, but Hornchurch, you imagine, would back themselves there. As we go back to the highlights, and well, it was a poor start really from Hornchurch. Kian Poskett going without troubling the scorers. And when Jalpesh Vijay, well, he hit 1 big 6, but he departed soon after. An unfortunate inside edge onto his own stumps. We really feared for Hornchurch, as they haven't really been tested into the lower orders. But in came Paul Murray, who, well, when he flicked his first ball for 4, we thought, okay, we're onto something here. And Paul Murray remained 47 not out. It was a big partnership with the skipper Hankins, who went on to notch another half century on the network, 66 in just 20 deliveries, including 8 Maximos. It looked like it would be a walk in the park in the end, as that partnership between the two ended up going for 92. But then there was another twist in the tail as Hankins did eventually depart. It was Sahan Adisha, who was almost certainly the pick of the bowlers for Gagan, who got the wicket. But it was Paul Murray at the other end who kept on chipping away, just toying with the Gagan bowlers. Doesn't know really where to put the fielders when you've got someone who plays all around the park. Enjoying some of these deliveries from the bat of George Hankins before. It was a brilliant delivery that dismissed him. Adisha, he was pumped up, and you've got to say as well, Gagan, they will depart at this stage, but it was so much more of an improved performance with the ball, and that's kind of what we've been crying out from them for the whole week.
Yeah, we certainly have, and their bowling did start to improve as the series progressed, but it just wasn't enough against a quality Hornchurch side who flexed their muscles and picked up an important win in this quarterfinal. There we go. We just take a look at some of the winning runs here for Hornchurch. Mullick at the end, he played some brilliant shots, didn't he? Just eased the nerves after George Hankins had departed. There would have been a few tense and anxious Hornchurch fans when they saw their star man Hankins get dismissed by Sahan Adisha, but Murray and Mullick were right there to steady the ship and get their side over the finishing line. We'll take a look once again at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. The Mighty Tigers against the Old Brentwoods, Hornchurch against the Sharks Cricket Academy. I think that first semi-final is just going to be amazing, an absolute heavyweight clash. And then the home side, Hornchurch, going up against the Sharks, who are coming off one of the greatest upsets we have seen on the European Cricket Network.
I already can't wait for finals day. And of course, we've got action over in Czechia with Austria. Well, this is actually from today. We know that Austria have notched 2 wins, but Czechia have 2 games coming up tomorrow. They dearly want to win one of the games in their home series. But let's also take a little chat about what we've seen today, quarterfinals day, and of course looking ahead to tomorrow. You said that first semi-final is going to be an absolute humdinger, but I think the second one as well, Hornchurch, they absolutely have loved performing in front of their home crowd, and they won't be happy unless they go all the way to the final and then lift the trophy.
Absolutely. It would be an incredible turnaround story for Hornchurch as well. I mean, you go back to last year, struggled to win a single game, and then they come this year, start the tournament off in rough fashion, and we thought, well, is it going to be more of the same for Hornchurch? But they've just gotten better and better. Their teenage prospects have continued to develop. We've seen them grow right in front of us here in this series, and now they're in a very strong position to go on and win it all in their home series.
Yeah, absolutely. I really love the fact that Hornchurch, they could have really gone top heavy in this game today. They could have just put in all the superstars, but they've trusted their teenagers. Okay, it didn't work for Kian Poskett today. I think Billy Whitlock will come back stronger as well tomorrow, but they've really enjoyed playing with their youth players and making sure that they can thrive on this big stage. And then the likes of Paul Murray can come in with his experience and win the game for his side. But Mighty Tigers, I think they are a hot prospect tomorrow. Looking forward to see if they can get into the finals, and even a final Mighty Tigers against Hornchurch would be absolutely headline stuff. But let's not count out the Sharks as well. They've already sprung one upset. I think they'd absolutely love to quieten down the fan zone here. And of course, we've got another side in that first semi-final. Old Brentwoods, they've shown absolute firepower in their batting. So at the moment, I'd say it's pretty much anyone's game.
It really is. We got 4 very strong sides heading into tomorrow's final. I would like to thank everyone here at Hornchurch Cricket Club for their terrific support. Another great day of cricket. A big thank you to our friends over at Two Circles. Been great working alongside you. And a shout out to everyone in the Blue Crew. And last but not least, to all of you, our ECN fans, thank you for tuning into today's broadcast. Well, we've come to the end of play today here on Quarterfinals Thursday, but we'll be back tomorrow for more European cricket. See you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Move my body. Move my body.